Hello everyone, welcome here to the HCS Pro Series #1 for ANZ. It's been a little bit of a time since we've been on your screens. It's been a little bit of time since everyone's been able to enjoy some Halo Infinite, so it is good they're able to ring in the new year here with some ANZ Halo. It has been a wonderful start to 2022 so far. You know, obviously we're only a couple of days into it, but I'm sure you guys are starting it off with a bang as we are here at ANZ Halo. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it is not just me that's going to be on the desk for today. We've got two fine gentlemen who's going to be bringing us the action for today. Hoots as well as Justin. Hoots, mate, I know it's a little bit something. You don't have the wacky shirt on today. Did you not get the memo?
Yeah, Happy New Year, Luke. Yeah, you dogged me. Like, we're about to start and you've done the wardrobe change. One thing I will say is I actually have a face full of makeup right now because I'm really sunburned.
Here we go. He wanted to get to it first. He didn't want to get called out. He's like, no, I'm going to...
It's literally this whole area. So, yeah, no, it feels good. You guys should give it a try.
You're a pretty princess, mate.
Hey, you know, everybody's got to start looking their best very, very soon. But Justin, how are you feeling today, mate? You know, obviously 2022 is kicking off with a bang with Pro Series #1.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm feeling a little bit territorial, you, with that fancy shirt on, mate.
Hey.
I'm going to have to go down to the salvos and collect a few more wacky shirts because it's game on as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I think, you know, obviously I'm the one with a little bit of the bald chest, so, you know, maybe you might be able to take that.
Yeah, I haven't got the hamburger meat to match, unfortunately, mate.
Yeah, maybe next time, maybe for Pro Series 2, I'll get, you know, like maybe like an eyeliner pencil and I'll start to draw someone or something like that.
You can borrow it
if you want it. Yeah, I got it.
All right, no worries, lads. We'll get it all sorted. Everybody can have the wacky shirts and all the makeup as well. But it is time for us to start to talk about a few things before we get into the Pro Series. It's time for us to start to talk about Raleigh, and obviously that was the most recent major for us. So let's go and have a look at the pools that we had for a lot of the teams going into it, because obviously there was an open qualifier that had to go through, and we had these pools as well. And Hoots, starting out here, looking at Pool C and Pool D, there has been some big names that came out of those pools. There's been some spooky pools as well. Obviously, our ANZ boys are in Pool A and Pool B, but I just want us to touch on C and D first. That, you know, E United, a team that kind of came third, you know, they looked pretty strong, and over across in Pool D, they've got the champions as well.
Yeah, we had Cloud9 obviously winning the tournament. A fantastic effort from them. Look, I mean, when you look at the names on this list, it just kind of shows you the gravity of what these major lands are. When you're looking at these teams across the board, some really recognisable names, but also makes you feel pretty proud when you can see the Chiefs and Divine Mind there representing ANZ.
Yeah, exactly. It was always nice to see those guys representing. And Justin, you know, before we start getting into the meat and potatoes of it all, you know, is this how you kind of expected a lot of these pools to be playing out? The fact that, you know, E United and C9 came out kind of on top for everyone?
It's one thing I love about LAN is that it never goes quite as you expect, and I always make a point to watch as much of it live as possible, particularly when ANZ players are playing, because you get that full experience, and, you know, you get the little, you know, the heart flutters of, you know, the different players and things like that happening. And you know what, the tournament was a good stage setter for the series throughout 2020.
Yeah, it was exciting for us to be a part of it and exciting for us to watch. And an exciting part as well was the Chiefs. We had some big eyeballs on those boys going in as seed #1 into ANZ. And I think they came out with a bit of a bang here on Australia. They've certainly made some statements over across in North America. And they started out with a bang here in their pool play, Hoots.
Yeah. Pool play coming up against Bing Chilling first off, the European team. And look, even in this first game, Live Fire Strongholds, Bing Chilling definitely had the advantage. They were just 2 points out from closing it out. But the Chiefs really rallied. We were able to get a triple cap right at the end and bring that in for a really clutch win, which set them up for the rest of the series. They end up going on and winning 3-0. And the important thing to note, particularly for viewers from outside of ANZ, is that's the first time Australian teams actually won a series in pool play. So the momentum they took from that was really fantastic. And but then unfortunately, Justin, we had them moving straight against Optic, and it was a bit of a different story there.
Yeah, a little bit of a different story, but you know what? When you're talking about arguably at the time the best team in the world, I think the Chiefs boys put up one hell of a fight, and they kept it as respectable as they could. And I think that they can hang their heads high against how they played against these guys. I mean, you've got players like Pistola that are just veteran monsters that everyone gets a little bit of nervous playing up against. And they took what they learned into this next series and took a game off Pioneers, so it's pretty incredible.
Yeah, we had our hopes up. They won this CTF on Bazaar 4-1, I think it was, and you know, we were thinking, oh, here we go, they're starting to make their moves after that little hiccup against Optic, but you know, it was unfortunately short-lived, and Pioneers were able to come back and win the next 3. But they're the kind of learning experiences you take from these kind of lands. To be able to play against these top teams, things aren't always going to go your way, and as we saw that happen against the Pioneers, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately for that meant that now they started a little bit of a wacky spot for the winners round 1 here. They did take it out with a 3-0 up against Blackhound, so once again it really starts to feel like the talks around this Chiefs team has well, maybe they're right there on the cusp to try and get themselves maybe into a top 16, but unfortunately it wasn't to be because, Justin, this is where the big series all culminated. The series up against Quadrant on the main stage.
Yeah, and you know what? You're probably looking at that 0-3 scoreline, and I don't think that tells the story. You see that monstrous triple kill from Barcode there, and Pips also had a really nice game on Streets, bringing back a Slayer game, massive spree from him. And, you know, 0-3 doesn't tell the story. Chiefs really turned up and played, and, you know, if this was a best of 7 or something a little bit longer, things might have started to go their way. And, you know, the thing is that they've going to bring home so much experience from this tournament, and I wouldn't necessarily look at the scorelines. Go watch the rebroadcast and go see exactly what I'm talking about. They were really nice games to watch.
Yeah, exactly. And it's all about, you know, the experience and what they get over there and what they can bring back here to ANZ. Obviously, when they did drop down into the elimination bracket, they did go down 1-3 up against status quo. So still being able to get maps off these big teams, lads, is huge for them. The fact that they're able to get maps, make up some big numbers, although they might not be the series dubs, it still is some big experience for them. And Hoots, obviously, another team that we sent over there was Divine Minds. We thought they were going to be playing in the open qualifiers, in the open bracket, but they got rocketed straight into pool play. And to be fair, a pretty rough pool to be playing in as well.
Yeah, when we were broadcasting last year, as we were trying to figure out which teams were going to qualify to go across to Raleigh, we did mention that Divine Mind were going to be playing in the open bracket, and we said, you know, that could be advantageous for them because they're going to be able to get a fair bit of experience coming up. But unfortunately, instead, due to other teams not being able to make it, they were put straight up to pool play, which is great experience for them. But you come up against Na'Vi straight away, and it shows a lot of their planning straight out of the gate. And then if Na'Vi wasn't hard enough, Justin, we then moved straight on to FaZe Clan.
Yeah, you go up against FaZe and, you know, Snipe Down and the boys on that squad. And I've got to say, I think this pool was probably the toughest. And, you know, Divine Mind not able to take any maps from any of these teams. But you know what? I think they put up one hell of a fight against these teams because it was a really tough pool. But just like the Chiefs, they turned up, they played some good Halo. And if you go back and watch a rebroadcast, I think you'll see some nice moments from these players. A nice little clip there from Rated. But Divine Mind, they're going to bring home quite a bit of fire in their bellies from their experience over there. And I think you should watch out for the Divine Mind roster.
Yeah, I think they're going to be a bit of a monstrous roster to be able to come around. And obviously, as we see through a lot of these highlights here, you know, G2, they were starting to put up some big scores on the Divine Mind lads, especially here on this oddball. So it is a bit of a rough trot for Divine Mind not being able to get any maps in Raleigh. But, you know, as we did say, Hoots, they did have some good shots. Like, you just look at this Aquarius Slayer here up against Team Walk, who were a team that finished 9th. They were still able to make it ever so close, a 50-49. And, you know, maybe, who knows, a few more things going their way, they might have been able to get a little bit deeper there into the bracket.
Yeah, and don't never discount what a 50-49 loss can do to morale and how soul-crushing it can be, particularly as well when you've travelled to the other side of the world and you're probably battling jet lag as well as a few other things like that. So, yeah, it was unfortunate that it wasn't probably the tournament they wanted, but I think the recurring thing we're going to have when we have these discussions about Raleigh is just the experience that our Australian teams get. These opportunities haven't really been given to them before, and to have this kind of roadmap that really spells out exactly the kind of exposure they can get to the international scene over the next 12 months. I think the learning experiences they'll all take away from these is really valuable.
Yeah, exactly. And the fact that even though they didn't win a single map across Raleigh, they still had 5 series that they got to play. So that's 5 competitive scrims that you do get to play, albeit maybe not the results that you wanted for Divine Mind. There's still 5 series that they got to get underneath their belt. And obviously after that last fight, they did go up against Exiled Gaming there in the elimination bracket, and unfortunately lost 0-3 as well there. So Divine Mind, they're going to make some changes coming into ANZ. I think there's going to be a pretty big talk about roster shuffles for us today, and that's something we're going to touch on a little bit later on. But obviously, Justin, these 2 teams that went into pool play, they've got a lot of extra experience. One of the other teams that we sent over there was also Mindfreak. They got to play in the open bracket, so that means that unfortunately we didn't get to see them on broadcast. But we've got a little package for you guys to listen to after our mate Lunchy made it onto the broadcast.
You know, you were talking earlier about how, like, you're on even playing field, you're all on 0 ping. So you reversal perfect someone. What are you going to do? Like, what is your go-to form of body disrespect?
Yeah, look, Australians have had it tough for the last 10 years. We've been playing on 200 ping, so Americans got to watch out because we're here to play and, you know, it's even.
Are you going for, like, a bag, like body shooting, like?
Oh, everything. We're going to let them know that they suck.
Hey, the Aussie says, you know what? We're on land again, okay? We got equal ping with everybody else, and they are here to bring it. So far, you're about to get ready to kind of play your first match. Anybody you excited to play in this open bracket in a pool play?
Yeah, look, we'd love to play Sentinels. We heard that they're in the open bracket today, and yeah, so I think, look, I don't know how well we're going to do, but it would be great, a learning opportunity for us. You know, they're a top squad, so any experience against top teams in NA is going to be great to take back to the Australian community.
I think the best moment was probably our first series today, when we absolutely ran through these Americans that had no clue who we were, and they started disrespecting us first, and we just came back and gave it to them, and they just didn't know what happened.
Jump in. I'm with you, you two. I'm with you. I got one, I killed their flag. So trash, holy. The flag above you.
At the start of Aquarius CTF, we had them we were just destroying them. We were up 2-0. They kind of brought it back a bit, and then with the last maybe 10 seconds, we took it into overtime, and then we won in overtime.
It felt like we were starting to click after that series. We're playing together and just playing good Halo, good fundamental Halo.
We were down a good near 100 points, I'd say, and we brought it back. We went on a really good run and had a good setup near the end. So I was pretty confident we were going to win that series, but yeah, didn't play like that.
Given these opportunities, we can take what we've learned back to the Australian community. You know, hopefully everyone can learn from it.
It's such a good time to just talk to everyone, to meet new people, like some of the American teams. Everyone here is keen to have a chat.
Oh, we're going to come back better. Easily. And also, all you ANZ teams that have had close series with us recently, you're all done. BBR, Direwolves, the rest of you kids, it's a wrap.
Well, Ras City starting to throw the heat around already. I think I might have to unbutton a few more extra buttons if he's going to be throwing more of that spice around. But I mean, the Mindfreak guys seem to be, getting a little bit of those extra insights for us. They really are starting to show us their personalities, right? And I think that's the best part that we can take out of a lot of the content that came out of Raleigh for these ANZ teams, is just getting that little bit of extra into their personalities and how they play. Obviously, their Halo is great, but on the other side of the things, the way that they're joking around. I remember watching the clip of them barking across to one of the teams in the open bracket. That stuff is hilarious, and that is the stuff that just makes me follow teams, till I die.
Yeah, 100%. I think we've usually see the whole lines of oh, you're trash or get out of here or stuff like that. But dog barking's not something we have seen before. So yeah, more of that, please. I'll bring that back to Australia. I love it.
It's going to be hilarious. We're going to see, a LAN in the near future, and everyone's just going to be dog barking at each other. Nobody's going to know if it's BM, what's going to be happening. Everyone's just going to be, at some point, you've got to try and figure out whether or not the dog barking is legit or not. But Justin, the fact that, these guys also talked about, what they're going to be bringing back to Australia. And I think that's a big thing, having this mentality for them as, albeit, we might not be able to get the crown into Raleigh, but we're going to get so much experience. We're going to bring it back to ANZ. And then it's all about these teams from ANZ learning from these guys who get to go internationally. And then it starts to, build everybody up, right? And this is where we start to have a very healthy and very strong scene.
Yeah, and something you can touch on is the boys, they're just having so much fun, right? They're joking, they're talking smack about, NA players, they're talking smack about players back at home, and but they're also playing a good Halo. And when you're having a good time and a good experience, it just makes your mind more pliable, which means I hope they're going to bring a lot more stuff home and challenge some of these other teams, because if you didn't know, some of the other teams weren't able to make it over the Raleigh, and Mindfreak stepped up into that third slot, so they're going to be looking to moving their way up to the podium finish. So it'll be interesting to see what they can do. And you know what, they performed really well and they had a lot of fun doing it. I'm all for it. Storylines, let's see some Twitter beefs going. I'm right there.
Yeah, I'm really looking towards the social media managers, the Chiefs, the Mindfreak right now, Divine Mind, seeing if they can cook up some spicy memes, see if we can get some cool stuff coming out of Pro Series. And I think Mindfreak are really looking towards to try and get themselves minimum a top 4 for today. Obviously, they got themselves 2 wins in the open bracket, 2 losses as well, so they finished 65th in that open bracket. Nothing to scoff at. Those boys did extremely well and did ANZ proud over in Raleigh as well. But I think it's time for us to start talking about this Pro Series, boys. I think it's time for us to start getting into the meat and potatoes of HCS for the remainder of 2022, because right now we're starting out with the Pro Series. This is basically going to be our weekly little tournament for 8 teams to compete in. We started out here with Pro Series number 1. 4 teams got invited thanks to the HCS points from 2021. 4 teams then had to fight from the Open Series to qualify into Pro Series number 1, and that's going to make our 8-team double elimination bracket for today. But something special as well, moving forward into Pro Series 2, 3, and 4, Hoots, we get to take the top 4 from the previous Pro Series, chuck them back into the bracket, and they don't have to play the Open Series, and that's where we get these recurring kind of storylines if you have one pop-off series.
Yeah, so we're kind of creating this class system almost, right? It's like the haves and the have-nots. So the haves are the top 4 who are sitting pretty, and if you know you finish top 4, as you said before, Luke, you go straight through to next week. And then the have-nots are the ones who have to battle it out, not only in the open bracket at the start, but then coming in when they do make top 8, trying to fight to get into that top 4 so that next week they can get straight through to that top 4 position as well. So there's a bit of a class divide, and I don't mind it. I reckon it's good.
Yeah, I think it's going to be healthy for everyone to try and vie for that 4th inspired spot. So let's have a look at the bracket for today, lads, and see which 8 teams we've got floating around and who's going to be playing up against who. This big bolded one is the one we're going to be jumping into first, ladies and gentlemen. Direwolves and Malicious. That's a very exciting squad for us to talk about a little bit later on. But Justin, there is some big names that we've got floating around today, and I feel like every single one of these matches is going to be a banger.
Yeah, I think so too. And with the roster mania concluded, at least for today, there has been some shuffles around. And one player that I wanted to highlight on Malicious is actually Zave, who was a player on Apes, I believe the team was called. And it was an unknown team, unknown group of players. And he had a monstrous couple of games putting up big numbers. And look, some of the higher echelon players within the scene went, you know what, let's give this kid a shot. And that's the kind of shakeups that we need to see in ANZ Halo. And in my opinion, there's quite a lot of dinosaurs still stomping around and some young blood in the scene. I'm looking forward to seeing how a player like Zave will perform up against the best in the region. Yeah,
I'm excited to see if he can pop off for today. You know, ladies and gentlemen, you guys can pop off at home as well by picking up Croc Gang. You guys can get the ANZ bundle in-game as well. You can represent ANZ all across your Halo Infinite ranked gameplay, whether or not you're a Fiesta player, whether or not you're a SWAT player, whether or not you're just a quick play player, it doesn't matter. Make sure you guys can try and represent ANZ with hashtag Croc Gang. You can get all the other regions as well, but, you know, as we did say in 2021, Croc Gang is where it is at. So make sure you guys can jump into the store in-game to pick that up as well. Represent ANZ, because some of the proceeds, they go to the TOs as well. So you guys can not only represent ANZ in-game, but you can also help everybody else behind the scenes as well. And Hoots, it's just exciting for us to be able to throw these kind of skins around, because obviously I've been running the Croc Gang right now, and I think skins is certainly something that's very nice for everybody to start to represent.
Yeah, I mean, playing through the campaign a bit now, you're unlocking a whole bunch of skins for different weapons, and I've changed most of my weapons around with the stuff I've unlocked through that, but the one I've kept is the snipe, the Croc Gang snipe.
Yeah.
You know, we've said before, out of all the skins that are there for the different regions, ours is the only one that actually has a picture of our country on it. So we've been treated pretty well that way, and so I think, you know, it'd be great for the community to give back to the tournament organisers who are putting on events like this, as you said.
Exactly. It's always nice to be able to represent your region and give a little bit back as well. But lads, it's finally time for us to start talking about the competition for today. We're going to be jumping into our first series, as we did say, Direwolves and Malicious for us here, Justin. I'm excited for us to dive into this because it is going to be an insane series for us to talk about. So I want us to talk about the Direwolves first. Obviously, they came second in our kickoff qualifier to Raleigh. Unfortunately, weren't able to go over to North America due to a lot of them being New Zealanders and not being able to get over there. And these guys have still looked so hot, and they were on an upward trajectory, and I'm sure 2022 is going to be no different for them.
Yeah, it's got to be frustrating if you're those boys, you know, just the world we live in at the moment, not able to make that trip. And I bet you they were sitting at home going, you know, I would have taken, you know, I would have won that fight. I would have caught, you know, captured that flag. I wouldn't have lost this. And, you know, it was probably firing them up even more. So I'm excited to see what they do because they've got a little bit of a point to prove. They're seeing all these other teams getting all the love and the broadcast highlights and all that kind of stuff. But Direwolves, you know, they're going to be hungry.
Yeah, I think the Wolfpack is really going to be looking towards something for today. But one player that we want to highlight here on the Direwolves is going to be Vamped for us, Hoots. And I think he has been one of those kind of stalwarts for Direwolves. Obviously, you've got a whole lot of pop-off potential across the entire roster. But Vamped, to me, has felt like he's been one of those players that really just takes a stranglehold of a lot of these maps.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, as the description says here, he is one of the most dominant players in ANZ. And you know, he seems to be taking Infinite a lot more seriously this time around compared with some of the past Halo titles. So what he'll be able to do here, who knows? But it's going to be interesting to see how much has changed even since you know, the last time we saw these teams play. You know, how much time have these guys been putting in over the break, over the Christmas period, and who's going to come out hot? And you know, I think if you're a betting person, Vamped is one of those ones you'd put your money on.
Yeah, exactly, especially with what we've seen from 2021 in the kickoff qualifiers from Vant. I'm sure he's going to be dominant in the server. But let's start talking about the team that's going to be on the other side of this. So, Justin, this was a team that you wanted to talk about, and I think everybody looking at this, you're like, damn, this is going to be a pretty stacked roster to come up against.
Yeah, and we talked about the roster mania. You know, someone just shook up the can and picked up some names. This is not a team lineup that we've seen. And Brattles from BBR, I mean, he's an old school player, loads of experience, and he's playing with Malicious today. BBR, a bit of a full of dinosaurs, as I touched on before, and jumping onto this roster, trying to get as many points as he can. And then you have Rated dropping off that Divine Mind roster. But you know what? You've got fresh blood Zabe, you got the old guard of Brattles, and then Rated hot from Raleigh, and then Shrekman. He's been a long-standing player, and don't underestimate him. He was a Gears pro, and he's performed very well throughout Halo 5, so good to see him back too. And you know what? He's one of those players, you get him fired up, and he is very aggressive, and when he's dominant, you've got to watch out for him. He'll talk a lot of trash as well, and you know, Jim Bob, as he used to go by, you know, I matched up against him at Sydneyland a few years ago, and I was coaching, and you know, he was shouting across at my Osprey boys every opportunity he got. So I'd like to see what he would be like all the way on land. So I'll have to see how Malicious could play, but it's quite a stacked roster, as you said. And Direwolves, they need to watch out for these boys because they've got the potential, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think this is certainly going to be a pretty big test for Malicious, right, Hoots? The fact that they're going up against a team like Direwolves, who, albeit was a little bit before that they had their success, but now they're coming into a series here where they're going up against Direwolves, who are hot off, you know, kickoff qualifier. Unfortunately, didn't get to go internationally, and they have, you know, at least a little bit of international experience with Rated. So now coming into this is going to be a big test for them to see if they can take their first big scout.
Yeah, we touched on Zave before from Malicious, and you know, when we did watch him in the Raleigh qualifier late last year, he was dominating, but that was against teams who probably had a lot less experience. So yeah, you know, he was doing so well, but can he translate that and bring that against some of these top teams? That's what we're going to have to look out for.
Exactly. These are the maps we're going to be playing in our first best of 3 here, lads. We get to go back to the old faithful of Oddball Recharge, Justin, and then we get to go into Live Fire Slayer. I think Live Fire Slayer probably would have to be one of my favorite map game type combinations. I think I'm just a Live Fire simp at this point. I think I really just love this map. Playing it, watching it, everything about it. I think I'm just a really big Live Fire fan.
Yeah, Live Fire gives you good opportunities of playing your life. There's a lot of interesting angles and routes, and you can, you know, hug the walls and different obstacles and things like that to, you know, maximize how much cover you're using. So it is a fun map to play, I admit, and I love the rotations on it and how you can circle around the map. And it's a very fast-paced map as opposed to some of the other ones. But this first game, Oddball Recharge, I mean, there's a few areas you can hold down with this ball too. So it's a bit of a dynamic map as well. And first up, and objectives, maybe we should be talking about Direwolves, an established roster, being able to take control of this game. Hoots, I don't know what your thoughts are on that one.
No, you're right. Objectives seem to be where the top teams really do come out and shine. Slayer can be a little bit more random, and so if you just have one player who goes on a bit of a hot streak, then they can turn the tide for a lesser team. But yeah, this is where really we will get a good idea of how this series will roll with Malicious coming up against a more experienced team of Direwolves. And look, we saw throughout Raleigh different teams choosing to hold the ball in different places, you know, up around the top orange pipes. You know, that seems to be the go for a lot of people. But one thing we do see is those really quick ball rotations, and we're starting to see the movement as well. People getting these movement mechanics sorted a lot more. Some of the ways they're able to traverse from one end of the map on Recharge in particular to the other are really impressive. And so I'm interested to see if some of the players are going to start employing some of these advanced techniques to get across the map and not expose themselves as much as typically they would.
Yeah, and certainly it's been a few months since Infinite has released, so no excuses now not to learn all those new tricks and tips. There's been a few things floating around on Twitter of sneaky little things that players can do, and we are starting things off with Zave. We talked about him before. New young blood, given the opportunity to prove himself against some of the best here, putting in some nice shots. I'm loving the way that he's switching targets here, Hoots, and he's putting some nice shots down onto Vamp. It's starting to get some ball time for his team, and a really good start from Zave here.
Yeah, why wouldn't you? 3 down for Direwolves, so it's the perfect time for Malicious to start to set up. And we do see, as we spoke about before, they are moving to this top goal position. So I really did like Zave's tendency to hold up top and hold height earlier. You know, one of the things that new players do struggle with coming into Halo is often giving up that height position and jumping into a fight to try and get a position to put more shots in. But by holding that height, he was able to provide great assists for his team and make a move on that ball. Because one thing we did see at Raleigh as well was that teams often take a while to move for that opening ball pickup. But we are seeing so far, the slays come pretty easily and the start being quite even as well across with the ball. But where teams are going to choose to hold and if teams have a preferred hold or if they instead like to maybe rotate around depending on the way slays are going, that's going to be interesting to see. And it looks like right now Direwolves are opting to hold this ball up around the top A area.
Yeah, this top A area, it's a good place to milk a little bit at times if you're on a bit of a nail biter, jumping around that elevator, a bit of a ring around the rosy. Now on board with Zirkle, though, as he's stalking his next victim. Finds himself Brattles, putting some shots into there. But Brattles goes for a ballsy little challenge there with his help. Dino get the cleaner. And I love Zirkle's position here. He's just making sure he's applying pressure to the Malicious boys, keeping them down, not committing to too many fights. So there's Shrekman with that sword. He's like, you know what? Nah, I'll come back later, boys. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no, they're holding this top area really well, Direwolves. They've got the cover from up there, as we can see right now. Zirkle jumping down and managing to pick up a nice double there before being dropped, but that's 3 down for Malicious, and they're going to struggle to make any really impact on this ball. And as we can see, they're 4 down for quite a while. So Direwolves able to rack up, and they're already halfway through for this first round. Worth mentioning for those who are a bit new to Halo that we are working in a best of 3 round setup. Each round is first team to 100 points. And also worth noting that when that ball is held, the countdown timer actually does stop. So teams, as they get closer towards the end, can sometimes need to make a decision on whether or not they look to hold the ball and try and eke out more of a lead, or at least just keep the ball neutral and let that game count down and finish the round off. But we do see here, it looks like we are seeing Malicious finally get a bit more ball time as we are on board with Brattles, and he's just laying down a bit of cockfire. And he's got this this rifle here, Justin, which I think is probably my favorite gun. When you rack up one of those perfect kills, there's nothing more satisfying, I find.
I love a good satisfying gun, and Brattles really holding down this position. Vamp just ran straight past him, and I loved how, Brattles was holding back Vamp and changed angles and just went, I'm going to help my teammates. He knew that player was there, and he just went, he can push when he wants. I'm going to put fire across map for his team. And the scoreline, there was a bit of a lead for Direwolves, but Malicious, they're managing to get some points on the board now. And Brattles, he's got to start picking up some kills with this shock rifle. Goes in aggressive, gets a nice little hit on there. Does get the tasty little cleanup there, Hoots. I thought he was almost going to get away.
Yeah, no, I love that. And we are seeing for the first time, the setup isn't there for Direwolves now, and so there's a bit more chaos, and they just haven't really been able to set up and get a good chunk of time, and the ball actually has moved out. It might have reset, actually, I think, back at spawn. So we are still on board here with Rated. He's managing to stay around. Doesn't want to pick up that sword, instead opting to go with the Mangler, but he's taken down. So a bit of a stalemate here right now. Ball's not really being taken by anyone, and we are now jumping with Shrekman. He's taken down. So the death finger is in effect in terms of picking these players to follow. But we are seeing, it looks like Direwolves trying to go back to that A. So Justin, are you feeling that that's the position they want to be holding this ball? And is this their preferred area?
Yeah, it seems like they are comfortable here, and sometimes that's just how things play out. The flow of the game can change round to round, and with the multi-round system of Oddball, you might see them holding down different areas of the map. And now we're on board with Zave. We were talking about him before. He's currently 7-6, and it's not a massive scoreline, but the fact that he's keeping up with the big boys at the top of ANZ is really good to see. Some fresh blood. His opportunity to shine against these top teams, fantastic to see. And we're seeing a nice kill from a Vamped there. A real star player. And look, I think Vamped is a very hungry player, Hoots. He's young, he's ready to perform, and I would expect to see him to perform really well throughout this series.
Yeah, 100%. It looks like we are just not really getting a proper setup for anyone right now. In fact, if we look at where the ball's been moving for the last minute, really, it's kind of gone all over the map. It looks like we're seeing Direwolves trying to bring it back to this A area. Malicious, when they do get in, trying to get it out of there. And, one thing that is also really important in Oddball is if you feel like you're outnumbered in a position like that, to try and just throw the ball down bottom middle. We see a lot of teams opting to do that, putting the ball in a neutral spot, which means that, teams are going to have to take a bit of a risk to go and get it. But, we saw 3 down for Direwolves then, but even then, Malicious just aren't able to really get much of a chunk of time. And whilst, there is still plenty of time for them to come back, and they are slowly eking away, and we are seeing a rotation through to the top goal now where they do look a bit set up. They're going to have to try and get it there, and we're going to have to see Zave move across to these pipes to try and provide a bit of cover. We actually have Brattles there. So this is actually a good setup, Justin. We might be able to see them get a fair bit of time in a row here as we've got all 4 up all around this goal.
Yeah, and we can see where the enemy players are on the map, and I love that rotation from Shrekman. He just rotated in the perfect spot, and now an opportunity for them to get some scores. Nice little cleanup by Zave there and getting even more points on the board. And look at that. Direwolves, they had this huge 50, 60 point lead, and look at it. It's basically even at this point, Hoots. And this setup, all it takes with Oddball is a couple of good runs and you're right back in it. And that's one great thing about this game type.
Yeah, Direwolves look like they were stacking the long haul and pushing through there. Raider was able to stay alive the whole way through, so I'm not sure how they managed to get through him there, but all the while, we've actually had Malicious now take the lead, and they're saying this is a great rotation, Justin. Getting shots, starting to run back through long haul. He's going to get taken down there, but at least he managed to get it out of that top gold area where, if Malicious were taken mostly down there like they are now, we've got 3 dead, Direwolves can't just come in and instantly steal the setup and hold there. So he managed to get it out, but it does look like Direwolves are trying to bring it back. They feel that's the safe spot. Dino's got this camo, and it looks like they might be able to be in a position to take a bit of a hefty lead and maybe close this round out with just 14 seconds needed left.
Oh, that was a really unfortunate death there, losing that camo. And we are going to see a double kill from Zirkle. Third's there if he wants it. Does only get the assist, but that's okay. Scoreline is really starting to tighten up here on board with Vamps. He's in a very precarious situation right now. Has got a little bit of help, and he's getting shot in the back. A sneaky player from behind opting straight to play that ball, trying to stay alive, but, that ball is going to be played, Hoots. And look at the scoreline, 96 to 75. Direwolves really only need a few more points to put this one in the bag.
Yeah, and it looks like they are going to get that. So it was unfortunate. It was a smart play ball in the end. Sometimes the risk is when you do play ball that the ball can go back neutral and the other team can pick it up. But Direwolves had someone ready there to take that and get those final few seconds. So, look, Malicious, a really strong effort there at the start. Definitely weren't disgraced at all. And so now we move into this round 2. But this is a prime example of them to be able to reset with this new oddball format we have and try and bring that back to 1-1 and then move to a deciding game, round 3 for this oddball. But we are going to have a camo in the hand of ball. He takes it after waiting back a little bit and then takes it pretty uncontested. So he's going to be able to move around the top mid of the map pretty freely and not be seen, as we can see there, is able to do that move up on rated and get an assist. It doesn't register as an assist, but able to grab that and take the ball and really just run a bit of a muck here and putting in shots everywhere.
Yeah, the patience of balls. And we saw in that last round too, Direwolves, they let Malicious, get that big run. They were really patient. They waited for the camo. They waited for their opportunity. And that's what we're seeing from these Direwolves guys, is that they're waiting for the opportunities before making a push. They're working as a team, and it's translated to a round win so far and a few points on the board in this second round here. And Vamp's finding himself one. Shrekman there for the perfect, a tasty little double from him. You gotta love that. That perfect medal, just the best sound in the world.
Yeah, that double really helped just keep them away from that being able to make much of a setup, and the ball's just now going to hang back around this neutral area. And so it looks like, again, we are going to see probably a round of slays come in before someone goes to take that ball, as we do have here Rated just hovering around, just trying to make sure that no one's actually able to get it. Looks like he's waiting for his team to get set up before making a play on it, but with 2 down now almost, but Vamp does stay alive, so they had a chance to go 2 down there. Vamp manages to just put his head down, stay alive, doing a random... Explain that one to me, Justin.
He's just working on his dance routine, the Direwolves dance routine. They'll be interesting to see Atlanta. Can't wait to see them dancing up on main stage, and Dino finding himself another kill. And it's a bit of a standstill at the moment, Hoots. Neither team going for big runs here. Killing spree for Dino, trying to stay alive. Looks like he is setting up and applying as much pressure as he can to try and pick up this camo. And will he able to get it? No, he's like, no, I'm not going to burn it. He's opting to be patient, and that's what we're seeing from these Direwolves players. And Shrekman, he goes for the burn. Probably a smart play from them. They just can't allow Direwolves to have any advantage when they're down 20 points or so, Hooters. They have to burn those power-ups.
Yeah, Dino went just a little bit early on that camo, wasn't able to pick it up, manages to drop it. So that camo is just still sitting down there, I believe. No one really wanting to make a push and get it. And Dino's been low shit the whole time. The repulsor's up and manages to get a really sneaky kill on Rated. And I love that. Using that repulsor to shoot himself up and catch him completely unaware with the backsmack and the mangler. So that's just the way we see these new pieces of equipment being used in really interesting ways. Maybe not as they were initially intended, but to be able to jump up and really cut through routes differently to what you normally have to do, that can help you really break a setup. And we are seeing the ball starting to shift around, although still not really much happening, Justin, in terms of the way of ball time. It looks like the Slays are sort of the focus right now. Malicious managing again to just get a little bit of a touch on it, only out 1 second before being moved away. And we are seeing this round start to move on a little bit in terms of round timer without score going up. So, you know, we start to look at that countdown timer in the middle of the two scores there, and that can start to become a bit of an issue.
Yeah, you certainly don't want to be falling behind when there's not much time left on the clock. And, you know, with an objective game like this, it's all about your opportunities. And if you haven't got the opportunities to wait for a camo or wait for your picks, and you're forced to rush into situations without having a numbers advantage, it can be a real problem. And Direwolves are in a comfy spot right now. Zave picking himself up one, goes for the second challenge. Look at these grenades coming in. Zave just doing so well to hold down these vented areas. Finds himself vamped. Nice. Does get a nice kill on him, and Zave, he's really impressing me. He's stepping up. He does get cleaned up there. I'm not sure how, Hoots, but, you know, Zave really performing for his squad.
Yeah, but the whole time he's doing that, though, unfortunately, the ball is slowly being shifted around by Direwolves, so he's just trying to hold his own, do his bit for his team, but, you know, the focus also needs to shift to that ball at some point, right? You can slay as much as you want, but you do eventually have to start saying, let's get ball focus. We are seeing Malicious start to move in on this ball a little bit more with a nice trade there, coming out to remove the camo, but we have Dino now picking up the ball, and it looks like they're going to hold this blue area a little bit. We haven't seen it a huge amount just towards the end, but they're in a safe position here where if they think they can get enough time, hold it, but then if they do need to throw it off the map, go for a play ball.
Yeah, and the scoreline is starting to blow a little bit. As I say that, Malicious, they've got themselves a bit of a setup. They have lots of players over on the blue turbine area there, and Zave on ball holding duty, and Vamp doing his best to apply pressure, but he just gets pushed back, and that's what you need from your teammates that are helping you hold a setup, is to just keep those players at bay. It's not about getting kills in that situation. You just want to be applying pressure so you can rack up points.
Yeah, they brought it in a fair bit then, and it managed to, the ball has gone over and it's reset now, but you know, he wasn't able to play ball. It was hit by nade straight away, but it looks like his team were able to come in and throw it off at the end. So they're now in a position, as we can see, to grab the ball. Zave straight again, even though he died before, he was grabbing the ball, starting to move it. He's trying to take it to this top A area now. Unfortunately, it looks like Direwolves are around there quite a bit, and that's a 3 down. So sometimes you just get really unlucky there, Justin, where you think you have a spot to take it. Maybe the communication's not that great. Maybe an enemy's been able to sneak around a little bit and get in a position to stop that setup, but taking it to A just didn't work out for them then, and that's got to be really disheartening, because now we see Direwolves in possession of the ball, starting to move it to gold to try and put an end to this round and this game 1.
Yeah, and Zirkle hopping along the yellow brick road, trying to get away here, racking up some points for his team, and it does look like he's got a bit of a buffer with Dino as well. We can see through the screen that the Malicious boys are nowhere to be seen on this side of the map, and now Zirkle, he can use that communication to rotate it into the elevator and rack up even more points. Malicious, they're going to be starting to feel that pressure, as you were talking about before, Hoots. I mean, there's only a minute left on the clock, and they're double the scoreline right now. Zave managing to beat out Dino there as he's stuck trying to reload his weapon, and now on board with him. And how many kills he's got? He's 10 and 8 right now, so he's proving that he can hang with the big boys, Hoots. And now Malicious, now's your time to shine. It's now or never. If you don't bring up that scoreline, you're going to have a bit of a difficult time.
Zave's 10 and 8, but look at that objective as well, 82 on objective, so he's putting in a lot of work here. We are on with Zave right now, and he's managing to hold out. Just stay alive, though. That really works well. He's going to get taken down, unfortunately, but we have Raided there as well, who can get this kill here. And if he was able to just stay alive, we might have been able to see them create a bit of a distraction, but a really good push there from Direwolves. They've only got 15 seconds left, but more importantly as well, there's just 50 seconds of actual game time, so they can choose as well to drop and just try and guard, you know, drop the ball, guard, put some shots out, keep them away, but they're just staying alive perfectly here with Zirkle, managing to hold on to that ball, pick up a bit of time. He's double teamed, but this is do or die now, Justin, for Malicious. They really need to grab this ball and hold on for almost the entire time.
Yeah, Malicious, they've got their opportunity. It could be the last one of the game, because Direwolves, they only need 7 more points, and there's only 46 seconds on the clock. For those playing at home, if you're not holding the ball, that is the only time that the countdown timer will go down. So, you know, in a way, Direwolves, they could just work down the clock and keep Malicious off that ball. And look at this, Shrekman Shrekman, the old Jim Bob on 15 kills, make that 16, applying so much pressure, and Brattle's doing the dirty work, getting that objective scoreline. And look at this, Shrekman going in for blood, killing speed for him, and there's a second if he wants it. Another tasty double kill for him, Hooters. Shrekman's here to play.
Hey, this is massive right here. If they can hold off one more round of spawns here, they can bring this round back. I mean, look, we're only 10 seconds down here, and they've got a pretty good setup. We've got Shrekman here. He's managing to put great shots on the batteries there, keep them away, gets the assist, and we've still got, they're about to take the lead now with just a few seconds to go. And Shrekman's playing this perfectly, takes out Dino. You see, he goes for the drop to pull out his BR really quickly. Unfortunately, he's dropped. Dino's sitting there, but they're going to get this. So that's a fantastic
wow.
We did not think we'd see that. That is absolutely huge. And Justin, let's talk about the momentum shift there as well, right? I mean, they were down and out. Looks like the game was over. They've flipped that around. How are Direwolves feeling now going into, or being forced into a final round?
Yeah, I think there was a few microphones peeking from the Let's Go boys in the Malicious chat, and we're jumping straight back on board with Zave, and he's putting some nice shots down there. 2 kills for Malicious, and they're going to jump on that ball and get some points right away, opting to rotate it over into the elevator area. Brattle's grabbing that ball, but it does look like Dino's got a really good spawn that's going to be able to put that setup down straight away. And Shrekman, he's got the grapple, he's got the shock rifle, and he's got the camo Hoots. He's poised for another killing spree.
Yeah, he's in a really, unfortunately runs out at the worst possible time, gets that no-scope, but unfortunately can't finish it. That hurts. So, you know, the camo just ended at the absolute worst time. He got the no-scope, but just couldn't finish there with the BR. And yeah, look, I mean, at least it's not a power-up taken down, because the power-up naturally expired. But what it does mean is, look, we have Direwolves moving into this top gold setup here and running it straight away through this little protective hut up here and down through long haul. So I'm really liking this move. And look at the push coming through here. It's just Shrekman there trying to hold them off the ball. So he's actually doing a good job of saying, no, I'm not letting you go through to blue. I'm just going to hold here, and manages to pick up a kill and a double actually. So that's massive as well. He single-handedly stopped that rotation through to blue, and they'll now be in a position to grab this ball and take it wherever they please with 2 dead for a little while for Direwolves.
Yeah, I just want to highlight Shrekman for a second here. He's on 7 kills, which when you compare it to everyone else in the game, he is just dominating. And here we see Zave, the objective monster on this team with triple-digit point scoreline, getting ready to play that ball. And I love his jumping off the map with the ball. He knew that he was dead, but he can milk an extra couple of seconds by still holding it as he jumped off. Now on board with Bolds, trying to check some angles here. You know, some patience from this old ANZ go. And here he is grabbing that ball. His patience rewarded, and he is going to be able to scrap a little bit of time, and not much of a lead for Malicious right now. Anybody's game at this point. We are seeing that lead just completely dissolve, and look at this Bolds. He senses that he's getting pushed. You know, that's Peter Tinkle just going off, and he plays that ball out into the open, and you know, Bolds, he's doing all the right things.
Yeah, he's staying alive and moving around a lot. Unfortunately, he's probably going to get dropped there, as I thought. You know, that when you're holding that oddball, just one little thing that's worth mentioning is your time between melees is slightly reduced compared to someone holding a weapon, so you can get those double beatdowns when you're going up one-on-one with someone who has a weapon. So that worked out well for them, and then they're able to still hold a little bit of control, although we are seeing Direwolves starting to shift it to 8, so they really do want to get it out of that gold area. Hiding in the box there was raided. I think he was pushed into there by a grenade, but 2 down for each team. This ball's sitting there, kind of mutual. Baldy's hanging around it, but a big RBR there from Brattles. He'll push down, and we do see Shrekman moving in on board here, who's holding the ball, so that's going to be a great double team there. And Shrekman here, he's just slaying like a maniac still, and putting in, you know, not a decent amount of objective time, I guess, but really helping just keep them away, the Direwolves players away, as they are trying to get this set up at A. But Justin, it looks like the Malicious are really keen to move it at the first sign of danger. They'll get a setup, but as soon as shots come in, they're out of there straight away. They're not going to want to stay and try and fight.
Yeah, well, it's a good way to scrap time. Like, if you're rotating through the map, it might take you, you know, 5 to 8 seconds to rotate a ball to another area on the map, and, you know, you're slowly just running away from the players, and it's a really nice way to scrap together a couple of extra points here, and it has been working out for Malicious. Maybe that opting to rotate right away towards your spawning teammates is the difference of 10 points at the moment, but we are seeing a Direwolves pick up the ball, and that scoreline may as well be completely even and Zirkle with that Mangler there ready to take down players coming in. And look at this. They love this area of the map, Hooters. They just hold it down. You know, they've got the top elevator, the bottom elevator. They just jump up and down as needed to take down players. Oh, missing that first critical shot and going down now board with Vamps, who's trying to get that camo. Does get the burn. No, it got scooped up. It's still there. Brattle's desperately trying to get it, trying to stay alive, but he does. Wow.
Yeah, look, that setup just before from Direwolves came from getting 4 down, which is so crucial in those objective games. And we see a nice little, I think, was that almost a toss or a nade for the ball to go up there?
I think that was a grapple.
Was it a grapple? Of course, yeah, sorry. So, yeah, you know, just getting it up there, holding cover. And so, you know, this is just a real back and forth. But this camo in the hand of Brattles, who managed to stay alive, as we saw before, Justin, without being taken out. This could be a real difference maker. Putting shots in ball there, he'll probably get cleaned up then, I imagine, by Rated, and that's what happens. So this camo's now run out, but he's used this perfectly, and we are seeing that the spawn across at blue for Direwolves. So Malicious is going to be able to get a good amount of time here. Shrekman holding the ball, so he's stopping his slaying for a little bit. But as you can see, all the Direwolves players coming into this setup are just getting tagged while Malicious has actually shifted this over to 8. This is a perfect run, and they're putting in a lot of time. They've only got 30 seconds left to win this.
Yeah, he's starting to get very dangerous for the Direwolves boys. And I love that light from Brattles, Hoots. He played the camo perfectly. And then just the internal Halo timer. He saw that those players were rotating up the hallway there, and he went, you know what, I've got a little bit of time before they poke their heads out, and immediately looked at a different target. That's the difference maker. And Shrekman, the slaying master, he's decided to get some OBJ time, and it's only a few seconds left, and it does look like Malicious might be able to win this first game, Hoots, after losing that first round. Shrekman slaying and objective master.
Wow, that is just the turn in that second round, and that's the difference, and that's why you're never out of it, and that's why this new oddball format just works so well, is that even if you look like you are down and out, you can turn it around quickly, and then you've got a whole reset of a round to start again, so it just comes up for any team of who wants it. But Malicious just then wanted it more, and they were really impressive in that final round there. It looks like they maybe took a little bit of a while to gel, but once they got after that second round win, that third round, it was kind of close, but it did seem that they were flowing so much better with their team shot. It was just Direwolves players, particularly towards the end there, whenever they were trying to go in to break that setup, they were just getting tagged by 1 or 2 Malicious players the whole way through. We move into the stats, and I mean, the slaying from Dino and Zirkle leading the way, both going really hard there, and then moving on to the Malicious squad though. Look at the damage coming out of Rated, 12,000. So really putting shots out there, and we saw him working really well with Brattles towards the end there to cover that gold setup. Just putting shots all across the map, and yeah, it worked perfectly. When you slay well, you've got the other team on respawn, and you've got more time to grab ball.
Yeah, just applying so much pressure for his teammates so that they could get the objective work done. And look at that, 6 double kills. That's absolutely incredible. That's 12 kills just right there. And looking at some of the highlights here, and I want to touch on it again. I've been going on a little bit, but Zave, a new player on the block, performing really well, and he got into that 30 bomb as well, and he seems to be performing pretty well, all things considered. And this throw together squad of new and old players seems to be doing surprisingly well against this established Direwolves roster.
Yeah, and we saw the equipment used perfectly several times throughout the game here. It was that jump up there by Dino using the repulsor. We saw, I think it was Shrekman at one point using the grapple hook to not put himself in a dangerous position and grab that ball and bring it up to gold, which ultimately ended up being the thing that secured victory. But it was this run here from Shrekman in that second round that really secured the win. He just went absolutely mental. You see the dropping of the dropping there to pull the BR out quickly. Several times it happened, and that camo as well that we saw at the end from Brattles. It wasn't only to what he did with it, but it was when he put it in and stayed alive right at the end there. If he was taken down, then the game could have been completely different, but that camo helped secure them the position to be able to hold that ball up in top gold. And I mean, what a way to kick off the tournament with a game like that, a 3-rounder in oddball with an absolute banger in the middle.
Yeah, it was a beautiful game to watch, and I can't wait to see how the rest of the series plays out. And it was good to see Team Malicious able to get their groove a little bit, and they were scrappy at the start, and then they started gelling and putting the pieces together and had some setups and some good rotations and working well together as a team. And you know what? in the slaying department, Malicious outslayed Direwolves by quite a bit. And that'll be interesting to see now that we're actually moving into a Slayer, particularly when we saw someone like Shrekman. He was just so monstrous. He was engaging multiple players at once the entire time on that oddball game. And I'm really looking to him to put up big numbers again. And when you have a player like that, that's a turret and he's just twitching at everything that's moving and putting in damage and being such a hard kill, Direwolves, they've got to shut him down if they have any hope in this next Slayer game.
Yeah, I mean, we said at the start of the series that you typically see the more experienced teams dominate the objectives, and the Slayers can be a time for the lesser ranked teams to maybe, you know, pull a scalp or two. But I mean, we just saw Malicious win an objective, so who knows what could happen with the Slayer. But you're right, the slaying power definitely looks to be on their side as we do move into this second game. So yeah, it could go either way, but if you're Malicious, you have to be feeling good, and it's just the momentum as well. That second round win, we can't speak about it enough, what that does for morale and energy. And hey guys, like, you know, even if we're down in any game going forward, we can still turn this around and win. The value of that is absolutely huge.
Yeah, you couldn't be more right, Hooters. And listen, we've got this Malicious squad. It's a throw together team, and the fact that they're putting things together so well in that objective, we seeing them, you know, maybe establish a roster that might stick around for a while. And Direwolves, I mean, they've been a team for a little while now, and they qualified second. They would have gone to Raleigh, but then you have this Malicious squad. It's just a bunch of old bros getting together, and you know what? You want to play this weekend? Let's get together. Hey, you're pretty good. Hey, Zave, I saw you perform. Come play with us. It should be a good time. And they're taking it to one of the best teams in the region. It's really interesting to watch, and I can't wait to launch into this next series.
Yeah, and look, if you're someone watching at home who hasn't typically played in this too much, then in any Halo tournaments, then look at Zave as a prime example of someone we hadn't really heard of, and all of a sudden now he's in a top 8 team. He's doing more than his fair share of the work on a top 8 team, and he's, you know, knocking off some really established players. So, you know, it's a prime chance for, with this roadmap we've got and all these tournaments and online, get involved, sign up to our next tournament, come and, you know, who knows, you could be on a stream as well, playing a top 8 team and doing really well.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And a lot of the time it is just about putting yourself out there, get the stream going, have one good game where the right players are watching and they go, you know what, let's give this kid a chance. So if you're a young gun at home that's a bit of a social monster, sign up to these tournaments and show us what you can do, and you might find yourself on a top squad. Where we are launching into live fire Slayer, Hoots, and it's going to be a bit of a bloodbath. I reckon Direwolves licking their paws a little bit, but they're going to come out biting, in my opinion. And we are launching it off with Balls, the NZ Goat, and that sniper rifle poised in the middle of the map here. Look at that little peek shot with the BR, and a lot of the Direwolves roster allocating a lot of their resources. Nice little stick from Vamped. I always love that. And who's that with the sniper rifle? Zirkle slinking away with that power weapon there, Hoots.
Yeah. So we're going to try and see where he's going to try and hold. You know, often the players we see move to that tower, but, you know, hanging around down here near the pillars, not probably the spot you'd think with the sniper in your hand. But let's just talk also about you know, Bald, for example, and Zirkle from New Zealand. I wonder how they're feeling after seeing that shout out by Rat earlier, saying that, you know, for New Zealand teams it's done, give up, it's all Australia in the ANZC now. That's got to get you going a little bit, surely.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the NZ, our NZ cousins, mate, they're a little bit more chilled than the Aussies, as chilled as we can get. And, you know, Rat City, he's a bit of a larrikin. I'm pretty sure most people would just take that and go, you know, here comes Rat City talking smack once again. And raided now with this heat wave, looking to find some players doing a bit of a YY action. And you know, when someone's YYing, they're a proper pro player. And look at this, it's slowed right down, you know, 10-4. And it was very scrappy for that first portion of the game. And look at this Dino just hanging out in no man's land. He just gets taken down right away. Vamped responding to the call out, but not enough weak players there. I mean, not something that you want to commit to too hard. And, you know, when a game is slow, it's all about waiting for that opportunity. You can't be that first kill. Another killing spree and perfect for Raiden. He's shooting straight today, Hoots.
Hey, this lead's blowing out a fair bit at the start, and we always say, you know, it sounds like a broken record, but we don't really pay attention to Slayers until we hit that, you know, 30 or so kill mark. But they've jumped out of the gate, Malicious, really quickly. You know, the pace has been slow though, so in that sense, that, you know, when I say they've jumped out quickly, I mean they've put a good lead together in these early stages. But we have seen Slayer games, particularly even at Raleigh, the pace can really drop out of them, and teams will favour a setup rather than that run and gun approach. So playing Slayer is almost like an objective, and both teams just sit on a certain sides waiting for each other to come along. But we are seeing a lot of movement by Rated here. Moving with this Heatwave, chooses a bad time to reload, unfortunately. He is taken down as we move on with Braddles. He's stuck in his garage here in his double team. So
unfortunate.
Yeah, it doesn't work well. So that double team is always so crucial in Halo. When you've got 2 players against 1, you're always going to come out on top of that situation. But look, the Heatwave has been something we've been following, and a nice ninja there. I didn't really see how he got him from behind, but
he found a way.
He found a way, and this lead now out to 10 for Malicious.
Yeah, and looking at the scoreline, we do have Zave performing once again. Good stuff to see. We are on board with Rated, so we're going to give him some love. Trying to spot out Zerkle, managed to get a nice little kill onto him. And look at this, Rated just putting damage down on the map. He's opting not to rotate through, waiting for that sniper rifle to spawn. And I think he thinks there's a little player hiding there, potentially. There's a little bit, he's like, mate, I want that sniper rifle. I'm not giving anyone an opportunity to get it over me. And look at this, Rated. He's just valuing his life so much, and here comes Vamp to sort him out. I love that push by Vamp, those Hooters. He left a sniper rifle there and went, you know what, I'm going to apply pressure so you boys can get the power weapon. We'll have to see if that actually worked out for them.
Yeah, geez, let's look at Zave for a second. 11 kills, 4 deaths. Trying with the PP doesn't work. It's been nerfed a little bit, so it's not one you often go for in Infinite. But Zave really, it's kind of what we saw in the Raleigh qualifier. His slaying ability being on show, as we are seeing a 14 kill lead breakout now for Malicious. So we've said that when teams get to 30 kills, that's when we start paying attention. Well, Malicious is there, and they're starting to push forward. It's a lot of attention being paid around this tower here, but just held perfectly here by Bald. He really used that well. And he's going to go one-on-one against Shrekman. He's taken down. So Shrekman, I think, did he pick up the power up? Was it up then? I actually missed that, Justin. I think it's actually just about to pop up the camo. So we are going to see a push here from Dino. And I think Direwolves just need this power if they're going to have any chance of winning this game.
Yeah, it is a key for them to get back into it, as you say, Hoots. And look at this, Dino putting some pressure in there. Or I think he was going for a stick, but hit the broadside of a barn, unfortunately. And Vamp trying to get the trade there. He does manage to get it. And that camo, I'm not sure if it managed to get in the hands of one of the players, but we are on board with Rated, who has been a star player for the Malicious roster. Twitching a little bit there. It's like, oh, there's a player there, and grabs himself the Mangler, slams that into his back pocket, changing angles straight away. That sniper rifle going down in the grass area and losing to Vamp in that situation. Vamp, he was one shot. I'm not sure how he managed to secure that kill there, Hoots.
Yeah, I don't know how he actually managed it. I think it was the Mangler melee combo, I think, which always comes up trumps, but when you're no shields, you should at least probably get a trade there. So didn't even manage to get the melee off, which hurts. But so we're out to a 16 kill lead now. Malicious just starting to swarm, only needing 11 more. And when you're up with the lead like this, you can play a bit more freely, Justin. And so you start to ignore the idea of setups, and you can move around a little bit. Unfortunately, Braddles, I think he thought he had that kill, and it didn't happen. So 3 dead for Malicious. Direwolves starting to bring a little bit of a comeback now. It's back to 12, but they're gonna have to try and make some big moves and really stop giving away deaths. We're seeing all the Malicious backed up in this garage now. So it's just going to be a time for Direwolves. We see taking the pace right out of it. Vamp just trying to stay alive. But he's going to need to be pushing through with a teammate here. It's just too dangerous to be running around with just one of you.
And look at this, Vamp's going up against 2, and as you say, just too dangerous. Manages to get 1 kill, but that's a trade, and that goes in the favor of Malicious. You can't be giving away trades when you're down this much, and Direwolves, they just really need to set the pace of the game, but with only 5 kills in the buffer before this game goes over to Malicious, Direwolves, they're in a little bit of trouble here, and we see Zave, he's rotating around the map, does look like he's waiting for that spawn, does get the needle. I wonder if we'll get see some body shot disrespect. Grabs himself the camo and now rotating through the map, collects some plasma grenades, maybe go for a sneaky. And here he goes. Neela, the sniper rifle. You saw it here first, folks. Load that up into your favorite gun combinations. And here he is trying to stay alive. He's got all the weapons, doesn't manage to connect onto that no scope, and he just pulls it out. And there we go. Gets the doubles kill to finish off that game. And Malicious, 50-31, Hoots. They're just dominating Direwolves.
Far out. I did not expect to see a 2-0 sweep in our first series, particularly in this. Like, I think you'd maybe think Malicious could get 1 game, but not to 2-0 sweep Direwolves. Yeah, that's a hell of a start for them for this tournament. And to win so convincingly in that Slayer game as well, Justin. I mean, I don't think we really expected it to be that much of a blowout.
No, that scoreline, 29 kills, that's a monstrous. I mean, we'll always bang on about it. The game doesn't start till 31 points. And, if you're only getting to the 30 kill mark, their game is only just starting and the other team's already putting it into the bag. And really unfortunate showing from Direwolves, but there always is the elimination bracket. Looking over at the stats, and look at that, Zay, 4,200 damage and rated one of the best players in the region, 3,900 damage. And Zave, he's a bit of a up-and-comer. Can't wait to see what he does the rest of the day.
I mean, Zave had double the damage that Ball did on the opposite team. So, you know, this kid's come out of nowhere and all of a sudden he's just smacking other teams around. 18 kills, you know, highest kill scorer. That was an absolute domination. And you know, we were talking about the pace of the game being taken out, but then you just look at the scoreboard and it's, you know, yeah, the game's not as frantic, but it's just that Malicious were just getting the kills when required and doing it so cleanly without really giving up much. And it was, you know, it was almost over from this opening point here as we saw the score at 19-10. And we had Zave just running around like a madman with the heat wave, getting ninjas, racking up assists. When you're running with that level of confidence, there's often just nothing that other teams can do. And that's what we saw there, Justin.
Yeah, and that confidence, all us Halo players know when you're feeling good, you're looking good, all your shots are lining that Shrekman with a nice little headshot there. When you get everything going, you're unstoppable. You feel like the best player in the world, and we saw it in the first game there in Oddball. Shrekman putting up big numbers, and then Zave putting up monstrous numbers in this second one here. And Rated, I love how patient he plays, but then he goes hyper aggressive when the time comes. He took his time and then boom, strikes like a cobra, winning the round for his team. And look at this, Malicious going one up and moving through the winners bracket.
Yeah, and not something we saw. We don't even have to go to a game 3. Unfortunately, Stronghold Streets would have been good to see. But yeah, as you said, Malicious can move straight through here. Direwolves, they're going to head down to the elimination bracket, which they probably didn't think they'd be at this early in the tournament. But you know, this is what's great about this top 8 format that we're running with here, is that all these teams have earned their places here. You know, there's obviously talent on these teams to be able to get to this position. And Luke, we see a bit of an upset at the start that we didn't think we'd see.
Yeah, I think this Malicious squad is really starting to look like something special for us. Obviously, we touched on the fact that Zave, who's been one of these players that we highlighted in the kickoff qualifier as being an absolute slaying machine, and now he comes into a team where he's surrounded by some veterans, some old heads that are juggernauts in their own right, and he's blowing them out of the water, and he's blowing everybody out of the water. So, like, I think looking at this Malicious squad, it's going to be another one of those storylines, I think, Justin, where we're going to look at this team in a couple of months, even after these Pro Series 1 to 4, and I think that they're going to be improving across a lot of it. And if they're taking down Direwolves here 2-0, I mean, you're going to have to start to sweat if you're the likes of, you know, Divine Mind and Mindfreak, because there's another hat that's been thrown in the ring.
Yeah, and it's something, if you're part of the Halo community, you have been for a long time, there's a lot of these names, you know, they've been around for a long time, and every time there's a tournament, you can expect these names to sign up, and it's really nice to see some fresh blood come in. And I'm having a bit of deja vu. You know, when Barcode came on the scene, everyone was like, who is this kid and why is he destroying me? And now we have another player, Zave. You know, he's performing really, really well, and I can't wait to see if there's any more other hidden gems within the community that are going to be up and comers. We have some players from other titles coming in and starting to prove themselves. You know, the community's ripe to the picking. You know, come one, come all. The opportunities for making a name for yourself in esports is ripe in Halo at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. And we're really being able to showcase the best of it here, I think, in the Pro Series as well, Hoots. And I think that's why I'm excited for us to get deeper into these Pro Series, is because we've got 4 teams that get invited every week to, you know, the best 8-team double elimination bracket, and then we get 4 brand new teams that are going to be coming to the open qualifiers, albeit maybe some of those old names might be making their way up there, but there still is always a chance every week for somebody to make their name on the main stage and try and take down some big scalps.
Yeah, 100%. You know, like we said before, if you're typically like just grinding on that ranked playlist every day and you think you're doing all right, do what someone like Zave's done. Just jump on board and get a team and see how you go. And, you know, your team might not do too well, but if you stand out and people are noticing you, you can be on a top team very quickly. And so, you know, as Justin mentioned before, some of the dinosaurs of the scene, you know, they'd be watching this and getting a bit worried that there are kids coming through and their arthritis might be flaring up at the same time. And so there's a whole bunch of things coming in that means that we might be seeing a changing of the guard for Halo.
And it's going to be nice to see whether or not we will see that changing of guard, or whether or not maybe some of this old blood might be able to stay strong here for the Pro Series. But lads, we've got our winners interview here. We've got Shrekman on the line from Malicious. Let's go and have a yarn to him and see what he has to say after that series. Shrekman, welcome here to Pro Series. First time we get to chat to you here on the desk. I'm super excited to have a yarn about not just your team, but obviously the result that you guys have got. A 2-0 here against Direwolves. What does that mean for a new team like Malicious here in Pro Series number 1?
Doesn't really mean much. Like, they're not very good at the game. They haven't been pretty good for a while. They've always been about 4th or 5th in Australia and New Zealand. Yeah, so it's not really much. Like, there's a reason they really don't win anything.
That's fair.
I love the confidence.
I warned you, boys. I told you. It's the smack talk, and here he comes straight up. It's like,
I think it's the Gears of War player talk.
Yeah,
They've always been the smack talk. Shrekman, let's talk about that second round. I think it was in that oddball game. That come from behind win, and we saw you in particular. You just went crazy to help your team secure those final 20 or so seconds for that win. But what does that do for your energy going into not only that third round of that oddball, but that Slayer as well? Were you guys just riding high off that particular round of oddball all the way through the series?
Yeah, that really just energized the team. Like, I know I popped off with like the Mangler. I got a couple of kills with that, and I don't know, it just gives you a lot of confidence. Like a comeback like that, it just gives you all the momentum. And then like that third round, we held like a really, really good setup. Like we had a guy top A, top gold, and it was just they couldn't push anything.
Yep.
Yeah, and you're talking about the setups and rotating really well. It's interesting to see from, arguably a throw-together squad. And we've seen you, filling in here and there and not really having an established roster throughout Halo Esports. Are you looking to cement yourself in a team and, create a little bit of a dynasty for yourself that some of the Chief boys have done for themselves?
Yeah, I'm trying to get a solid 4 together and then probably grind until uni starts back up and then probably slow down a lot. But, yeah, I really want to take this seriously.
Yeah, it seems like you guys have at least proven yourselves so far. I just want to touch on something before we let you go here, Shrekman, as well as you get ready for your series up against the Chiefs. So we talked about Zave a lot for us here. How did you guys pick up this little young gun, and how has he been performing so far with Malicious?
Well, I've been playing Zave in matchmaking quite a lot. He's been 4-stacking against me when I solo search and beating me up. And then his team, sadly, well, good for me, they let him go, and then I snagged him up, and here we are. And then he just popped off that last game. I don't know if you saw at the end, he no-scoped like 2 people.
Yeah. Absolute freak.
Sounds like they're lost, mate.
Yeah. I mean, it's Shrekman's gained here. Being able to get yourselves a 2-0 up against Direwolves is always going to be a positive for you guys. So Shrekman, congratulations on the big dub so far, and good luck for your series here against the Chiefs as well.
Thank you.
See you, mate.
It's always good to hear from the players. I love the smack talk. I was hoping that we'd get something a little bit of spice from these guys. And Justin, you told us Shrekman, he's here to party.
Yeah, he is, and I love those strong personalities. We need more of it. Get on Twitter, get in the Discord chats and on stream and talk all the smack. It will fire you up, and you'll see those players. And I'm sure the Direwolves guys are going, next time we are not losing to this guy. He's talking smack. And when they come up against each other, I expect to see some teabags. I know Dino's partial to a little bit of body disrespect, so it'll be interesting to see when they meet up next time, maybe sometime in the next couple of weeks or so. But yeah, storylines, gotta love it. Gives us something to talk about, right?
But it's like talk yourself up a little bit as well. Yeah. You did really well. Oh no, the other team's just no good. So it's great as well. But it's like, cool, we're trying to gas you up a little bit.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping. I was hoping there was a little bit of the self-hype as well as the little bit of degradation to everybody else that's floating around. But lads, let's go and have a look at the bracket after this big dub here from Malicious. All these other series has been done as well. Everything's a 2-0 today. I was talking about, every single one of these matchups is going to be a banger. We've had bangers all throughout today, but it doesn't seem like they're all too close here, Hoots. So the Chiefs and Malicious, they're going to go head-to-head here in the semi-finals, and Mindfreak and Divine Mind probably imagine what we had expected. Maybe we were expecting the Direwolves to go forward in that first quarterfinals, Hoots?
I think so, yeah. I think that's probably the one change-up that we saw there. And let's just touch back on Malicious for a second as well. Zave being let go from his old team. Yeah. I mean, what did he do wrong on the old team to be let go? Because we saw him absolutely dominate in the last tournament.
He was making him look bad, mate.
Yeah. So, it is all pretty much what we expected, aside from that Malicious switch up there. But, God, that'll be an interesting series as well to see how that pans out, because we did say, it's worth mentioning, that some of these teams are running with slightly different rosters, given that we are still in been, a lot of people are on vacation for work right now here in Australia, given that's our summer break. So some players haven't been able to play. So teams fielding slightly different rosters. So maybe we're not going to see the kind of results going forward now that we thought we would.
Yeah, exactly. And having a look at the elimination bracket right now, Direwolves dropped down in here in Justin. They've got a date with the Disruptor fans. I was watching Barcode stream just before in their series up against the Disruptor fans. It was pretty straightforward, 2-0 for them. The Slayer was pretty close though, so I do feel like, players like Rice there on Disruptor fans maybe might be able to throw another dagger in the hearts of the Direwolves fans.
Yeah, you got to look out for the Disruptor fans. They've got a lot to prove, and I know that Rice has been very vocal, and he's a hungry player. And that's the thing. If you have hungry players that they want to grind, they want to get better, they will perform. We've seen it time and time again with players that have rose through the ranks. I mean, look at Barcode. He came through as a young gun, and now he's considered the best player in the region, and it wasn't like that. And some of these older players on Direwolves, you go, hey, they were really good for a time, but these newer players coming in, and you have a lot of Disruptor fans players having something to prove. And yes, they just got 2-0'd by Chiefs, but now they're warmed up. Disruptor is Direwolves down and out and vulnerable, and this is Disruptor fans' time to shine.
Yeah, I think that's going to be an interesting tale for us to tell here across that elimination bracket. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to go recoup some of our losses and see if we can get ourselves prepped and ready for our next series here. It is going to be Mindfreak as well as Divine Minds going head to head. So please join us here for more of the Pro Series of HCS and ANZ.
We went to that pit, that was a very nice place.
We went out to a barbecue place, which was like over the top amount of food, had ribs.
I think when we went to like that barbecue place that Dylan said, it was like mashed like sweet potato. It had like sugar and like cinnamon in it. It's just a very weird like flavor. I don't know, maybe in Australia we just have very bland food.
We went to Macca's last night, and the food was just oversized and ridiculous. Like the chips were massive. Like it filled up my whole entire packaging for my burger.
So we started off with Chipotle. Honestly, I don't rate it. I think we've got better Mexican in Australia, and I'll probably get like hunted down and killed for saying that, but
Had ribs, had the biggest piece of chicken I think I've ever seen. Like, I don't know what they're pumping into chicken over here, like, but this thing was like this big, and it was like a chicken wing.
That bar was actually really cool. We got to run around and like got to play some air hockey against some of the boys and get out that friendly competition.
Yeah, I got spooked by Reese in air hockey. I was pretty good at the basketball game.
the guy sitting behind us after when we were getting up to leave was like, "Oh, you guys are Australian Halo players," and I was like, "Yeah, like how did you know?" And he's like, "Oh, I heard you guys talking, like I could tell from the accent, and I saw like you had like Halo shirts on," and he was just talking about like how you used to play back in the day, and I don't know, it was just nice to, you never get that in Australia.
Welcome everybody back here to the HCS Pro Series 1 for ANZ. We're already one round down, and now we get to set our sights into the semi-finals. And Justin, this is where we get to start to talk about some of the big dogs as we start to set our sights on, you know, some of these other teams like Divine Minds and Mindfreak as they go head-to-head here in this extra series, and seeing whether or not these teams are going to start to stack up a little bit differently against each other, considering the, you know, the roster mania we've had here in ANZ.
A few players moving on to other rosters, and Mindfreak not having Wrath City. I'm a little bit disappointed with all the smack that he was talking. I was looking forward to seeing him on the roster, but he's gone, and Jacko is in, and Ninjistics, Lunchy, and Square fresh back from Raleigh and performed pretty well, going 2-2, bowing out at 65th. And you know what? I think that they performed pretty damn well in that open bracket. Looked like they had so much fun. And with the addition of Jacko, he's a monster player, and you need to watch out from him. He's just as good as Wrath City, in my opinion. And here he is highlighting him. And he's a bit of a multi-input master. He was a mouse and keyboard player, and I've played a few other titles with him, mouse and keyboard, and surprising how good he is. But he's back on controller, dominating players, and I've seen a few clips of his up on Twitter, and he's dropping multi-kills left and right. Feels like every time I refresh my feed, he's putting up another clip, getting those impressions.
Yeah, I've certainly even seen some of his clips floating around. So Jacko is certainly going to be one of those players that I think we're going to keep our eye out for. And I think slotting into this Mindfreak roster after their Raleigh performance is going to be a big test for him to see whether or not his experience will be able to be a good component for Mindfreak, or whether or not it's going to be a little bit of a mishmatch, and whether or not Mindfreak can, amalgamate in and get to them get to a good point here, but, you know, Hoots on the other side of the things, we do have Divine Mind. Again, another one of these rosters that has made changes coming out of Raleigh, and a few of these players being dropped out, you know, Rated being going out. Flex Reigns isn't here either, coming out of Raleigh. So they've got some good new names that are coming into this Divine Mind roster, and it's about whether or not they're going to stick to that number 2 spot.
Yeah, 100%. And we spoke about before that the experience that they would have received from Raleigh going up against, you know, in that pool of death, we called it, teams like FaZe Clan and Na'Vi. So they had a lot of experience from that for the players that are there. But we did mention that, yeah, like you said, they've had a bit of a change up. And, you know, one of the players who's really interesting to see in this team is Beaston, who we saw in our Raleigh qualifier playing with the Vanguard escapees, a bunch of COD pros, former COD pros. So he's now moved over to Halo. And look, he really impressed us last time casting him. So he's had a couple of weeks now to keep grinding away at Infinite. He's on a new team. So it's going to be similar to what we had with that last series with Zave, where these players we've had glimpses of and we're impressed by. Let's see what they do on these new teams, going up against some teams that are a bit more skilled. Although that being said, those Vanguard escapees, they finished, I think, in the top, was it 5 or 6, I think, in our last tournament. So to see how he goes in this setup now, yeah, wait and see.
Yeah, it'll be nasty to see whether or not Beaston's going to be able to take that experience from his COD days and be able to bring it over into Halo. And I think competitive experience, no matter where it comes from, Justin, still does have the same kind of merit throughout. Still being able to keep yourself cool under pressure, understanding which parts of the map need to be super important, and which, you know, certain scenarios need to start communicating. And I think that's going to be a nice little lick of experience that Divine Mind are going to be able to use here in this best of 3. So let's go and have a look at these maps, Justin. Let's start to talk about them as we get into our semi-final, because I think this is going to be interesting. We're going to start here on a CTF on Bazaar, and I think these teams that have had a little bit more time together can really abuse CTS a little bit more to get the dubs.
Yeah, and Divine Mind, they, you know, the new addition of Beaston, a COD monster, and then Date, he's a veteran. But the thing is that they've rotated out 2 players. So what does that do to your team dynamic, right? It's been completely shaken up. While Mindfreak, they've just lost that 1 player and replaced it with Jacko. And I know that Jacko is very buddy-buddy with Lunchy. Those guys are playing matchmaking all the time, so he's going to slot right in. And, you know, many would favor Divine Mind to take out this series, but Mindfreak haven't had much of a shake-up, and they're adding in a player that's probably just going to sit right in with those boys. So it's going to be a very interesting series to watch.
Yeah, I think that's super interesting for us to talk about, right? Is the fact that even though both teams have had these roster shuffles, it feels like Mindfreak have been the same kind of core coming in from Raleigh. So they're still being able to keep that same kind of identity going in, and now Jocko's just having to slot himself in. Whereas on the other side of Divine Mind, you know, a few of these extra different dynamics are going to have to get pushed through and changed about to see where they end up. So, Hoots, do we feel like the rest of this map pool might be able to alleviate a bit of the pressure that Divine Mind might feel on CTF?
Yeah, potentially. I think one thing that I also want to throw out, and I'm pretty sure I saw this on Twitter from a couple of players on the Mindfreak roster. I think there was a bit of COVID going around at Raleigh that's affected some of the players as they've returned. So, you know, some players might not have been able to be practicing as much while they've been recovering from that. So, you know, have they not been able to get as much time in as normal? But, you know, the power weapon control on this map is always going to be really crucial. Those rockets there and the grapple hook to be able to get up there and often secure those rockets and the overshield without having to put yourself in dangerous positions. But not just that, they'll be able to grab the flag from safe positions and bring it up to you, something we've seen used a lot more recently. So things like that are going to be employed across this opening couple of stages of this game. But we are jumping on with Square. He's making a move around to the overshield, so going around 2 of them to overshield and not able to grab it actually. So Mindfreak 2 down, 3 down now, and a really strong start from Divine Mind, able to probably secure that overshield, you'd imagine, and start to make a bit of a push into the bar here as we see the nades coming in as Ninjestics is backing down. He's stuck around pillars, and this is just a position that's going to be really hard for him to get away from. There's Divine Mind players spawning all over, and we are seeing right now Justin that Mindfreak early on stuck in the back of their base.
Yeah, a little bit off that initial scuffle. We saw 3 players go down on the Mindfreak roster, and Divine Mind able to get a lot of map control. And look at that, using that grapple hook to launch himself across the map, and on board with Square, trying to put shots across map. Doesn't really collect any himself, but he decides to change angles and move around. It does look like they were trying to get that first flag pull there. And Beaston, now he's got that Mangler. He's got himself a couple of kills already. No deaths, looking for fresh meat. And look at this. I love the way he's moving around the map. Great. He's really using all of those angles to stay alive, Hoots.
Yeah, that movement was fantastic. You know, he's in a tricky situation now. Lunchy takes him down, but he was able to stay alive long enough so that Berserk could come in and help him out a little bit, put some shots in on Lunchy and try and get a few cleanups. He's taken down as well, though. And so we are seeing a flag start to move from Slay. So it didn't look like like they're really in a position to start making a run because they did have 2 or 3 down at one point. Slays was probably the only guy in the base there, although we do have Dante has managed to move in as well and help him out. So we're seeing this run down through power. Dante staying alive, chucking that flag down and almost being able to get away with his life. But a movement here and this flag slowly being pushed forward by Divine Mind. They are still going to be in a position to potentially get a touch and keep it alive, but it might be a little bit too risky. Often we see teams just say, no, this one's out, and it looks like we are going to get a return here from Mindfreak. So good effort there, Justin, to be able to regroup after a sort of a pull out of nowhere, really, and be able to send that flag back and start to make a move on their own potentially for a counter cap as they secure this OS.
Yeah, and on board with Ninjistics, who is struggling a little bit, Hooters. He's 0-4 right now, so he needs to warm up. The time is now. Practice time is over, and that overshield going on the chest of Beeson. Here he is, first victim coming in, trying to use that thrust to get out of the way. Lunchy goes down easy. A little bit of a sliver left on that overshield, putting some shots down. And I like this. He instantly turns around and he's looking for map control. He's putting pressure onto these spawners. Lunchy coming out from the sewers there, and does look like Divine Mind's a little bit more set up. They know what they're doing. They got their objectives, boys. We need to get our kills before we start running this flag. They're being very patient with Mindfreak despite outslaying them considerably.
Yeah, and Beeson's doing that really well. They're just staying alive here and managing to... We are seeing both flags out, actually. So Beeson's staying alive, knowing that he has 3 teammates down. So just trying to get him to a position where he could keep that flag alive. So with both flags away, we do see that little stalemate here where we're going to have Ninjestics running it into his base. And I think Dante was probably running it as well back into his base. So both teams now just in this awkward position where do we send one player back and just try and defend that flag while the 3 of us go out and try and return it, or do we just go all out, send all 4 in, go for a mad push, but potentially risk the flag getting returned while we're away? It's always a tricky situation, and it's one that I know I personally hate, Justin, when playing being in that situation.
Oh, I personally love it. It's opportunity to make the hero play, and I'm always, a couple of beers in and go, you know what, boys, I'm going in, all guns blazing. Ended up losing for our team. But a flag, a stalemate, it's all about, you got to get those picks. You don't want to be the first one to die, because as soon as you get a pick, it's an opportunity for your squad to make a push. And as I say, that Slays goes down, but we do get a trade. Berserk getting that cleanup, and Jacko putting in damage across the map. Challenges Berserk, nice. Getting the cleanup there, desperately trying to keep what little health he has still, and the push isn't coming in. Divine Mind not opting to go for that cleanup. They're waiting for the pushes before before they make their pushes in. And look at this, Dante coming in. He's got the fresh overshield, only a little bit left. Got that grapple shot to launch himself in. Puts Lunchy. Lunchy's shields were only just starting to come back, so he's going to be weak. And look at that bullfrog from behind, and just puts him down there, Hoots.
They look like they're in a position to move in there as well. I don't know who picked up the OS. It popped about 25 seconds ago, and it all of a sudden disappeared. So someone did grab it. I don't know who it was, but that was going to be the key, really, to be able to make this push. And we are seeing, again, just a bit of a reset. It looked like we were going to potentially see a return there by Divine Mind, but unfortunately not able to do it, and they're still back there with this stalemate. Really great kill there by Dante. Unfortunately, he's taken out as well, but taking that Bulldog out of contention. But again, this who knows how long this could go on for. We are seeing just usually 1 down for each team every now and then, and at that point you sort of just have to sit there and wait and just hold out and wait for your teammates to respawn before you make that next push, because going back into that base, there's at least 3 players probably there waiting for you when you try and return that flag.
Yeah, and I just want to highlight the kills for a second here, Hoots. We have Jacko. He's on 10 kills, so Mindfreak probably pretty happy with their pickup so far. He has got that Bulldog in his back pocket. Nice. We know the Mindfreak boys love to bark, and he's got that Bullfrog in his pocket, and here we go with the return. He keeps sliding a little bit over it. He is going to secure it. Can you fumble a return like that? You're just sliding over the top of it. But they are managed to get that one in. But is it getting returned?
They didn't.
They've counter-returned.
Yeah.
Unbelievable, Hoots. And that flag standoff, where's the build-up? Where's the payoff? Both of them just returned their flags. But as I say that, another flag is on the move. Slays getting that one moving. He is stuck at the double doors right now. A lot of pressure, but he hasn't been hit by much ammunition. As I say that, he just gets taken down. Berserk throwing the grenades in, grabs that fresh overshield, really popping is his opportunity to make a push. Perfect kill onto one. Lunchy's there, weak for the double, and opportunity for Divine Mind. Triple kills there if he wants it.
Yes.
He does manage to connect and Killjoy onto that player as well. And Berserk, look at this. Triple kill and pushing into the flag to get a pull going. And look at this one-man army. He does go down. Where's his teammates, Hoots?
I know, and that's like you put that overshield on and all of a sudden he's standing top mid just putting shots in everywhere, picks up a triple, like moves in for almost an overkill, but the teammates just aren't there because they were all killed on respawn, and now we've had both flags return, so we're back to really square one here. You know, if he just had a little bit more support then with the overshield, we could have seen something really big happen in a flag pull, but you know, when you don't have those teammates there, you can only do so much. That overshield does eventually run out, unfortunately.
Yeah, it does. And back on board with Jacko. Look at that, 17 kills for him. I mean, he's the standout player on the Mindfreak roster. Divine Mind, they're all in the double digits.
Yeah.
And the Mindfreak guy's struggling a little bit, except for Jacko. Nice little back smack for him. Should be a tasty little double. No, he decides to give Ali the respect he deserves. And look at this, changing the angle with that grapple shot, sniffing him out. Assist comes in, and here we go. Looks like a flag is on the move, and it's going to be going. A couple of players still in the respawn screen, and Mindfreak, they're responding with this flag pull. I love this. They're all working together, pushing in, and Jacko really utilizing that equipment there. But Beaston with some equipment of his own, Hoots, using that thruster like it's Halo 5.
Oh, that thruster use was just absolutely perfect, and we saw it look like he was the last line of defense, Beaston. You know, the flag was being pulled from his base, but he was sort of hanging around top mid, just trying to keep people away. Unfortunately, he's dropped, and we are seeing, though, 3 down for Mindfreak, so this flag gets returned again, and unfortunately, they're just not able to capitalize on this. They did have several players down and could have pushed in, but it just didn't work. This OS is about to pop, and we're going to see a movement here, but you know, it does look like the kills are certainly in favor of Divine Mind, but I was doing a bit of quick maths before, and I think it was actually pretty even, although now looking again, I think Divine Mind are starting to turn the slaying jets on and have pulled out by just a little bit. It is hard to do maths and talk at the same time, but maybe you can do that for me, Justin, while I'm just calling this little bit here. But we are seeing Slays up in the bar here with the Bulldog, getting ready for some close quarters, but we have got 3 down for Mindfreak, so Divine Mind should be looking to start pulling a flag, but doesn't really look like they are able to get this away, unfortunately. So a bit of not a huge amount happening. We do have a flag out, and those grenades are going down just to pretty much keep some of the flag. We do see, Justin, those grenades can be so good at area denial there when trying to stop a team from keeping a touch on that flag.
Yeah, and Slays with the killing spree, and he had that overshield, wasn't able to utilize it to get a push going, but he's just been hanging around bottom mid, putting in so much damage, and it's like, boys, are you going to call him out and get him cleaned out? And Square just, it's like, please don't find me, please don't find me, and he gets sniffed out. Beeson putting the first flag onto the board for Divine Mind. A nice little pickup. The COD Pro putting in the first one on the board, and he's instantly helping out his teammates. Last rocket goes through Dante, connecting on Ninjistics there, and with a Mangler in his back pocket now, and looking at the kills, Dante on 13, pretty respectable, coming in to help Berserk here, the old bait and switch in the Halo Classic, and trying to put in some damage. Finds Square once again. Square just loves hiding in the corners, but he's he needs to be a little bit quieter because he keeps getting sniffed out, Hoots.
Yeah, I know. we highlighted Juckle before, right, when he was on 17 or 18 kills. Look at that now. He's only really been able to put 2 kills on. So we have seen, though, on the flip side, Slays has really started to turn it on, and maybe that's why we've seen a bit of a change in fortunes here. We are seeing another flag starting to be run by Divine Mind, so this one could be put in as well as they make it through the double doors, although Juckle is there providing last line defense, and great nade to follow up as well. 3 down for Divine Mind. Juckle single-handedly returning this effectively. Berserk, I don't think he's going to be in position to really be able to get a touch on this, and that's another return, I believe. So great work there by Juckle. He is taken down, but being able to stop that flag, they were about to go 2-0 up with only about 1:40 to go, so that could have been almost all she wrote, but there is still time for Mindfreak to look at making this one last run for a flag cap, although this OS in the hand of Beast could change that a little bit, Justin.
Yeah, it does look like Divine Minds are starting to push Beaston with that fresh overshield, finding himself 1 second there if he wants it. He does go down. Slays with a little bit of a flank, jumping up, using that grapple to launch himself into the back of the base there, but opting to take out the player rather than trying to pull the flag. And look at this, just utilizing his life so well. What a nuisance he's been, just swinging around. And No Way Home spoilers on your screen right now. And Slays doing a lot of work for his squad on 25 kills, topping the leaderboard, finding Jakur, and he's setting himself up for another pull. Look at this, he's just done a circuit onto the Mindfreak side of the map, Hoots. He's just dominant.
Slays has single-handedly taken control, and right now as well, you know, for a while I think they were in the mode of let's just deny them any run at getting onto the other side of the map. Like, you know, right now with 45 seconds to go, I guess the conundrum is, Justin, do you run the flag or do you try and just hold the other team off? It looks like they're trying to run it, just try and get that flag as far away as possible so that Mindfreak have to get out of position to try and get that return. But, you know, if they can get this flag to bottom mid, I reckon that we might almost see this being game over. With 30 seconds left, you're going to have Mindfreak inevitably start to get dropped, but the flag's already through the double doors. They're about to put this in for a second. It looks like no one really from Mindfreak looks like they're in a position to stop this. Rocket's in the hand of Divine Mind. Justin, I think this is all they wrote as they put in the second flag, and with 15 seconds left, it's going to be pretty damn hard for Mindfreak to come back from this.
Yeah, you certainly can't yeet 2 flags across the map in under 10 seconds. Slay's dropping into that 30 bomb mark. Just such a monstrous player for his squad. Finds another one just in the nick of time. Look at that, 32 kills. He hasn't, no, he's died 11 times.
No.
Bit of an exaggeration.
In that final run, though, when we were watching him zip around, he was just a man on fire and possessed then and just single-handedly controlled the map. And we saw by the end, I think he ended up going about, was it positive 12 or positive 13? So he's
something massive.
Yeah, so look, his ability then to really just take control and use that grapple hook so well as he was flying around the bar area and the balcony to just keep the Divine Mind guys from being able to get across and put in any kind of impact on the flag to be able to get a pull of their own was huge. And so we look at that, you know, Slays, when you chuck the assist in as well, just going massive. But look at the damage across the board. It looks like Square really was struggling on his side, but pretty consistent across the board on the other.
Yeah, and you know what? Jacko and Slays, they were both utilising those grapples and putting down points, but it did look like Slays might have been the Tobey Maguire in that situation, the superior Spider-Man flinging himself around the map. And Divine Mind, they've got that first map in the bag and only one more to go, and they can progress through the bracket. And we did see some signs of life from the Mindfreak roster, but what happens when you have a player like Jacko that was performing so well? If he doesn't perform in this next game, can Mindfreak compete? You can't rely on 1 or 2 star players in the roster. You need everyone to be consistently performing as a team. Otherwise, you're going to start losing games because every player, no matter how good they are, they have a rough game. You know, they get frustrated. They don't have bad challenges or whatever. Maybe they're just not feeling it. They're losing their 1v1s. And if you have a player that you're relying on to keep themselves in, you're in trouble, Hoots. You can't just have 1 star player.
Yeah, and when he started to cool, we just saw it did change a lot, and Slay started picking up for Divine Mind, and it was just a completely different ball game. You know, Jacko, we did see have that last stand at the double doors there, protecting that flag run, which would have put them 2 up. In the end, they ended up getting 1 anyway. But Slay's use of that grapple shot was just incredible to watch. The way he was able to just fling around through doors and just get out of danger really easily and just stay hovering around the Mindfreak base to be able to keep putting shots in and stopping them from making any form of push in those last 2 minutes. That was probably the difference maker right there, and enabled them in the end to actually end up taking a flag pull and putting in that 2-0 with 15 seconds left. And at that point, there really isn't much more you can do.
Yeah, and maybe Mindfreak was like, listen, the clock's already running down. Maybe they're already having their eyes set onto this next game, Hoots. And sometimes you just got to go, you know what? GG's the other guys, they've won this. We'll play it out, but we're going to start thinking about this next series. What can we do better? Maybe that's what Mindfreak was doing, or is Divine Mind just too strong and they found their feet and they just showed how dominant that they can be? And you know what? I thought Mindfreak might have been in with a bit of a chance throughout that game, Hoots, but Divine Minds, once they got going, they're an unstoppable force.
Yeah, 100%. And now we move on to Slayer Aquarius. And so I guess the question is, it's Jacko or Slays, who's going to show up the most for their team? If the objective games are anything to go by in terms of raw slaying power, it's going to be those two. You know, we've seen Jacko, we did mention before, and it's probably worth highlighting again, that we've seen him playing on mouse and keyboard quite a bit lately, but he's made the shift back to controller, putting up big numbers on controller with his team. But, you know, to be able to have that, I guess, skill to be able to jump between the 2 inputs and be really successful in both, that's something pretty impressive. I don't know if that's something you've tried at all, Justin, with the mouse and keyboard. I know from my point of view, I've just been default controller the whole time on Infinite.
Hey, listen, I swing both ways in that respect. I love mouse and keyboard, and I pretty much exclusively play all other shooters mouse and keyboard. Halo's controller is just what I feel comfortable with. It's, you know, an old guy like me that's like 300 years old. It's always been about controller. But when you have someone that's multi-input, it's all about those micro movements with your hands and all of those things. It all translates. If you're good with the controller, you can be good with the mouse and keyboard. If you're good with mouse and keyboard, you can be good with controller with enough time. But the thing is that Jacko he's a Halo veteran, so how you play Halo and all of those fundamentals, in my opinion, much more important than your input method. You can have perfect aim with a controller or mouse and keyboard, but if you don't know how to play Halo, you're not going to win games. And speaking of games, we are launching in with Jacko. We're just making his head as big as possible, hyping him up a bit there, putting some shots in, does get a nice grenade over. Look at this pressure that he's applying, and the timing on this, he doesn't manage to connect on the kill. Double there if he wants it. He almost played that perfectly, Hoots. A one-man army, only managing to get one, but he almost had them all together there.
He shouldn't have even been able to get one, to be honest, on that. That was, yeah, to be able to pull one out of that was really incredible and take the trade. So even start to begin with, I thought he was going to maybe make a push for that camo at the start, Jocko, but he was more interested in the slays, and the camo has been picked up. I'm not sure where it is. It might have been dropped by now, given that we are quite a bit of time into this opening stanza of the game, but we are on with Square. It looks like Jocko and Lunchy are the two slay leaders, but you know, this heat wave, we've seen this really rise in prominence. I think at the start people were probably ignoring it a little bit, Justin, but the ability to get up close and just with one melee afterwards, it's a guaranteed kill, almost operating the same way as a Mangler with a bit of spread on it. People are really starting to favour that more and more.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's when I first boot up Halo Infinite for the first time, I was like, man, this weapon sucks. And then once I started watching other people use it, I was like, oh, no, it's just me that sucked. And the Heatwave really proving itself to be a valuable weapon that you can't let the enemy team have. It is just so brutal to come up against. It can just melt you in seconds, and you can use it up close. You can bounce it off walls and all that kind of stuff. So it's good to see a weapon have utility like that, such a powerful weapon on the map. You've got to have it into your hands. On board with Jacko once again. He's already on 5 kills. Ninjistic struggling a little bit with 0 and 4. Jacko with 5 now. Now on board with Lunchy, flashing shields, trying his best to stay alive. He does get called out and taken down with Beast and Square. Flashing shields himself. A lot of pressure onto the Mindfreak boys here. And Slay's showing his back to Square. Easy kill for him. Full shield so he can challenge another player, Hoots. And Square, let's have a look at his stat lines. He's 3 and 2 at the moment, so pretty respectable. 3 and 3 make that. But Mindfreak, they're in there at the moment. The game's just warming up.
Yeah, Lunchy was hanging around that camo for quite a while. Unfortunately, wasn't able to go through and pick it up. It has been picked up now, it looks like, I believe. So camo is in the hands of someone again. We just haven't really been able to keep a track of that. But we are seeing Divine Mind starting to push out a little bit, a 4-kill lead. But we are seeing, as we expected, I think Jacko and Slays are the two guys who are starting to set the pace. Slays, just as I was looking at his screen there, put on a nice double. And so we are going to see 3 dead for Mindfreak. Unfortunately, Ninjestic's still unable to get a kill. They're racking up 5 assists, so he is definitely putting the team shot in. And that's one thing we do see here is Mindfreak really working as a unit. We've seen them a few times really starting to swarm together, but unfortunately they're running in the wrong way. The Divine Mind guys, Justin, they've actually spawned behind them, it looks like.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing. We saw Berserk there. He had the Heatwave, beautiful double kill from Jacko there, and look at that, a little bit of melee there going, yep, that's right, I'm the best. I think he knew that he was on stream there. And look at that, Dante, he's flashing shields as well. Jacko, look at that respect, checking the angle first, and then snapping over for the kill to clean that one up. It's pretty incredible. And Beeston, he always seems to have that thrust every single time. And other people aren't picking up. And he's like, boys, I'll take that. And he's utilized it so many times to keep himself alive and secure some kills. Ninjistic goes down, still on the old donut there. The old goose is loose at the moment. Jacko again, scoreline 20-25, and putting some nice shots on the Slays, does put him down, and look at that. Plenty of shields left. Berserk getting the call out to put him down. Unfortunately, not able to get the clean arm, and it does look like Mindfreak is trying to claw their way back in. And Jacko, he's on 10 kills already. Ninjistic's on 0, so he's struggling a little bit here. Look at this. Jacko, so much confidence in those 1v1s, and there's Beaston again, sliding in for the cleanup. Perfect kill from Slays, so he's performing for his squad on 10 kills himself.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about, Ninjistic's actually just picked up 2 quick kills, and you look, he's got 8 assists, so he really is still he's putting in work for his team. The one worry you have is when you're not being able to finish off any kills yourself, do you start to freak out a bit and think you're not doing your role? Do you start to push unnecessarily? So in his mind, he just needs to keep doing what he's doing. Kills will come, but he doesn't need to get overly aggressive. He's still putting in assists and helping his teammates out. Dante with this camo though, he can do a bit of damage as he starts to go hunting effectively like a shark, moving in here, but players not really around him too much. As he moves in on this flag though, he's going to be able to pick up square, and he's got that heat wave. So enough with the sprinting, you just got to make sure you keep that camo up and you'll be able to walk in on square and catch him unawares. The assist picked up straight away, so great teamwork there with the call outs. The BR comes in straight away, the team shot working well, and he's able now to push through around. So the advantage there, Dante might not have picked up a huge amount of kills with that camo, but the intel that he was able to give his teammates, as well as not dying himself and moving around the map pretty much unnoticed, is a real advantage using that camo.
Yeah, picking up that wingman as well, which for those playing at home is basically a killing spree, but for assists. So really helping out his teammates there. A couple of heat waves, area denial there, trying to stay alive, but look, trying to hold that angle for his team. Maybe a bit of a ambitious challenge there. A couple of players getting an easy cleanup there. Jacko managing to find himself Berserk, who was flashing shield, and that's 2 players down for Divine Mind. Scoreline is 7 kills in favor of Divine Mind at the moment, but I don't know, Hoots, it feels very even from watching it. Both teams seem to be responding to each other really well, and a scoreline of 7 kills, really another double kill for Jacko, seconds there if he wants it. But yeah, that's only a couple of rotations of kills, so Mindfreak not out just yet.
No, but they do need to start being careful. Now's not the time to be taking trades or anything like that. You've got to be working with your teammates to get Berserk just throwing a nade right at his face, but you really need to just be working with your teammates here and not letting any trades go through. You just don't have that kind of stuff to spare, and they've done all right. They haven't given away too many in the last 10 or 15 seconds, but Slay's walking in there, and he's still heating up. He's carrying that heat through from that bizarre CTF game, it looks like, and Jucker's trying his best to keep his team in there. He's got the assist coming through from Ninjestics, but unfortunately, it seems like a lot of the time they are just running around like headless chooks a little bit. We do see Jucker there, he's just trying to stay alive because shots are coming in from everywhere, and Slay's managing to finish him off there, but straight away you see the shots come through, and that's that trade that we're talking about there, 1 for 1, and it's not really enough when the game is sort of this pointy and just with only 6 kills to go, and Divine Mind really looking to get in a position to take this series out 2-0.
Yeah, Divine Mind really starting to cement their control on this map, and it was only 7 kills the difference. Now it's 10 kills, and Divine Mind, they only need a few more kills to go. Mindfreak, they're in a little bit of trouble. There is that elimination bracket, but you don't want to be going down this early in the tournament. And Beaston on board with him. He's got 13 kills to his name, 8 deaths, so performing for his squad here. Only 2 more kills to go here, Hoots, and he's throwing nades out. He's sniffing out the players with his teammates, and look at that. They're going in for blood. They're like, boys, let's get this game done and dusted, and look at that. Divine Mind, a pretty convincing 2-0 against the Mindfreak boys.
Yeah, absolutely. We thought it seemed a bit even at the start of that bizarre CTF game, but unfortunately that's a 2-0 if you are the Mindfreak guys. So Divine Mind looked really impressive then, and it seemed like plays stepped up when they needed to. Slays in that CTF game just went off with that grapple hook, and then we saw Dante was popping up at the end there with that Aquarius Slayer who's packing up a few kills to round that game out, and a pretty even performance I think it was across the board. Both look like, everyone on the team looked like they were around that 13 or so kill mark. So Luke, it's again a 2-0 sweep, but I think the games we are seeing, they've all got their own storylines in themselves, and there's no real huge blowouts that we're seeing where teams are just getting absolutely smacked around. There's something to take away from each of it, and if you are the Mindfreak guys there, I think you look at it and say, Jucker definitely had it going, and even Ninjestics, who wasn't racking up the massive amount of kills, those assists he was putting in were really helpful to just try and keep his team in it.
Yeah, exactly. There was still some good performances from both sides of the server today, but it really did feel like the Divine Mind were just a little bit of a step above what Mindfreak were right now. Albeit it is the semi-finals, so dropping down here in the semi-finals isn't all too bad of a shout for them in that elimination bracket. All they have to do is get themselves another series victory here, then they're going to secure themselves a top 4. They're going to be able to get themselves back into Pro Series number 2, and that's where you'd expect a team like Mindfreak to be able to get it done. But just looking through this Divine Mind squad, it really does feel like they've kind of felt, kind of found their footing, right? Like Dante seems to have kind of slotted into this roster really, really well. Beeson's doing his bit as well here, and it really does feel like that, maybe once we get to the bigger tests of things like the Chiefs, moving forward, that's when we might be able to see where these teams really stand. But right now, it feels like the Divine Mind have been in a pretty good spot, and I think Jekko, obviously, Justin, has been a real big treat for us to watch here.
Yeah, he just... And the thing is, when you have a player that's putting up big numbers like that, when you're losing games convincingly, what happens when you put Jakor on a squad that's dominant? Is he going to be able to rise to even higher echelon of skill and dropping numbers for his team? And it'll be interesting to see if one of the other squads go, oh, you know what? You know, we need a bit of a change up, and the snakes come out. Maybe Direwolves is going, it's like, boys, just struggle a little bit. We have Shrekman talking smack about us on stream. You know, Jakor did pretty well, and the next thing you know, someone's on the chopping block. So who knows? You might see Jakor on another roster. Maybe. I'm just speculating. I'm trying to brew up some storylines, shake things up. Sorry, boys.
Try to get the next bit of Twitter beef going before we've even finished the broadcast.
Stir in the pot.
Some men just want to watch the world burn.
Exactly. Yeah. People just need to have that drama going forward. But I mean, like, right now, it certainly has been a pretty good performance from Jakor, and I'm sure moving forward into that elimination bracket, Mindfreak are super kind of okay with how that's going to go. You know, you're going up against a team like Divine Mind. You expect it to be a little bit of a back and forth series, but this time they weren't up to the task, and Divine Mind moved forward now into the upper bracket match. And I do believe that the Chiefs match did conclude the same way that this one did, in a 2-0. So that means that our upper bracket final is going to be the Chiefs versus Divine Mind. And I think, Hoots, this is going to be a really good test for Divine Mind to see whether or not this roster has kind of leveled up to a point where they can take down a Chiefs who are, don't have their full 4-man squad today.
Yeah, absolutely. We've mentioned that a few times now, that not every team is at full strength, and that's great for us as viewers because we can see some different results every now and then. I thought I was a bit not shocked, I guess, because we know how good the Chiefs are even when they're not at full strength, but a bit disappointed to see Malicious be wiped 2-0, but they moved down to the elimination brackets. They've got another chance to come back up there. They're, I guess, my favourite team to watch so far, just with some of the stories coming out of them. But moving on, Divine Mind just completely deserved the win. They were pretty dominant throughout. But yeah, Chiefs, I think there might be a few surprises if we get a bit further on through the bracket.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be interesting to see how kind of a lot of these teams do stack up against each other. And I think, Justin, from what we've seen so far against Divine Mind, obviously we haven't had the Chiefs on the broadcast just yet, but are you happy with how they've looked here in this series against Mindfreak, considering the changes they've made to the roster?
Yeah, yes and no. I mean, the thing is that, yes, Chiefs hasn't got Seduce, who's their permanent fourth, but Flex Reigns has had a lot of game time with these guys, and still, Divine Mind, they're able to take down Mindfreak, but you would expect that to happen as the, arguably number 2 squad. And is that going to be enough to take on the Chiefs? I'm not sure that it's going to be, but one thing we do know is that Barcode is pretty unwell. If you go over to his stream, he's not so much of a sniffle, he's full on sick. So, if there's any time for Chiefs to go down when you have someone like Barcode that's blowing his nose every time he goes into the respawn screen, it's a good opportunity for Divine Mind to bring it to him.
Yeah, I mean, that might be something that plays in the minds here for Divine Mind, and maybe it might be able for them to get themselves the dub here. Obviously, it does feel like today is all about that top 4 placing, so you can get yourself into Pro Series number 2. Obviously, the points are nice as well, right, Hoots? But I think for a lot of these teams, it's really just trying to find their footing with these new rosters, make sure they get themselves a top 4 here today, go into Pro Series number 2, rinse and repeat for the next couple of weeks as we head towards the Super.
Yeah, it's exactly what it is. Yeah, and the Super is something that isn't really that far away, and teams really do want to get that stuff locked down quickly. And as soon as you do lock that top 4 position in for next week, get back, get online, get scrimming, and keep practicing. Because one thing that is worth mentioning is that, when you are just locking in that top 4, you are losing a day of legitimate competitive play that the teams in the open bracket are having to go through to get to that top 8 part of the tournament. So, you can't just get to top 4 and think we've done our work. You still got to keep grinding and scrimming when you can to keep the fingers warm and the strats as pinpoint as they can be.
Yeah, and especially with the kind of roster shuffles that we've had here, obviously, Justin, there's been talks about a lot of players not being able to play in the first Pro Series here. Do we feel like these roster shuffles are going to continue throughout the rest of these Pro Series? I know a lot of these teams are starting to lock down their 4s, but, maybe some of the results today might swing a few decisions going into Pro Series 2, 3, and 4.
Hey, listen, anyone that's hung around esports long enough, doesn't matter which title you're playing, roster mania is just rampant all of the time. And you know what, if you're one of these teams that's thinking about shuffling players every time you lose a series, don't. Look at the history of every dominant squad squad over a long period of time. They've stuck it out. You look at the current Sentinels roster. How long have they been together? They were dominant for so long, and although they dropped tournaments to other teams that have formed and taken them down, they've stuck together and still performing really, really well. And that's prevalent throughout each title. And if you're looking to improve, the best thing you can do is gel with the people you have and rise to the challenge. You can't roster main yourself into first place. It just doesn't happen. Sorry, boys.
I mean, I do have to agree with you. I think, you know, a lot of the time, like, a lot of people do try and just see if they can get the secret sauce for maybe a bit of a tournament, right? Like, can we throw this 4-man together or 5-man or whatever kind of title that you're looking for and seeing if it sticks for a tournament, and then that's when we go on the grind. And I think it is important for us to start to look at these rosters that are starting to hold their core together and starting to build a little bit more. So I think it is exciting for us to start to look towards some of these other teams that are really starting to build towards something, and then maybe some of these other roster shuffly teams still might be able to get the results that they want, but might not be it. So lads, it is enough kerfuffle from us here. We are able to have an interview here with the lads from Divine Mind. It is actually going to be their coach here. It's going to be B Diz who's going to be joining us on the line. So B Diz, welcome here to HCS for the Pro Series. It's good to have you here because we get to have a little bit of the extra insight, you being the coach here for the Divine Mind boys. So my first question for you is, obviously you guys came back from Raleigh. There's some roster shuffles that have changed a little bit for your squad here going into Pro Series #1. How do you feel like that experience from the other players who have been across there has been able to amalgamate these extra players into your team so quickly?
It's all happened very fast. Everyone's been kind of keeping their eye on Beeston for a while now, and we were originally talking about getting him, but due to the nature of the roster lock-in and all that kind of stuff, we got very stuck. But coming back into it, we were, Ali really wanted to train Beeston up, and all of the COD kids of Beeston as well, they're all really good players, and they've got a lot of competitive experience, regardless on Halo or not, and they could just, they comm really well. Beeston's, listening to Beeston comp today, it's been perfect.
Hey, Peters, I'm keen. We haven't really had a coach on to interview throughout any of our streams, so I'm just keen from your point of view. How do you as a coach practice, and how does your role maybe differ at an in-person event like at Raleigh compared to an online event like we've got right now?
Well, it's really hard to coach online because there's no, I can't spectate the games properly. In scrims and stuff, we allow it, but on with these comps and stuff, I've either got to rely on hope that one of the boys can stream in Discord or Twitch, or watch the stream on here. There's a delay which sucks, but there's no good, in-game coaching view. So it's hard. At LAN it's really easy because I see all, so it's good. But yeah, it's tough online.
Yeah, and I want to go back to Raleigh. You guys have just come back. Maybe not performed as well as you had hoped, but still had some good showings in a lot of those games. You've been overseas a couple of times with a lot of these ANZ guys, and was there anything that you did differently this time around to shake things up? And how do you get the boys fired up when you're losing series? How do you keep the momentum going? It's like, hey boys, we're not out yet. All about this next game, and forget about the ones previously.
Yeah, that's pretty much, you hit the nail on the head there. That's pretty much exactly what I've got to do. It's a bit of a touchy subject with Raleigh and, the hurdles that we had to jump through, get in there and, all that kind of stuff. And, the event was cool, but, there was a lot of things that went on behind the scenes that were very tough to deal with. We flew over, we were halfway to Raleigh, and we found out we got moved from our #1 open bracket spot to pool play, and we weren't really too prepared for pool play. We had no idea we were going to be in pool play. They didn't ask us or anything. We just got forced into the pool of death, pretty much everyone's saying. But we just had to do it regardless. You want to be the best, you do have to beat the best, and you just got to take as much out of it as you can. And yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, you guys still did put up a good performance no matter what kind of circumstances you did get thrown in there to Raleigh. And I think everybody here in ANZ has been super proud of what you boys have been able to do over in Raleigh and now come back into ANZ being able to bring all that LAN experience to everybody as well. So, BJs, thank you for joining us here for another interview and good luck for the next series up against the Chiefs.
Cheers.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers, mate.
Hearing from a coach is always an extra bit of insight that we don't usually get, Hoots, and I think that is super nice for us to be able to hear from Beaters. Obviously, there was a few hurdles that the Divine Mindlands had to go through there on the Raleigh, but still putting up some good numbers on the main stage, and I think being able to come back with a lot of this experience is just going to level up those players to the next stage.
Yeah, you're right. We don't hear from coaches too much, and I think a lot of people who are a bit new to esports wonder what role a coach really does have, but you do see just how much they move around, the shouting they do, they're holding clipboards and timers and things like that. So there's definitely a role for them, and it's great that they get to go across and be part of these LANs as well.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see what the impact of some of these coaches are going to be across the development of Halo, especially in 2022 as we start getting deeper and more involved into the Halo Infinite scene and these teams start to build up more and more. Whether or not the support staff is going to grow is going to help these teams get to the next level. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to go to yet another break here. Our second series is in the books and we look towards our third one here. We're going to be jumping into the upper bracket final. It's going to be the Chiefs taking on Divine Minds. So join us after this.
Yeah, I think for the tournament, it was literally just being able to play Americans on an even playing field and actually beat them as well.
Oh my God! Okay, shot from fridge.
This event, man, I honestly had no jitters. I had nothing. I just had confidence in the boys, honestly, going into every single series,
Barcode with the triple kill.
I think we performed really well. Open bracket is so deep in this tournament because, it's a new game, anything can happen.
So trash!
All these different personalities and people from all over the world. Yeah, it's really cool to just, talk to people, and we're all here for the common love of Halo.
you learn a lot and you bring that to your own region and you help them grow.
See Rain and the rest of Divine Mind get some slays on the board.
What we learn and what we take back, and all the 3 Australian teams get better as a community, really, and just keep pushing each other so that when we come back overseas, we can perform even better.
Hello everyone, welcome back here to the HCS Pro Series 1 for ANZ. We're getting ourselves deeper and deeper into our double elimination bracket and getting ever closer to crowning our champion for Pro Series number 1. The lads are back here on the desk with me to start chatting all things Halo hoots. We just had another victory coming in from Divine Mind. They punched their ticket going into the upper bracket final against the Chiefs, who have been untouched the entirety of this bracket so far. And I think, maybe things in ANZ have returned to normalcy a little bit.
Yeah, the balance in the universe is finally back. So look, we get to see what we've seen so far to be the 2 best teams of the tournament. But yeah, I am really interested to see just how this Chiefs team does roll with Madzi not playing in this tournament, and see just what that might change. And we have mentioned it's weird, like playing in a video game tournament. We're talking about personal sickness coming in and things like that. So is Barcode's chesty cough going to have an impact in terms of his comms or anything like that? I don't know. Justin seems to be the doctor on the team here, so I'll maybe defer that one to him.
Yeah, listen, a little bit of chicken noodle soup, it'll be right. But the thing is, like, if you got a chesty cough, are you going to have any strength left for your back that you're carrying this Chiefs roster all the time? Who knows?
Justin's throwing out the spice already, lads. Let's get into the bracket before we start getting ourselves cancelled on Twitter, before we start having the Chiefs guys adding us here in the chat. But this is how it has panned out so far. 2-0s across the entirety of today, lads. And I think that's super interesting for us to touch on, the fact that maybe, this Pro Series 1 is a little bit of an experimental ground for a lot of these teams. Obviously, we did just come off the holiday break. A lot of these people are still getting their rosters sorted out. And Justin, now as we get into the winners final, I think we're really going to start to figure out where these teams do lie. The Chiefs coming off a pretty hot Raleigh performance, now coming into Pro Series number 1, it seems like they haven't missed a beat.
No, they really haven't. They've just gone from strength to strength. And, you know, Barcode, he may be a little bit unwell, but the thing is that over in Raleigh, there was a lot of people standing up and taking notice, and he got a lot of love from, you know, in the Twitch chat and other players at the tournament and the casters there, just really acknowledging the talent that we have here in ANZ. And it's got to be a big ups for the young man himself. So going strength to strength, that's a perfect way to put it.
Yeah, exactly. And let's see if Bar can put some big numbers out today in this winners final. But let's go and have a look at this elimination bracket, lads, because I have heard some spicy little results that have come through. And it has been the Direwolves that got knocked out by the Deathruptor fans, who have now put themselves on a date with Mindfreak here in the quarterfinals. This is where we start vying for those top 4 points, lads. And that's where it starts getting spicy, right, Hoots? Because right now, Mindfreak, Deathruptor fans, Malicious, and Nuke and Pave are really trying to vie for that extra slot, going back into Pro Series number 2. And if they're able to do that, then that's just more and more advantages for them to go into the next couple of Pro Series, more HCS points, Hoots, and it's just more experience for them as well.
Yeah, and we heard when we interviewed Shrekman after their series, when they beat Direwolves, he said, oh, you know, they're not really that good of a team, and Deathruptor fans have knocked them out. So they were pretty much out in straight sets for this tournament. So maybe a bit, we laughed when he said it, but maybe a bit of truth spoken there. I'm not too sure. Maybe they're just having an off day.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like that maybe a few of these players are having a little bit of a rough go of it, and I'm sure that the Direwolves boys are going to be able to bounce back into Pro Series 2, and I'm sure we're going to see them through the open bracket as well. So them bowing out early here means there's not going to be as much HCS points as going to be on offer here, but it is still going to be a little bit of a learning experience for the Direwolves lads. But let's start setting our attentions onto this winners final. We have the Chiefs who are going up against Divine Mind all throughout the opener of Halo Infinite, Justin. This was basically the series to watch every single time we saw these guys going on. To be fair, the Chiefs were called NutriBullet at that time, but now being picked up by one of Australia's biggest orgs is good for the Chiefs because they're able to hone in their skills and really bring in that international experience here at ANZ.
Yeah, having that support of an organisation, like it's on the one hand, it's amazing to have things help out. You get the jerseys, maybe a little bit of gear to go with it, but just that vindication of, yes, we are worth being looked after by an organisation as big as the Chiefs. It's just such a confidence booster, and it's really awesome to have them in, and well deserved by the NutriBullet squad. And they performed really well overseas, managing to secure a 17th place. I don't think it's the best placing ANZ's ever had, but they performed so well, and there was a lot of series that could have gone their way. So next time around, I would expect the Chiefs guys to crawl a little bit further up those placings.
Yeah, I really do feel like that after the amount of time we're going to be able to put into Halo Infinite. Obviously, right now, we've got all of 2022 to go through. There's a whole lot of events that are going on, a whole lot of online events, a whole lot of LAN events that's going to be floating around as well. So, Hoots, as we start talking about Divine Mind, who are another team on the other side of the server, they've made some recent changes, but after being able to shake off Mindfreak earlier on today, they're still looking like they're in a really good shot.
Yeah, I love before that we heard that, you know, Beaston was sort of on a lot of players' radars, and Divine Mind were the ones that were able to swoop and pick him up. So, and also the chatter just around that, you know, the COD players are starting to transition to Halo really quite easily. You know, as long as you're good at competitive shooters, then people seem to find that they're able to pick up Halo and compete at a pretty decent level. So that's great news to hear, and all it does is make the community stronger, that we can have people who might not have a huge amount of Halo experience just actually jumping straight in and being able to compete in you know, at a reasonable level. They might not be able to come in and straight up dominate, because we have teams like the Chiefs who have been doing it for quite a while, but to be able to come in and not get smacked around straight away, that's got to be enticing if you're a player who's maybe playing in another franchise and isn't, you know, maybe losing a bit of the love for it, I guess.
Yeah, we certainly have had a few players that have been floating around different esports now, starting to make their stand here in Halo. Obviously, we had the COD boys that have been floating around, you know, players like Rice who have been in Paladins and Valorant and stuff like that have been, you know, all through these different kind of shooters. It is always good to see these players come in and have a little bit of a fight and have a little bit of go. And I think Beaston is one of those prime examples for us, Justin, because he has been able to bring his experience competing into a team like Divine Mind that are so used to being at the top of a scene and not let it phase him, and he can just purely focus on his Halo.
Yeah, and I love that. And the COD community with Australia, there is a lot of really passionate people, and I'd like to see even more of them. I mean, the thing is that if you're a competitor, it doesn't matter what you're playing. I'm a competitive guy. I go bowling with my mates, and it's full game face the entire time. So these COD guys, come sign up for tournaments. You might find yourself on a team, and look, there's no better feeling than beating out another team that's been talking smack about you. So sign up and beast, and he seems to be doing pretty well for himself, so it could be you.
Yeah, it could be anybody who wants to go through the upper brackets there. That felt like it was kind of like an Uncle Sam little sign-up sheet there from you, Justin, just trying to conscript everybody from every other
whatever
esport
gets
to come
the job
in Halo.
done, mate.
Hey, I mean, either way, to get more people to play here, come in and play Halo, then I'm super happy about it. But let's start talking about the maps here for this winners bracket final. There's going to be a whole different boatload of maps that we've seen throughout today, and we get another brand new set here in this best of 3 hoots. We're going to be starting out here. I believe this is our first strongholds that we're going to see at least today on the broadcast. So I'm excited for us to see what's going to happen on Recharge. And then we go to Streets for the Slayer. And I think it's going to be interesting because the final map is a CTF where Chiefs are so dominant.
Yeah, the Strongholds is a game type that's a real favourite of mine. We saw at the start of the broadcast when we talked about how the Chiefs went over in Raleigh against Bing Chilling, and that game they're able to just turn around out of nowhere where, you know, you can look like you're getting dominated, but if you can start holding just 2 of those Strongholds at least for a while, your score starts racking up. The other team's not going anywhere despite the kills they might be getting, so you can see those really crazy turnarounds, similar to what we saw in Oddball with Malicious in that first series that we streamed today as well. That's the beauty of objectives, that they can turn on a dime.
Yeah, and it's all about just making sure that you can keep your head strong even in those dire straits. You know, you've seen a lot of people be able to, you know, mentally fall off in some of those games that don't look all too won, but being able to have the mental fortitude, much like, you know, as you said, Hoots, with the Chiefs being able to pull back some of those insane victories they were able to do in Raleigh, really goes to show that in a series here against Divine Mind, Justin, Chiefs have probably got all the pressure off their back. You know, they're coming into this winners final, they're playing up against a Divine Mind squad that's got some fresh new faces in it, and they're probably feeling pretty confident to be able to take this one out easily.
Hey, but listen, if that's their mentality, they're going in confident and relaxed, that's not going to make them a better squad. They've got to be hammering against them like their tournament lives depend on it. Yes, it does. But the thing is that if they play differently against teams back home, then they're not going to be ready when they go back overseas. So I'm looking for the Chiefs to just hammer Divine Minds as hard as they can, because if they don't play the same way that they would be trying to play against the top NA squad, they're just never going to take games off them, and that's the thing. I'm looking for a dominant performance from the Chiefs, because Divine Mind, they've had a roster shake-up, and the Chiefs, they've pretty much got their entire lineup. They're hot from NA, and boys, it's time to shine and just show, hey, boys, just remember, we're the best in the region, and time to prove it.
Yeah, so you're more wanting them to come in and play like this is their Raleigh winners bracket final rather than their Pro Series. Okay, I like that. I like that.
They've got to go in. They've got to go in hard. This is not practice day. This is tournament day. Game face is on.
Yeah, I do like that kind of mentality to be able to make sure that every single series is as important as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting into our winners bracket final. We got the Chiefs and Divine Mind going head-to-head here on Recharge. So we'll see you guys after this.
Thanks, Luke. And yeah, well, that's right. We are heading into Strongholds here, and we saw in previous gameplay on this map just the amazing amount of things you can do with the abilities in terms of using the repulsor to be able to jump up from one level to another. Likewise with the grapple. The grapple, I guess, maybe not as important in terms of objective, because we're not looking to actually pick up an objective. We're just looking to hold certain positions on the map. But we are jumping on board with Flex. Picks up a nice kill there. Prady's picking up 2 at the start as well. And we are going to have Divine Mind almost all 3 down off the rip. Camo in the hands of Flex. And so, Justin, it looks like Divine Mind, the Chiefs, sorry, have kicked off this map perfectly, really getting set up, and we are seeing they're about to pick up what looks like some time here. Unfortunately, though, it looks like no, the camo is still in their hands, but Divine Mind are the ones who are actually racking up a bit of time. So they're doing all that slaying, but now, sorry, we do see Chiefs starting to flip. So there was a bit of back and forth there. It was a bit confusing to watch, but Chiefs looking like they're now going to have a 3 cap and start to put that scoreboard pressure on really early.
Yeah, and I'm on board with Flex Reigns right now with that. Camo Boys really been utilizing it well. 3-stack strongholds for the Chiefs right now, putting on points onto the board. Divine Mind a little bit slow off the start, 2 kills in the kill feed. Second player does go down. Look at that. Flex rates is a bit of a long throw, but he does eventually fall off the map there, Hoots, and Pradees with that shock rifle, one of your favorite guns.
Yeah, the slays are really starting to kick in early for Chiefs. You can see it's Berserk on Divine Mind's the only one who's actually started to put some kills on the board, but Chiefs are really starting to pick up strong here. Pradees and Barcode, as you'd expect, putting in a lot of heavy slays while they're trying to hold down these positions, and a bit of a break in scoring while we do have Divine Mind starting to rack up a couple of points, but this Pradees using this shock rifle just really effectively, and just hanging low a little bit, Justin, just waiting for his teammates to come back and maybe start to make a push in on this A, because that's the point where we currently have Divine Mind capturing.
Yeah, and look at that. Divine Mind about to capture the triple cap. Might be short-lived. No, they managed to get the reset. And look at that. Divine Mind there poised up to put some points onto the board. Pradees does go down. Now on board with Barcode with that tasty lime green skin. Yeah, it's pretty hot today. I could go with a nice lime drink at the moment. Hooters, and he's putting some nice shots down there. Putting in a lot of pressure here. Repulses him straight off the bat. And I love the little one-tap of the BR. He's just like, you know, one burst in him. See ya, mate. You're off the map, Hoots. It's fantastic.
But that whole time we were talking, Divine Mind had a triple cap. So, you know, we do have Barcode here managing to capture this C point, but Divine Mind's going to keep scoring while they're holding these other 2 points at A and B. So that triple cap, when you got that, Justin, your score just starts to rocket up super fast. And we did see the Chiefs were dominating at the start, but with that triple cap, they've now managed to pull out a lead. And we are finally going to see, it looks like Chiefs start to swing this back and potentially take a triple cap of their own, although C is being contested. So a big amount of toing and froing in this. We normally see a bit of a jump between who's able to hold down 2, but we don't normally see both teams being able to establish triple caps that early on in the game.
No, and maybe it's just down to each team is utilizing the opportunities that they're getting. Like a team gets their setup, then the other team comes in, they get their picks, they break the setup, and then they take control right away. Both teams kind of just demonstrating they understand how the games works and not letting those opportunities go to waste. And Pradees, with that shock rifle again, doesn't connect with the one shot, does get the cleanup. He does go down, sniffing that player out. I'm not sure he should have given up in his position there, getting the trade. Now on board with Dante, flashing shields, and the Chiefs now putting more points onto the board. It's pretty much even at the moment, Hoots. It's anybody's game at this point. Dante patiently waiting to make a push into the next area, and A is being held down pretty heavily by Divine Mind. Dante putting some shots across the map there. He's got that Mangler, which is so dangerous up close, Hoots.
Yeah, Divine Mind just really trying to hold on to that A as much as they can. There were several pushes coming from the Chiefs, and they were pulling back occasionally when they were taking shots, but that A point now is in the hands of Chief. Meanwhile, C flips over. So, look, regardless for the Chiefs, they're just going to keep scoring, and it looks like Divine Mind sort of stuck in this hallway here, and Barcode using that repulsor and melee combo really well. He's on 10 kills, so he started to take a real swing at this Divine Mind squad, putting these slays out on the board, keeping them away. And look at that just follow up there from Barcode. I don't think he wasn't able to finish that kill, but gee, he got pretty damn close.
He sure did, and that's the difference maker with a player like him. It's just such a frustrating kill to get, and every second, every little movement he utilizes to do work for his team. Now on board with Pit, we haven't had any screen time from him just yet. He does pick up one onto Beeson, comes in the bait and switch with Barcode, sniffing out the other player, finds himself Dante, putting in some shots there. They're desperately trying to capture this C hill, and look at that 3 stacking from the Chief Boys, pushing that other player back, and they secure that with ease. And the rotation coming through, Hoots. I love this, Pips. He's got that hill, and they're already thinking about taking even more of the map. Couple of bursts into Dante there, not able to save his teammate's life, and there he goes rotating through, thinking about this B hill, making sure that he cleans out all the players before he commits to it. Slays there, puts him down into shields, but he gets called out and put down himself there, Hoots.
Yeah, I didn't mind Divine Mind's push back at that C side. They knew they were going to lose it, and so they pushed all the way back and moved into B and captured that instead. So whilst they did give up the C stronghold, they were able to take the B and still maintain 2 holds and keep the score going. That being said, we do now have Chiefs 2 caps, and they're starting to keep that score ratcheting up. But look, it's by no means a blowout yet, and we do have Dante just peeking around these crates here, managing to drop Pradees, but he's dropped down soon after. I think we have had a disconnect here from Chiefs, so we will keep playing and see if we can get a reconnect as we go along. But this is a time for Divine Mind to see if they can start to rack up a bit of time here, and we do see they have have 2 strongholds in possession. So their score is going to start to rack up. Meanwhile, we do see a fight on this A side, and Divine Mind's going to look to capture that. Unfortunately, they're dropped. So look, Chiefs are doing a good effort of holding in on this while they are a man down. Divine Mind really needs to try and capture on this while they can.
Yeah, and you know what? I was banging on it about it before. Maybe a bit of tough love for the Chiefs, but they're a player down. But time to prove that they're the best team in the region. You know, they're a player down, but that doesn't matter. They've still got a game to win. So Divine Mind are definitely having the advantage here, but the Chiefs, they can still win this game if they put all their eggs in the right basket and get it through the checkout. And now we're on board with Beaston, the COD monster, putting in some nice shots, responding to the damage that he was getting and backing that player off with the help of his teammate. Flex Range desperately trying to keep Beaston at bay. Perfect kill from Beaston. Comes in for that reset on C. And look at that triple cap for Divine Mind, taking full advantage of that lag out. And we've seen the score switch over in favor of Divine Mind, Hoots.
Yeah, this is going to be hard for Chiefs, and it definitely is frustrating for them being a man down and knowing that, you know, that's the reason right now why this score is flipped. And look, they can try their hardest to take one capture point away, but unfortunately it's going to be hard to get through. That being said, they do look like they're in position to take B, so not a bad effort to actually start to reverse this, bring that score back. We are getting into the business end as well right now, but you know, Chiefs doing a good effort of managing to hold this for a little bit and bring this score back. And you know, we're getting close to a tie game again. We do see Divine Mind starting to move in on that B point and take it. They are actually dropped though, so they're not able to hold it, but A will swap and B. We are just seeing a bit of a change of roles here right now as different teams are moving into different points that they weren't previously capturing, but it's going to mean that Divine Mind end up coming on top and they're able to start scoring, Justin, and you know, they're closing in on that 250 gap.
Yeah, and I've just had Cortana in my ear, folks, and Pips has not lagged out. It's just a glitch on the observer mode, so it is 4v4 at the moment. Divine Mind mounting a massive comeback all on their own, so we have a bit of a game on our hands here. Sorry about casting, there was a lag out there, folks, but it is 4v4 at the moment. Divine Mind doing all the work all by themselves, and look at this. The score is neck and neck, Hoots. We've got ourselves a series.
God, I feel like an idiot for just pretty much crapping all over the Divine Mind's efforts in trying to, you know, get a bit of a lead and them not being able to do it. This is a fantastic turnaround. Pip's name has been appearing in the kill feed, I've just noticed, so apologies for that. So all credit to Divine Mind for being able to bring this back. We do have Chiefs taking a bit of a lead now, but not too much, and as we say, this Divine Mind putting in that second cap on B. We do have a camera in the hands of Prades though. He's starting to push in on Berserk and he's going to look to clear him out. Berserk doing a great effort of staying alive, and he's just going to try and stay alive as long as he can while his teammates move in. He does get dropped, but we do have Prades 0 shields and is dropped, so great effort to at least neutralize that camo out of there, which is becoming really crucial in this last few moments of the games. Divine Mind with 2 caps, starting to score and now taking the lead, Justin. Or just as I say that though, this is going to be a flip over as Barcode neutralizes that hill, and he's going to capture C. So the Chiefs, this is going back and forth, Justin. It's kind of hard to know where to watch.
Yeah, it's going to get frantic in a minute here, Hoots. I hope you're ready. And we have Barcode here trying to get himself a kill, does trade out. Scoreline is pretty much even. It may as well be. Flex Rain's being very patient here, jumping into the hill, putting some shots down across map, trying to cut off as many angles as he can. He's really just trying to get this hill down. He's in a very vulnerable spot. They all know that he's there. The cleanup grenades come through, but Flex Rain's managing to stay alive. Fantastic stuff from him. And look at this, getting the rotation ready. And Slays did know that he was there. He sniffed him out, and Flex Rain's rotating away, valuing his life at this point. It's all about staying alive. You can't give up kills, and who's going to win this 1v1? Slays managing to take him down and taking control of his gold area. Beaston below him managing to secure the B hill, and another one for Slays as he picks up Prades. Played above him. Triple cap for Divine Mind. Are they going to be able to put it into the bag? And Divine Mind, they're here to play.
Yeah, look, we'll mention again for those who might have just joined us, it may look like it's a 3v4. It's just a visual bug in the observer mode. It is actually a 4v4. So we do have even teams here right now. Divine Mind bringing this back, and they're now about to take the lead, Justin. So we're 25 seconds pretty much each for both teams. Divine Mind scoring, and this can be over relatively quickly. Chiefs need to make a move and take one of these strongholds out, but the Slays are coming in. Divine Mind looks like they're up in terms of 3 to what I assume is 3 to 2 or 3 to 1. So this is almost over, Justin. This has been an incredible turnaround. They're going to finish it with a triple cap as well.
Triple caps coming in. I'm going to call this one done and dusted, but I've been surprised before, and it does look like Divine Mind. They managed to bring things back and take over that game and beat them in a nail-biter, Hoots. You know, Divine Mind, they're here to play. We, you know, maybe didn't give them enough credit in the pre-game when we were talking up the Chiefs, and here we are, Divine Mind. They've turned up and taken full advantage of that first series, and momentum might be able to carry them into a next map win.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching the game and thinking, geez, Divine Mind should be, you know, they're a man up. They should be doing better on this. But then when we did find out that it was actually just a visual bug and it was 4v4, it makes you realize, no, they're actually just outslaying and doing really well, playing the objectives perfectly. And that end part, it could have been anyone's game, but just managing to stay alive and holding that B stronghold there, that was the really crucial one, because we did have the Chiefs moving in on that several times, trying to at least just reset it, contest it, but unfortunately it wasn't to be. And Divine Mind's a fantastic effort, and we're just looking at the damage here across the board, and you know, Berserk going up, putting up big numbers, 6,250 for his team, leading the entire game. And on the Chiefs side, it was, you know, as you'd expect, Pips and Barcodes putting in most of the damage. But wow, that was a close one, and one we didn't expect to see. I think we were speaking before saying that, you know, you were saying I think you really wanted to just see Chiefs come out and dominate. Well, they're going to have to at least go to Game 3 if they're going to want to try and win this series.
Yeah, and you know what? No one's more happy about me being wrong about the prediction than I am. Look at that.
Love that song.
That little bit of disrespect as he's going through there. It's like, it's always better to have a nice, even game, and it looks like Divine Mind, they're hungry after getting slapped around a little bit over in NA, and they're coming in. It's like, boys, you know what? We're just as good as you, and we're here to perform, and they're managing to take this first map and going through the highlights here. And you know what? It was anybody's game at that point, and that's the thing. We talk about momentum and mentality being so important in Halo, and what's this going to do for the Divine Mind roster? They haven't performed all that well overseas. They come back and they're facing their toughest opponents in the region, and they come back and win that game. That momentum's got to carry them into the next game, Hoots.
Yeah, and they made a few changes which seem to be gelling really well. You know, Beeston's come in and we've seen him already on stream putting in a lot of really solid work. Slays has just been performing at a top level the whole time, and we see even the Slays just... the slays of slays, I should say, looking at the scoreboard here, just a consistently high performer in the top 2 on his team most of the time in terms of slays. So that was really impressive. I thought they played the objectives perfectly in that game, knowing when to sometimes just concede a stronghold and say, look, they're stacking this really hard. There was that time when Chiefs were putting 3 on the C stronghold, I think it was, and they said, look, let's just get out of here. Let's shift over to B and take that instead. We're already up 2, so Chiefs can have this one, flip it momentarily, but we'll take B and then we're back scoring. So know when to hold them, know when to fold them is probably a perfect analogy for how that game was played then on strongholds, and they did it fantastically.
Yeah, and I can't remember all the slays across that, but it seemed pretty even, and moving into Slayer Streets with such I think it was a pretty even slaying department game, and Divine Mind just utilizing their opportunities just a little bit better. What's gonna happen in this game type? And Slayer can all be about your confidence, you challenging people, you're feeling good, you're hitting the shots because your mentality is at its peak, and that momentum, I'd say that favors players within a Slayer, Hoots.
Yeah, completely. I think we did see I think Flex Range was struggling a little bit in terms of the slays on that game then on strongholds, and you know he's popped back into this team as a sub while you know Mazzy's not available, but you know that can often be that 1 weak player in a Slayer can hurt you a lot. And so you're right, the consistency across the Divine Mind squad then is something that could hold them in really good stead as we do move into this new game, which is Slayer on Streets. Streets, a map we haven't watched today, but you know it's one that plays a little bit differently. There's a lot of those different alcoves you can be hiding in, 3 main lanes heading down the middle of the map, whether you go you know through the left down past Cafe, you go through the right through the arcade, or you go straight up the middle where the rockets are. And I love that initial push that we're probably going to see when these rockets do pop at the start, along with every time on the respawn where there's just that mad dash occasionally, or you can have people at multiple angles just staring at it, waiting for someone to make the run. It's always that tricky one of when do you make a run for those power weapons.
Yeah, starting strats are always so fun to watch, and it's interesting just how much it can set up the rest of the game. I mean, you think, oh, it's just the first couple of kills, but if you win that initial rush, you get those rockets, you grab the bullfrog, and you have all the weapons, then that gives you the power weapons to get a couple of rounds of slays going and a couple of rockets. That could be 2 rounds of slays, and the other team is just trying to get onto their feet. Next thing you know, you've got 8 or so kills, and the other team's barely getting started. They've spent the whole time in the respawn screen. So those starting strategies are so important, and there's this mad dash, but sometimes patience is what gets you those weapons. Let someone else dive on the 15 grenades that gets thrown at rockets off the start, Hoots.
Yeah, and so what do you do if you're Chiefs now? You know, you're a game down. It's a position where they haven't really been in yet. They've 2-0'd everyone so far in the tournament, but now they come up a game down, knowing they need to win this to stay alive in this round, and we move on to a Slay game. We did see at Raleigh, Pips in particular just going off with the Bulldog shotgun on the main stage here. So that's something I'm going to keep my eye on. Is he going to be the one who's going for that all the time? He seems to have it down pretty perfectly. The shotgun, you know, functions a little bit differently in Infinite compared to what it has in previous games. But we are starting with Flex Range, making a move through to this shotty, and he's going to chuck that drop shield in and grab it for himself. So, you know, the new guy on the team, taking Pips' favourite weapon. I don't know, Justin, how's that going to go down with Pips, do you reckon?
We'll see. If he puts down the numbers, I think he'll be comfortable with it. And look at that, a lot of players in the respawn screen. Yeah, it's a double kill, you know, not a bad start for the old Bullfrog start there. And Bulldog, sorry, been playing a little bit too much of a different game. And finds himself Berserk as well. Dream start for Flex Range, putting on numbers on the board, 5-3 at the moment. And look at that. He's killed so many players, he doesn't know what to do next.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you just be wondering where is everyone, but no, he's in a great flank here on Dante, throwing nades into the arcade. But he has got 3 players right in front of him, but this is a perfect nade here, I think it looks like. And with this shotty, you know, the splash damage you get from the nades and the shotty combined, you can really put a lot of work in, combined with the thrusters. And unfortunately taken down then. I thought he had him dead to rights, but Slays is able to drop him. But, you know, that shotty, we've seen, amongst the ANZ community at least, that is a real favourite on this map, where players feel like they can just run around, given there are so many tight corners on streets, to be able to run around corners and just start spraying with that shotty and doing a lot of damage while your teammates come in and clean up.
Yeah, and just maybe a little bit too aggressive. It was very thirsty for those kills. Barcode going down there, and Slay's completely even at the moment. We saw that little bit of a hot start, but it doesn't matter. Tied up on the scoreboard. Now on board with Pips, trying to find some angles here. A player comes out of nowhere, but he manages to get that kill with a little bit of help from Barcode. Pips desperately trying to stay alive, and that was a bit strange. It was a bit delayed, and then he just got taken out. Dante with the push, plenty of shields left, does run into a grenade, opting to rotate around to a different angle. I like this play here, going, you know what, I'm no shields, I'm not going to be pushing that player. I'll wait for help, I'll wait for my shields, and then I'll try again. And here he is trying to find a player. He does shoot a barrel, gets Pips, easy cleanup for him. Challenging Flex Range, a little bit of a windmill there, and he's running into the grenade central, slides straight past of him, and he turns around and just finds a player at his back, Hoots.
Yeah, and so Chiefs have been able to set up while all that was going on and grab these rockets, and they're holding around A side. Barcode here just hanging around the Bulldog spawn as well. So a bit of pace taken out. Berserk, he's right below him there. He doesn't know, but manages to survive. And so not a bad effort, because Barcode has to waste that second rocket. A bit unfortunate. I thought that'd almost be a guaranteed kill. The rockets, they act a little strangely in Infinite, Justin. I don't know if you found the same thing.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about, mate. I never miss with anything ever. No, I hear what you're saying. It can be a little bit unfortunate sometimes with those rockets, and I guess that's why the Bulldog has become so dominant on this map, because it's consistent with those kills. And look at that, he's trying to stay alive and just milking as much time as he can. Scoreline is completely even right now, and look, Beaston with 6 and 4 top scoring for his squad right now. Slay's putting in some more damage there. Does get shot in the side. He does change his angles, trying to find a second. Flex Range trying to get away here. He does. Shields are flashing, and look at that help from Pip sliding in. Full choling for his teammate here. He does get the cleanup as well. And look at that. Slays was putting down shots on other players and all that kind of stuff, but couldn't secure a kill. And Pip's coming in with the cleanup. Now on board with Berserk. Some cross-map shots there, trying to secure the kill. He doesn't manage to get it. And he has that commando in his back pocket as well. But an up-close monster. Scoreline completely even, Hoots. We've got ourselves a series.
Yeah, so Berserk's just anchoring here, looking across. He knows Barcode, very smart by Barcode, actually tries to find him out, and unfortunately gone with the Sentinel beam when he did the damage, but just the BR too strong from Berserk with a bit of help from his teammates. But I love that anchor position there, looking completely down the line all the way through to the cafe while his team starts pushing through. So making sure that if anyone does push up through rockets and try and flank behind him, he can call them out. So he played that perfectly, managed to stay alive, unlucky for Barcode. But we are seeing here Divine Mind now in a bit of a lead, and we have rockets in the hands of Beaston. So he's going to push in through the alleyway up here past Pizza and into the arcade with rockets, stacking through with his team. Probably should spread out a little bit with these rockets. He doesn't want to get any team damage. He wants to be able to pull that trigger as soon as he needs to, but he's in a bit of an interesting position here. Just going to sound things out and probably look to hold for a bit, Justin, with these rockets, taking it a little bit slowly.
Yeah, the other, with those rockets, you have the power. You control the pace of the game. They can push you. You can push them. And it does look like he's opting to hold this angle. Does shoot a rocket out. Doesn't manage to connect on anything. This flashing shields. He's desperately trying to stay alive. He has got the health, so he can maintain this position. And still they're in control of this area on the map, opting to rotate through. Is he going to be able to connect on those rockets? He does. And that's 2 kills in favor of Divine Mind. Time for a push and collapse on the last players. But it does look like they're a little bit split, Hoots, but it doesn't matter. They've got themselves a 6-kill lead.
Yeah, 6-kill lead. Barcode would feel a bit shortchanged with that rocket that Beaston just got then, because it didn't look like it was as accurate as Barcode's one, but he still got the kill with it. So Beaston, I'm loving this route, getting right up behind flex range here. He's got 2 players in perfect shot selection there. This is just fantastic play to watch, Justin. The choice to then quickly turn, knowing someone's there, I'll take that kill and then I'll go for the fight. But the use of the thrusters, we've just seen the whole time how he's been using these so perfectly, knows exactly when to hit it, jump over across, lose a little bit of that auto aim for the enemy, and he's just on a bit of a tear now. And look at this, they've now jumped out by 9 kills, and they're counting 10, 11 now, and just this team is just absolutely swarmy. The Chiefs don't really know where to go, it looks, Justin.
I love that. Just team coordination, like a pack of velociraptors just pouncing on their prey, their perfect communication. And when you have a player like Beaston opening up the map for his teammates, they're just able to move around and collapse on those players so easily. And look at that scoreline. It's really starting to blow out. But Barcode responding the best he can, managing to find 1 kill, gets the second onto Berserk there, flashing shields. The rocket launchers there as well. And look at this. Is this going to be the key for them to get back into the game? Doesn't connect on that first rocket, uses the second, does secure the kill, but not the kills that you need with those rockets. They're not really utilizing that into a collapse and a rotation of slays, Hoots. There's still 10 kills down.
Nah, Barcode sort of picked them up when everything was going a bit frantic, and so he sort of felt, I think, well, I'd rather just start to use them and, as opposed to give them up to the other team. But, that 10-kill gap and rockets would have been so handy to try and reduce that a little bit. So, again, we speak about this, but Chiefs need to be really careful here. They can't be taking any trades. They're starting to peg a few back now, but Divine Mind are nice and set up around this PD area, and they're just looking all the way down through Arcade and Pizza here. And this is going to be, we're going to see again Berserk just holding this anchor, and look, he's got Dante right over him. They've got this whole side of the map here covered. Chiefs are going to have to come to them at some point, you'd think, and so they're just going to hold that down, because time, eventually they're going to have to start making a move.
Yeah, and I'm not sure about it slowing down. Divine Minds, they had so much momentum, Hoots, and they've slowed things down a little bit. They've gone, boys, we can just hold our setups and, get our trades and take away the game, but is that going to be the opportunity that Chiefs needs to bring it in? It's certainly not over just yet. Scoreline is 7 kills the difference now. Slays trying to find some angles, hasn't taken any damage just yet, being very patient, and things have slowed down considerably. Are they giving Chiefs the breather that they need to coordinate? Wow, things are just completely at a standstill, and it was so frantic before, Hoots, and Barcode trying to find those players. He's got that shoddy in hand, trying to find all the little sneaky angles. He can't have a player hiding in a corner. He's got to sort them out. And here comes Slays with a nice easy kill. Gets a bit of a ghost melee. It doesn't matter. He gets the clean up anyway. Barcode flashing shields, desperately trying to stay alive. He's got that drop wall. Another player there, second for him as well. Barcode turning up for his squad, 17 kills, desperately trying to bring this lead down, and it's only 4 kills the difference now, Hoots. It was 10 before. What's going on?
Yeah, this has come back. Barcode's played this super conservatively, but using that shotgun perfectly under drop wall. We are seeing, I think, was that rockets just there? So it's only a 1-kill gap now, Justin. Justin. So this has changed completely. Barcode's really been going hard for his team. 18 kills now. And we do have flex range now setting up here in the tram area. But I think we're going to see the pace probably drop out of this quite a bit. We do have a push here coming from the Chiefs through the arcade area. But right now it seems that each team's trying different angles to start moving up, but isn't really wanting to commit to anything. Barcode's favouring this Sentinel beam again. Have to be super accurate with it. He's able to drop a few shields. Beast in there poking his head out. Barcode's in a bit of a difficult position here. He's got a lot of enemies around him. Sentinel beam perfectly. Goes for the double. Gets the trade. So they now are still 1 kill down though. 3 kills to go. Justin, you can take it from here. I don't know where this is going.
Yeah, it's only 1 kill game. It was 10 or 12 points the difference right now, and the Chiefs have brought it right back. And here's Pips. He has that shot. We saw what he could do within a Raleigh. Only getting the trade. It's 49-48 right now. Barcode desperately trying to stay alive. He's got to get his shields back. He's in big trouble, but he's trying to put down as much damage as he can. 49-49. Barcode. He's hiding in the corner there. This next kill is going to decide it. If Divine Mind manages to take it, Chiefs is going to be out. Oh my God. Hooters. What is going to happen here? What a comeback from the Chiefs.
So it looks like Divine Mind are looking to make a push through here, and just as that Barcode turns his back on them, so they're able to get through without taking any shots, and we see shots are going up, but no one's actually able to die. So we did see Divine Mind, a couple guys putting shots in, and some Chiefs guys taking damage through the indicators on the screen, but this is just an absolute stalemate with 2 minutes to go. Berserk's just holding back at that tram area. Barcode's got him a few shots. Berserk has to push back. So are we going to see Rockets pop, and could this be a difference? Rockets up in 5 seconds. Is anyone going to have the guts to really make a move for it, Justin? Is Barcode going
those
for
Rockets are bait, Hoots. They're bait. It's a trap. Don't go for the Rockets, boys. You got to just watch the angle, but the first team that pounces for it, they're going to die. And Barcode, he has got that bulldog in his back pocket. He's the player to watch right now. He can get that next one. They're all targeting Berserk. Barcode desperately trying to stay alive. He does manage to scamper around the corner long enough to get his shields back, and Pips a little bit weak himself, and Barcode, Pips here really wanting a player to push out. And look at that, Slaves gets a final kill. 2-0 to the Chiefs.
I could not even tell. I saw a rocket come out, but I saw Barcode pushing as well with the shotty, and I thought, has he got the kill? It was just, wow. Luke, take it. I don't know. Nuts.
What like,
nuts.
I mean, the fact that it has now been a Divine Mind 2-0 up against the Chiefs, who had a pretty stellar Raleigh, and now an absolute nail-biter of a Slayer there on the streets to close it out. Like as you guys said, like those final 2 seconds of that last map, I was like, okay, Barcode's going to try and go around the corner here with the Bulldog, see if he can get himself a sneaky little quick, 3-tap and get themselves the dub. But Slays comes out with the rocket. We didn't even see him go for the spank, and he ends up with it, and now he gets himself a freebie, and 49-50, Justin. What a map from both these teams. The fact that it has been so close. The Chiefs had so many of these opportunities to claw back into it. Divine Mind, they were in the lead. They let that lead slip, forced it down to a 49-49, and the mental fortitude from these players to be able to hold their nerve, get it done in the end. And now Divine Mind, they go into the grand final, and Chiefs, they have to play through the elimination bracket.
Yeah, you know what? Everyone in the chat, tip your fedoras to the guys on Divine Mind. They did what a lot of people are just like, the Chiefs will probably win this one. But no, Divine Mind with a new roster comes in and takes them down 2-0. And with that nail biter, I was getting a little bit nervous for him, but they did manage to secure the win. They didn't allow the comeback there from the Chiefs, and just amazing stuff from them. And we saw on the kills that Dante had a bit of a rough game, going like neg 6 or 7 or something like that. He only had the 5 kills, but the thing is that he was in the right places at the right time and able to help out his team to secure that win. So good stuff from the entire roster. And now, as you say, they move on to the grand finals, and the Chiefs, this is what the elimination bracket is called. Enjoy.
Yeah, I was going to say this is the first time that the Chiefs are going to have to be in this unfamiliar territory, albeit with a little bit of a super sub, and Flex Rain's going to be helping them out here. So maybe this is a little bit of I don't want to say a humbling experience for the Chiefs, but this is certainly a scenario now where they're like, man, Divine Mind are here to play, and a lot of these scenarios are going to be a lot more difficult for them to come into it. And I think this is a good shout for Divine Mind. The fact that
this was the end here, Luke.
Yeah, look, like the Rocket, like he only just got it done before Barcode killed him there with the Bulldog. So maybe an extra half second from there on out, then it could have been a Chiefs and we'd be going to our third map suits. Like I'm just excited that we've got Divine Mind coming through here and sending the Chiefs in an elimination bracket.
Yeah, and there was just that one point when, I mean, it was 49 all for like a minute and a half or something. But there was this one point when Barcode was looking down at PD the whole time, and just when he turned around, we saw a push of Divine Mind going across, and no kills eventuated from it. You could see though that the icons were flashing up, that people were shooting and taking damage. You just wonder if Barcode was still looking down that PD street, towards PD, could he have put one or two shots in that may have been the difference between, Chiefs getting the kill or not? And it's just little things like that, and they can come back to bite you. And I don't know, Justin, you said it was going to be a stomping for the Chiefs. Maybe Divine Mind were listening and you gave them the amp up that they needed.
Yeah, and you know what? It's all about how Divine Mind was playing. They played well. And, the Chiefs were responding as much as they could. But the thing is that it wasn't, Chiefs falling over. It's just Divine Mind playing good Halo. And that's really good to see, is that they're able to take down these guys just by performing rather than the Chiefs having a bad day. And full credit goes to the Divine Mind roster. They had a rough time overseas, but they've come back home to show who's boss.
Yeah, they're really starting to come out swinging here in this upper final, and I think it is a sentiment that we have to echo here, right, Justin, is the fact that Divine Mind, they're playing some really good Halo today. They haven't dropped a single map so far in this upper bracket. Now they're going to go into the grand final where they need to be completely reset if a team does come up from the elimination bracket. So they've certainly got everything on the table for them right now to be able to take out Pro Series #1, set themselves up in a really good position where they're able to get a lot of the cobwebs out of this brand new roster, and it really does feel like Dante and Beeston are doing a whole lot of work. And I'm just excited to see what these other teams are going to be able to do now, where if we have this scenario where it's the Chiefs and Divine Mind who are very much, 50-50 at the top, and then everybody else starts to raise towards them instead of it being, Chiefs, Divine Mind, and everyone below them. Yeah, but that's right, the 50-50 aspect if it is Chiefs, because, both of those games were so close. The Strongholds was, it was pretty much one round of spawns could have completely changed it. And then that Slayer, just could not have been closer. It's probably one of the best Slayers I've seen. Could go anywhere. But Chiefs, as we said, they've been introduced to the elimination bracket now. They've never been there before. It's not a foregone conclusion that they're going to work their way out of there. You'd think they would, but anything can happen, as we've just seen now. Yeah, exactly. Anything can happen here in ANZ Halo. So let's have a look at our bracket today, lads. There has been a whole lot of 2-0s in the upper bracket. Now as we start to set our sights towards the elimination bracket as well, that's what we're going to see, a very odd name in the Chiefs being able to be dropping down into the elimination bracket. But, I mean, Divine Mind, they certainly deserve this grand final slot, Justin. And I think throughout today, yes, they've gone through some good teams. Being able to take down the Chiefs is a big enough scout for them that even if they, do lose today, then I think they've certainly proven that this new roster is a bit of an upgrade. An upgrade, a little bit unkind to some of the other guys, but I mean, the results do speak for themselves. Beeston and Dante seem to be fitting in really well, and Beeston, his tag says it all. He just went beast that entire time. So a big surprise here. And talking about the surprises, we have seen Deathruptor fans make their way through the bracket as well. And they're playing Mindfreak currently 1-0 when they'll come up against Malicious. And we do have the Chiefs waiting for them in the elimination final. Chiefs, they're not out just yet. And that's the thing. They can still come back. It's going to be quite a mountain to climb. But, the Chiefs can probably do it. But Divine Mind, they know that the Chiefs can be beaten now, and they're the ones to do it. Yeah, exactly. And I think that really just puts a little bit of breath of fresh air in a Divine Mind. They're like, all right, we got through our toughest opponent today in the Chiefs. We put them in the elimination finals. Now they get to sit back and watch the next couple of series as well, is the big thing for them. They get to sit back, relax, get some dinner into them, maybe have a shower, maybe cool down in this hot little Australian summer day, and get to a position where they're feeling, comfortable and calm going into that grand final. Whereas we're looking towards a few more extra series here, Hoots, where, even potentially with Disruptor fans being 1-0 up here against Mindfreak, we could be seeing them taking on Malicious for a fight against the Chiefs. And then who knows, maybe today is the off day for the Chiefs and we have a brand new person that's going to be going in our grand final. There's a whole boatload of storylines that could be floating around today. Yeah, and you look at that bracket and you see there are a lot of 2-0s throughout all those series, and you think, oh, well, it's been pretty one-sided. But I think there's, on all the series we've watched,
there's been a story in each one of them, right? So something interesting has come out of that, and it hasn't all been a complete whitewash. And the last series is a prime example of that. 2-0, but two of the closest games you could want to see.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that is kind of what we touched on from Raleigh as well, right? Is albeit some of those score lines were 3-0s, still a lot of those maps were so tight and they could have gone one way or another. And I think that upper bracket final is exactly the same. Like, you know, if there's a few extra things that go the Chiefs' ways, we could be singing a completely different song. But right now, Divine Mind are sitting in that grand final. And even another storyline for us to touch on, Justin, is the fact that Malicious now, they've guaranteed themselves going to be in Pro Series number 2. So getting themselves into that extra elimination final, they're already in that top 4, so we're going to be seeing them in Pro Series number 2, and I'm excited to see what they can do, especially when they have more of these challenges thrown at them.
Yeah, I mean, the best way to get better is to play other top teams and challenge yourself and move forward. So those boys will be very happy with that. They're going to be able to meet other top teams in the tail end of this bracket, and then next week they just get thrown straight into it again to get even more practice on the board. So they've got to be happy with that, and that's the nature of this format, which I'm really enjoying, is that once you get into that pro level bracket, is that it gives you an opportunity to really cut your mustard on these top squads, and you got to earn your position, which feels good in itself. You got to earn your spot, and then you got to play and perform to keep it.
Yeah, it really does feel like it's all about making sure that you're playing the best Halo as consistently as you possibly can, so you can continue to return to these Pro Series. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to return to a break here. It's going to be a little bit of an extended one. We are going to wait for the result of Mindfreak as well as Deathrop Defense to figure out who is going to be playing up against Malicious. So it's going to go to a short break. On the other side of this, we're going to have more Pro Series for you guys to enjoy.
And we've got quite a series on our hand, and I think this is going to be a big one for a lot of the people. The ANZ community watching at home are going to be very excited to watch the Chiefs live on broadcast.
we can all shoot very straight and do well like that, but our team dynamic is what has put us over the edge, in my opinion.
Probably just heaps of confidence. Obviously, you don't want to go into the series doubting yourself.
Barcode with the triple kill.
Well, on the game 1, there's a heat wave, which is sort of similar to the Bulldog, and SLG was running amok on us with it. So when we got to game 2, I was like, no, I'm going to take that shotgun and I'm going to make them feel this.
Here's Pips with the Bulldog, gets the double. That's a big one.
That's how you get back into this game. You use the sandbox with situational advantages, and Pips with that Bulldog able to land an easy 2 kills. Can he pressure this third player in the back of PD? The answer, yes, still with the thrust as well. So Pips doing a ton for his team as they're able to start crawling back. Maybe they can cut into this lead. And look at this Bulldog action, Dan.
What a comeback this could be from the Chiefs. They've made it now just within 4, and the Bulldog has made all the difference. All it required was a little bit of prioritization. Killing spree now for Pips, looking to try and make it 6 in a row, but Fragger will shut him down.
There was a very pivotal moment in the game where I had Rockets, Gold Cubby, 2 freest kills. I actually couldn't believe I didn't, not even one rocket killed any of them.
Low, which is fine for Quadrant, but it's another set of rockets going in favor of Chiefs.
Neither one of those rockets get a kill, and Madzy has got to be kicking himself right now.
Well, every game's a learning experience, so even though we lost 2 games in pools and lost this game, we learn from it, we get better, keep trying, we've got to stay confident, stay ready, and just keep getting better.
Hello everyone, welcome back here to HCS Pro Series. It is just you and me, Hoots, here is going to be jumping into game number 3 of Deathruptor fans taking on Mindfreak G. We know everybody at home wants to see more Halo, so we're going to start chucking some more Halo onto your screens as well, ladies and gentlemen. We thought it's better than you guys are sitting here and watching a wait screen. So Hoots, I mean, the fact that we're going to a game 3 here determines whether or not one of these 2 teams is going to be joining us for the Pro Series number 2, guaranteed. And I think that's a beautiful storyline for us to follow.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, Deathruptor fans, we've seen play occasionally in the last couple of series, in the last couple of broadcasts that we've done. But for Mindfreak, you know, they were sent down by Divine Mind, which we maybe didn't think was going to be a straight 2-0 in that series, but Divine Mind have showed us just how strong they actually are right now. So, you know, maybe they're not feeling as bad right now, the Mindfreak squad. So I'm interested to see how they do against Deathruptor fans. 1-0, 1-1 in the series, clearly very close. So yeah, let's see how it goes.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting for us to see what kind of map and game type we get as well, because obviously the way these rounds work here, the maps and the game types change between each round as we go forward. So the fact that we haven't been covering a lot of these elimination matches, we don't really know what the map types are going to be floating through here. So once we jump into this, we're going to be able to figure out and see where we stand between both these teams. It's going to be exciting to see who is going to move forward into that series against Malicious. And I mean, even then, Hoots, it's going to be an uphill battle for them to get all the way towards the top. But being able to check that box of being in the top 4 to go to Pro Series number 2 is probably a massive weight off the shoulders of some of these players.
I mean, how do you reckon that they are feeling right now, knowing that at some point, if they do keep going, they're going to have to come up against Chiefs, who, you know, they're probably quite shocked as well that Chiefs are sitting down in the elimination bracket after being 2-0'd by Divine Mind. But, you know, hopefully they're aware that the story maybe wasn't as one-sided as the bracket may seem. But yeah, it's going to be pretty crazy to have to come up against them in the elimination bracket. At least most people would think, oh God, we just want to at least get to the grand final and then get wiped by them. But it's not. You're going to have to fight them in the elimination bracket.
Yeah, you're going to have to fight for your life in the elimination final with the Chiefs breathing down your neck. So I'm sure a lot of these teams are probably up for the challenge. I know Rice, one of the players coming in from Deathruptor fans, was looking forward to playing against the Chiefs. Fortunately for them, they did get bonked down 2-0, and that's why they're in this elimination bracket. But now they're really starting to stand up. So we've got a CTF on Bazaar is where we're going to end this here. So the fact that Mindfreak were able to get the Slayer there on recharge is a good little indicator for me. The fact that it feels like that maybe Deathruptor fans aren't really kind of running over them with a lot of the Slayers. And I think that was one of the kind of questions that I was looking towards this series, is about whether or not Deathruptor fans were going to run over us. Oh, hey Justin, welcome back. No,
what up?
So nice of you to join us here.
Sorry, boys. Nature called. I know you all missed me. Don't worry, the star's back. Everyone stop panicking. It's all right, I'm here.
Everyone's wiping some sweat off their brow here, figuratively and literally.
Lucky Justin's here.
Yeah, well, I'm lucky he's here to save the show, guys.
Yeah.
But obviously, if you're aware, Justin, we're going to be jumping into game number 3 here on CTF Bazaar for Deathruptor fans versus Mindfreak. I'm not quite sure if you heard about it. It's a pretty important series because the winner of this goes into next Pro Series next week.
Yeah, it's fantastic that we're able to jump in mid-series. I always like when we do, we get in the tail end and we can just ride the momentum from that last exciting series and just, we're ready for it. We're warmed up, Hoots. Let's get casting.
Oh, I'm ready. Look how seamlessly you slot straight back in, Justin. It's just, let's get going.
I'm a professional, mate.
Yeah,
Always.
I love it. So, this is the second time we've seen CTF Bazaar tonight. It's obviously a bit of a different scenario with some different teams, but, everything to play for, as Luke just mentioned here, the winner of this, you're guaranteed top 4 coming into the next Pro Series that we have. And we are starting off with Jukka, who, Justin, we saw dominate in the last series. Unfortunately, couldn't get the win for his team, but was leading the Slays, and we see him pushing right in to the Rockets here off the bat. And unfortunately, his drop, so Rockets are going to be down here and will probably be picked up from the Deathruptor fans, you'd assume. But we do have 2 down for each team now, 3 down with Jukka being dropped too. So we always have a bit of a stalemate at the start while people are rushing for, equipment and power-ups and rockets and things like that. But we do start to see probably a bit of momentum start to form for whichever team can arrest that heading into maybe the first minute or so.
Yeah, and with Lunchy utilising that assault rifle there to secure himself a kill, waiting for his shields to come back. Jordan jumping out a flag just then, trying to stay alive, tries to get the trade, doesn't manage to get a Lunchy, clearing out the base there. On board with Reese, you can see those flicks from the mouse pad, the mouse and his key. Finds himself one, already going in for the rotation, checking so many angles, such an advantage using a mouse and keyboard like that. Hoots, he can just check so many things in just such a fraction of the time. And look at this, flashing shields, trying to find a player there. Ninjistics getting the cleanup. Apollo finding 1 second there if he wants it. Double kill for Apollo, and he's moving in for the rotation. Will we see a flag moving, Hoots?
Yeah, well, I'd love seeing Reese before as well, chucking a bit of a strong side, a bit of a throwback to some of the older Halo games. We don't see it a huge amount in Infinite, but tucking that head down makes you harder to kill when you are no shields, because your head starts to disappear a little bit. So nice little throwback here to some of the earlier Halo games. But we did have a flag pool happening earlier, but nothing really coming about from that. So I don't even think it made it past the double doors. So Mindfreak here, they are putting the Slays up pretty evenly here with Deathruptor fans, but we do have now on board with Apollo, setting up just below these rockets, and unfortunately not able to get the double there, but does trade out there. So we have 1 down for each team, and we're now just seeing, we call him Reese, well, we call him Rice, but we know his name actually is Reese. We're just doing that to get on his nerves a little bit, but he's sprinkling some nades into the cubbies there, and nice pick up there on Ninjestics. So this is potentially a bit of a time for Deathruptor fans to pull up and get into the Mindfreak base a bit. They did manage to have 3 down very momentarily, but that camo, that OS, in the hand of Mindfreak is going to put a bit of a halt to that. Doing well though to stay alive. Reese here just jumping around, and look, I don't know, Justin, we haven't seen a huge amount of movement into any one side of the base for either team yet.
No, and I guess that's just a respect they're giving each other right now. They're not rushing in, because if you rush in and give up deaths, you just create opportunities for the other team. So they're taking their time, waiting for the correct time to push, get a couple of picks and move into the base. Now on board with Lunchy as he's moving across the map. He does get called out and just annihilated by a frag grenade there. Jukka desperately trying to stay alive. Cluzy getting the clean up there. Ninjistics hanging out in the bar area, getting some shots down. Cluzy eating one of his grenades. Easy kill for him. Couple of kills in the kill feed for Deathruptor fans, them going down. Ninjistics just holding this fort down. Rice just coming in for the cleanup. Nice rocket from Apollo. 1 more to play with. Launches it across. Only gets a little bit of splash damage there. They're going to need to clear out that player right away. Time to run that flag, boys. Throw it out and get running.
Yeah, so running the bar side here, looks like we're seeing the spawns coming from actually below down near pillars. So we're going to have maybe some Mindfreak fans being able to contest this pull from Deathruptor. But we do have that flag stopping, and it's looking like it's just sitting down bottom mid. A nice use there by Jordan of the grapple, trying to get across there to Rockets, but he's met with 2 players here. Manages to stay alive a bit longer than you think he would. He is dropped though, and it looks like this flag is going to be returned. So nice double there being picked up by Apollo. He's leading the Slays for Deathruptor fans, just trying to stay alive up in that bar area. He's dropped. So unfortunately that flag pull not really working out for Deathruptor fans. We'll manage to get it halfway, but just had no one really there to keep a touch on it. And Mindfreak, going out in the open to get that return. But we do have an OS in the hand of Mindfreak now. And so they are going to start pushing through to the balcony here, Justin. Maybe they can finally start to make some inroads into the Deathruptor fans base, because from what we've seen, they haven't really been able to do so at all throughout the entirety of this game.
Yeah, back and forth in the Slays department, but not a lot of opportunities getting utilized here. Cluzy with that AR should be able to shut down this flag attempt pretty handily. Didn't take any damage himself. He's free to challenge the second player.
Nice.
Easy double kill for Cluzy there. And instantly he's rotating around the map here. Finds himself another play, utilizing that thrust, just like it's Halo 5, taking him down. Cluzy turning up for his squad, putting in so much damage, Hoots, taking down 3 players.
Yeah, and I just even love the heads up there of, most of us might sit there and try and get that return there, but he knew, look, they're not really in a position, the Mindfreak guys, to make any more of an effort on this flag, so I can just run straight past it and get straight into the fight again, helping my teammates out. It's just the little things like that that can make a huge difference in play, of being able to put more shots across the map, helping your teammates out who are putting shots on balcony there, so works really well. I'm really liking how Lunchy's playing this here. Just managing to stay alive. Every little inch of health is crucial in fights like this, and manages to find Cluzy pretty unaware, but not really picking up anything with that Mangler there. So he's just staying alive and, causing a bit of a nuisance here. He's going to be a distraction for the Deathruptor fans, knowing that he's been sitting up in this cubby for a while, because they're going to need to get him out, because he's in a good position to start making a move on this flag. Nice double kill. He's played this pretty perfectly, Justin.
Yeah, Lunchy doing work for his squad, picking up the double. Third one's there if he wants to get it. Cluzy going in for a bit of a challenge. Will he be able to get it? He does. Cluzy coming out better. Lunchy, he had that Mangler there. He had really got an opportunity to clear him out. Ninjistics trying to get the clean up here. Overshield's going to be popping in roughly 10 seconds, Hoots. They're going to have to use this as some way to get a flag moving, because they're just treating this like a Slayer game at the moment. They're just padding their stats.
Yeah, well, Rockets or OS, though, you've got to really pick one. It seems like when you've got a couple of teammates down, you can't often commit to both, so it's one or the other. Looks like most of the moves going to OS. I'd say there, Jordan, I'd probably stay up on Rockets. They were just about to pop and you've dropped down, so those Rockets not being picked up yet, and Deathruptor fans had a prime chance to grab them. Cluzy is there to back it up and pick them up. Unfortunately, though, not picking up a kill with that first rocket, and he's just going to try and stay alive in this little corner here, and make sure that they can at least keep control of these rockets, because he's wasted the first one, but he might have a chance to get a few up here, as we can see a few of the Mindfreak guys pushing through the bar.
Yeah, we do. Cluzy doing even more work for his squad. He's got 12 kills on the board, 13 and 9 for the young lad. A little bit of a teammate coming through, and look at this confidence that he's working with Rice there. Rice. He was flashing shields, and he knew that he could push with his teammate, and then he was fine. They don't come out the better on that situation, unfortunately. Now on board with Jordan. He finds himself square, puts a couple of bursts into him, rotating around the map. He is in the little cubby, trying to cut off those angles, doesn't connect with any hit markers, does get an easy clean up on Square. That's Square's favorite corner by the looks of things. Nice little double kill. He was under a lot of pressure there, and managing to get 2 kills for his 1 life. Not too bad, Hoots.
Yeah, so Ninjestics was the last guy alive then for Mindfreak for a little bit. He's dropped, so the Mindfreak guys spawning in the back of their base near the bar side. That would have been a good opportunity for Deathruptor fans to start to move in. Unfortunately, they just weren't really in a position for it. But that knowledge of when your enemies are down, how many are down, is so crucial in CTF games, knowing when to start to make a move on that flag. And it looks like we're going to have Rice or Reese here moving in and getting a flag pull. They've got 2 of them here. He's actually just tossing it up to create a bit of a distraction here, because he knows that the enemies are in his base as well, pulling the flag. So right now it's just, can we distract, cause a bit of a ruckus, get teammates to focus on us while the rest of our teammates start to move in and maybe clean up and help us out in the enemy base.
Yeah, Rice not able to get that flag moving, and look at this Apollo. Little bit of respect here. He's like, I've just got to push back a little bit. All my teammates are down. I'll just hold this point on the map and wait for my teammates to spawn and push up. A Guardian Angel medal coming in, and here we go. Player comes in for the challenge. Lunchy clearing him out. That was an important kill, like a trade in that situation for Mindfreak. That's a win in my books. Getting that annoying player out that he's preventing them from pushing up on the map. Critical kill there. And look at this, overshield in. Reese, wingman medal in effect. There's 2 players on the flag. A little bit of damage onto Square. bait and switch comes in. Jordan getting a clean up onto square. Good opportunity for Deathruptor fans to push in and pull a flag, but no, there's 2 players alive. Reese with their outgun in that BR, the mouse and key. Lunchy hiding in the corner, desperately trying to stay alive. Will he stay alive? He stayed alive a little bit too long for my liking, but the flag is on the move nonetheless, Hoots. Will we see a flag on the board for Deathruptor fans?
Well, they need to get this because they just slayed in the base super hard, but unfortunately the flag's been pulled. We had the Mindfreak guys managed to spawn down around below Rockets, I think it was, and it pushed straight over now to at least negate this flag pull by pulling a flag of their own. So, you know, they were in such a good position there, but Deathruptor fans, we had Reese who was putting in a lot of shots, but he's fumbling flags, and it's just been all a bit too messy. Both flags are out right now. That just really felt like the opportunity then, Justin, for them to be able to score, and it just didn't happen. The team communication maybe wasn't great, although a return coming here. Reese, get back to the flag and put that in. It's going in, and now they managed to get 1-0 up with 2.5 minutes to go. So a big stalemate, and they finally can put this flag in. Reese was doing a lot of work from that bar, and it wasn't pretty, but they managed to get the flag in, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, and I'm just going to peek at the Slays department right now, and it does look like Deathruptor fans have a slight edge, not a lot. Jordan with a double kill. Doesn't manage to get the triple because of the reload. That's just so unfortunate. No weapon on switch to be able to get that cleanup, so he doesn't get that triple kill. Look at that. Rice getting in there, and it took 2 players to take him down. He's feeling hot. Fresh overshield for Ninjistics. Good opportunity for Mindfreak here. Finds himself one. The second one is put in pretty weak there. Got a little sliver of overshield left. They've got to make this translate into a flag cap because there's not much time left on the clock, Hoots. They've got to do something and do something now.
Yeah, this is when we start to see teams can often go on the defensive a bit too much, and so we have seen Deathruptor fans were stuck around that bar, but we do have a flag pulled by Mindfreak. I don't really know if anyone's going to be in a position to go and start to make a move on it, though. So if you're Deathruptor fans, 1.5 minutes left, do you just start to play defense? You're 1-0 up. There hasn't really been much running in the way of flags for the entirety of this game. So, you know, they could be happy just to hang on their half of the map, just stop Mindfreak from getting across, as we do see they are 3 down temporarily, Deathruptor fans. So look, Mindfreak really need to start to make a move now. Only a minute left pretty much, and we are seeing a move from Ninjistics here heading into the Deathruptor fans bar, and he's going to have to try and be a little bit sneaky, wait for his teammates to push in. He does catch Jordan unawares, grabs that grapple hook, so maybe he can start to look to make a bit of a run with this flag, and he's running right in just to not even get the pull yet. I think he's managed to almost drop Reese, but Reese is doing really well to stay alive there, Justin. You can see here it's causing a lot of headaches for Ninjistics.
Yeah, Ninjistics is desperately trying to get rid of him. He can't run the flag until he's out. And look at that. Rice just playing Halo like he's been playing at a top level for such a long time. Him being that nuisance there completely shuts down that flag pull. Doesn't matter how long that player is in the base. If he's stopping him from being able to run it out, that flag's a dead flag. So amazing stuff from him. And Deathruptor fans, they've got a 1 flag lead and there's only 19 seconds left. Oof. We might see Deathruptor fans take them down here. It is a best of 3, so it does look like Mindfreak is going to fall. Only 10 seconds to go. Time to yeet that flag across map, but doesn't look like it's going to happen. Cluzy just hanging out on the ledge here, throwing a few grenades down in the sewers. 1, 2, 0, and look at that. Deathruptor fans taking this game and the series, Hoots. Mindfreak, another team to fall from this Deathruptor fan squad. They're really proving themselves a force in this region.
Yeah, and secure themselves that top 4 position for next week, which is just as crucial. So yeah, look, I think that last 15-20 seconds there with Reese just creating an absolute nuisance in his base for Ninjistics, who was only had Reese to worry about at the start, but Reese stayed alive for long enough that he was able to get teammates in to help him, and Ninjistics just really didn't have a chance to run that flag. It was just a perfect way to distract. And looking at the kills quickly here, you know, as expected for Mindfreak, we had Jucker leading with 20 kills, 20 deaths as well though, and then in terms of damage, just looking across the board, pretty consistent really from the Deathruptor fans. A lot of 6,000s in there, so a lot of damage being put out there. It was overall a really great team performance, Luke.
Yeah, it really was. It was a good showing here from Deathruptor fans, and I think the fact that they're able to take this series, albeit the one map that they did lose was the Slayer. Obviously, we didn't know the score that came out from that Slayer, so maybe it might have been a little bit tighter, and we could have seen potentially a 2-0 for the Deathruptor fans. But I think they're really starting to prove that they're on the up and up, right, Justin? And I think it's nice having a team that comes into a tournament like this where they've got a whole lot to prove. Obviously, Rice has been one of those players that has been very, very hungry to prove that he has something here here in Halo, and I think a lot of these other guys as well, like Cluzy, like the way this guy was running around the map, felt like he was doing so much work and being able to take out so many of the members from Mindfreak that I think these guys really have something here in Halo, and I'm excited to see what Deathruptor fans can do through Pro Series 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah, well, I mean, Jordan, Cluzy, and Apollo, they're long-standing Halo players with plenty of experience. And Jordan, I know he's a bit of a FFA monster. He knows how to slay, and like having that hunger, as you say, is just so important. You know, there's plenty of old guard players that have been playing for a really long time, and they can rest on their laurels. But the thing is that if you're hungry for it and you put in the work, then that's going to translate to wins. And look at this Apollo just launching himself around the map, getting that double kill. What a highlight reel. That's going in the montage.
Yeah, I mean, there's been some really cool stuff that we've seen out from today, and some of those sick little grapple melee kills have been some big ones as well. And I think right now it is a little bit of a sour taste for Mindfreak, obviously dropping down to the elimination bracket after Divine Mind series are now losing to Deathruptor fans. They are going to have to play through the open bracket hoots, and I think now moving forward into the next couple of weeks, this might be kind of grind time for a lot of these players, having to really get back to that old form that we saw towards the tail end of 2021.
Yeah, but at the same time, look on the bright side. Use it to your advantage. You get plenty of opportunities now to be, you know, it's a level above scrims. You're playing in tournaments more often to get that practice in. You know, a scrim can be as important as you want it to be, but ultimately, when there's nothing on the line, the intensity just can't be there that matches a tournament like we've got on right now. So, yeah, it's annoying that you probably have to fight your way through the open bracket when you feel that it might not be a good use of your time because you feel you're above a lot of the teams in there, but you know, it's just look on the positive side of it. Get the practice in, work with the team, get that cohesion going, so then when you do make it back to the pro bracket, that you're ready to go.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that could be the little silver lining for Mindfreak to take into week number 2 here. But lads, let's have a look at our elimination bracket so far. It has been a bit of a spicy one for us to look at. The Direwolves took an early bow out today, going down 2-1 to Deathruptor fans, and now the Deathruptor fans have taken another big scalp with Mindfreak being able to go down as well. You know, a lot of these people probably would have expected that we would have finished today with, you know, probably the Chiefs, Malicious, Divine Mind, as well as maybe even Mindfreak or Direwolves, who are going to be taking that 4th slot into Pro Series number 2. But Justin, now we've got Malicious and Deathruptor fans who are going to be going fisticuffs to see who can have a little date with the Chiefs in the elimination final.
And I love a series like this because, you know, you have a lineup like Chiefs and Divine Minds, and yes, we had a surprise upset with Divine Mind taking Chiefs down, but when you have two kind of established names in the scene come up against each other, it's kind of hard to have a surprise. But this Malicious Deathruptor fans, I'm really curious to see, because we have seen quite a few big names go down early. Direwolves out, Mindfreak, they're out too, and we have two up-and-coming squads prove that they can play at a top level, and I'm really excited for this next series.
Yeah, it's going to be hype for us to get into it, and obviously Divine Mind, they are waiting for all those series to culminate, and they are sitting there in that grand final. Somebody's going to have to bracket reset them as well to be able to take it out for today. So the way that we've seen Divine Mind play hoots, I really do feel like that they're probably in for a taste to get this one done. Maybe if the Chiefs go up there in that grand final, we might potentially see a bracket reset, but I mean, from what we saw in that best of 3, it is going to be a very, very intense grand final no matter who we're going to get there, and I'm just excited for us to get through more as Halo.
Yeah, 100%. I'm ready to go. You know, we're working our way slowly through, and we're about to get these finals underway, both in our elimination bracket and then our grand final. But, you know, it's been only, I think, a couple of weeks since we had our last online tournament, and then we had Raleigh in the middle, but it's just felt like a long time that we've been waiting to get these Aussie ones back up and running, and so I'm ready to just keep going. Let's roll.
Yeah, I think everyone kind of shares that sentiment where we're sitting here, we're like, all right, we just want to see the best Halos we possibly can. Can we get more of these events rolling through? But unfortunately, we can only play a certain amount of time because these players still have to do stuff outside of this, lad. So they can't be sitting here playing Halo for everybody's enjoyment. I know everybody wants to do that at home, but fortunately, we can't do that. I want to slow down and circle back a little bit here, Justin. I want to touch a little bit on Deathruptor fans getting this win here and being able to secure themselves a Pro Series number 2. This is certainly going to be big for those players, right? Being able to solidify the fact that they can crack in towards the top 4 and even have a shot against some of these other teams, you know, like the Direwolves as well as Mindfreak.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm putting the screws on at the moment. We have Mindfreak and Direwolves, two massive orgs in the region. They're both out. and we have Deathruptor fans not represented by any big names within the region. If you're a ANZ organization looking for a squad to pick up, these guys might be a good choice. They're performing really well and they're hungry, and that's what I want to see. I want to see not only the players creating storylines, but I want to see the organizations having, Twitter beefs all over the place. So I'm call out organizations, where you at?
I mean, I've seen a lot of those organizations, and they're quite buddy with each other. So I'm not quite sure if Halo is going to be the game they're going to die on that hill. But hey, if they want to have some friendly
listen,
banter,
if they're buddy, that creates the best kind of banter. There's no better banter than that with your mates. So bring it on, I say.
All right, so all those social media managers out there, I know a lot of you guys are watching the stream right now, so maybe step it up. Get some memes out there, maybe get some trash memes. I don't know. There's some cool video editors out there that can do some cool stuff. We are just trying to get ourselves an interview set up here, lads, so we are not just talking for the fun of it. We really want to try and talk to these Deathruptor guys. We really want to try and get inside the minds of them. So, Hoots, just another question for you. Obviously moving into Pro Series number 2, they've secured themselves the top 4. It still does feel like they've got a lot of work to do, because obviously we've heard things about, Direwolves playing with, a few issues in their background. Mindfreak might not be playing to their full potential either, but the grind doesn't stop here for these guys, right? They, going week to week in these Pro Series, this shouldn't be your only practice, right?
No, not at all. And who knows, even between games right now, what are the Divine Minds guys doing? Are they scrimming someone? Are they in the ranked playlist just keeping everything warm and going? The work never really stops. And we have seen that we always do have these 1 or 2 dominant teams who consistently do really well, but the title does change often. Every couple of years, a team comes up that you didn't expect. And, I think way back in the day to the Team Immunity guys who, had done pretty well online and things like that, and then we got to the big Brisbane land back in 2009, and they just came out of nowhere and knocked off the top team. And so to see that happen, it's happened a few other times, and Team Immunity that were dominating through the Halo 3 and 4 and Reach period as well. Then a team comes in and knocks them off. So the guard does change every now and then, and it might be prime time for it to start happening now.
Yeah, I think, obviously we're in the early days here of Halo Infinite, Justin, but the fact that we're seeing these top 2 guys really start to go for blows, and then even the scrap for 3 all the way down to 6 is all the way up for grabs. I feel like every single tournament and qualifier we go through here, we're still talking about the fact that 3, 4, 5, and 6 is always up for grabs, and, maybe as we move forward, we might be seeing more teams go through. So, obviously the guard might still be changing, and I think it might be a little bit too early for us to start to solidify a guard for Halo Infinite just yet, but it still is great to see a lot of these up-and-comers and still people trying to make a dynasty for themselves as well.
Yeah, and you know what? I think the format really lends well to that. You do have the separated top 4 pro teams just go straight into the pro bracket next time around. So you have an entire open series where you're not going to have to come up against the Chiefs. You're not going to have to come up against Divine Mind. And it gives you an opportunity to get a full day's Halo in and get some really good practice. It is important not to be afraid of those top teams. You're going to have to play them eventually. But the thing is that those up-and-coming teams, it's all about repetitions. You got to be putting in the game time and getting as good as possible, and then earn your spot to play these top teams. And I think this format lends well to that. And some of these up-and-coming teams that are kind of just trying to find their feet, I know what it's like to get first rounded by the top squad, all right? I got slapped around by Immunity plenty of times, so it's good for them to be able to play an entire tournament qualifier without having to worry about those guys until they get to the top. But get those reps in, boys. If you want to win, you got to get the reps in.
Yeah, exactly, and it is a good little Cinderella success story here for the Deathruptor fans, getting their own dubs and now being part of that top 4 Pro Series. Lads, it has been time for us finally to get our interview going here. We've got Jordan on the line, so let's bring him in. Let's have a yarn to him here from Deathruptor fans. Jordan, congratulations on the big dubs today, man. You've taken some big names out of ANZ Halo. You guys have secured yourself a top 4. That means a berth into Pro Series number 2. What has today done for the confidence of the Deathruptor fans today?
I think, we really all got hyped for that last game. I think we're starting to really believe in ourselves, and, I think we're looking forward to the next game. Should be good.
Yeah.
Jordan, I've got to say something Halo unrelated. Talk to me about the killer driving setup you've got in the background there, and follow-up question, what's in the box?
Oh, the box? Okay. Well, there's a lot going on here. yeah, that's just my racing sim rig. And I've got Master Chief helmet in the box.
Love it.
Yep.
Must have a massive head that looks absolutely enormous. But I guess Master Chief,
Yeah.
how tall is old John? He's like 8 foot tall without his armor on. Where's Barcode with when you need him? He'd know exactly how tall he is. But Jordan, you guys have been performing really nicely, and you touched on it a little bit. Things are starting to gel a little bit. What's your grinding schedule like? You guys just playing matchmaking constantly, or you're playing 8s as much as you can? What have you been doing?
We've been playing a lot of matchmaking. We try to scrim as much as possible, but there's a few teams that have been like avoiding us, so like we can't really get the best practice that we need. But yeah, just matchmaking, 2s, and any scrim we can get. So yeah.
Well, it seems like it's really started to work out for you guys here. Like, obviously, you guys touched on the fact that this has given you a lot of confidence being able to take down things like Direwolves as well as Mindfreak. Do you guys feel like you've got enough confidence today to continue this hot streak, or do you feel like this is, you guys have done what you expected today, get yourselves to top 4, and then if you get a series here against the Malicious, that's just an extra, feather in the cap?
We want to keep going. We want to win this. I think we can if we really try, but yeah, we're here to compete. We're ready to go.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it sounds like you guys are red hot and raring to go, and I'm excited to follow a team like you guys, because it seems like all of you are so hungry and all of you guys are so dedicated to the game as well, and it's super exciting to see you guys get some big results here in HCS as well. So Jordan, congratulations on the big wins today, and good luck for your series here against Malicious as well.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks, mate.
Cheers, mate. I'm glad that we didn't touch on the fact that he's a Sydney Roosters fan. That's fine. We'll leave that one by the wayside. He's a Deathruptor fan first, then a Sydney Roosters fan.
I mean, it's bad
second.
enough he's an NRL fan, isn't it?
Oh, we're not getting this. I've already started in the previous broadcast, I started the fight between controller and mouse and keyboard. I'm sure it's been raging all day, but now we don't want to start talking about football codes, Hoots, all right?
Hey,
I know you
listen,
guys are Victorians,
the
it's
thing about, rugby versus AFL, I mean, what's the national sport?
It is cricket, so
No,
we'll leave
it's
you with
not.
that one,
No,
ladies and
it's
gentlemen.
not.
That is an interesting fact. There is actually 2 national sports in Australia. If anybody can tell me the answer of that on Twitter,
And it's not
you
rugby.
do get 100 Microsoft points. Actually, let's make it like 1,000 Microsoft points if somebody can tell me the 2 national sports for Australia. But it's time for us to go to a break, ladies and gentlemen. We've only got a few more series left here for Pro Series number 1. And we are setting our sights here on a little elimination final. We've got the Deathruptor fans going up against Malicious, so join us more for HCS.
The best moment was probably our first series today when we absolutely ran through these Americans that had no clue who we were, and they started disrespecting us first, and we just came back and gave it to them, and they just didn't know what happened.
Jump in. I'm with you, you two. I'm with you. I got one, I killed their flag. So trash! Holy! The flag above you.
At the start of Aquarius CTF, we had them we were just destroying them. We were up 2-0. They kind of brought it back a bit, and then with the last maybe 10 seconds, we took it into overtime, and then we won in overtime.
It felt like we were starting to click after that series. We're playing together and just playing good Halo, good fundamental Halo.
We were down a good near 100 points, I'd say, and we brought it back. We went on a really good run and had a good setup near the end. So I was pretty confident we were going to win that series, but yeah, didn't play like that.
Given these opportunities, we can take what we've learned back to the Australian community. Hopefully everyone can learn from it.
It's such a good time to just talk to everyone, to meet new people, like some of the American teams. Everyone here is keen to have a chat.
Oh, we're going to come back better, easily. And also, all you ANZ teams that have had close series with us recently, you're all done. BBR, Direwolves, the rest of you kids, it's a wrap.
G'day everyone, welcome back here. HCS Pro Series number 1 is coming to a close here. We've only got a few series until we figure out our champion of number 1 here in ANZ. I've got Hoots as well as SSJ4 by my side, lads. We've had a very interesting day of Halo ahead of us, and it has been a crazy day for us, to be completely frank with you. Divine Mind taking down the Chiefs here in the winners final, and then a whole lot of these other teams really just getting bopped out. The Direwolves losing early on in the quarterfinals, dropping to an elimination bracket, losing to teams like Disruptor fans, who have now got themselves a top 4 finish. Hoots, this has been an absolutely crazy double elimination bracket that we've gone through today.
Yeah, this has been my favourite one that we've broadcast so far. There's just been so many close games, and that series with the Chiefs and Divine Mind was a clear highlight. But there's just been other things that we've seen throughout of the different stories of certain players that have come up out of nowhere. I think this has really been a bit of a coming out party for the new players to Infinite, who we've seen glimpses of, but they're finally now on the big stage in this top 8, and they're showing what they can do, and they're fitting in really well.
Yeah, and I think it is a pretty fitting series for us to look at Malicious taking on Disruptor fans here, because it has been two of the teams that really kind of came at today with all guns blazing. Disruptor fans taking two big scalps in the Direwolves as well as Mindfreak, but on the other side of things, Justin, Malicious, they have this crew of absolutely old veterans with an insane fragging god in Save that they've really kind of brought it all together, and they're looking hot to trot today.
Yeah, and you know what? You have a player like Shrekman, he gets so much momentum going when he's feeling good, and you have the foundation of the team, Brattles, who always just plays good fundamental Halo. Malicious, they just seem to be putting things together, and it's nice when roster mania turns out into something beautiful, and I'm really liking everything that I'm seeing, and I can't wait to see how they perform against this Disruptor fans.
Yeah, exactly. And I think a player for us to highlight here, Hoots, is going to be Zave. The fact that he was one of those players that we saw in our kickoff qualifier that was in an open team, came in, fragged out absolutely insane on streets, and now he's being picked up by some of the old guard, and they're starting to mold him into one of the best players that we're going to be, potentially that we're going to be seeing here in Halo Infinite.
Yeah, in the Raleigh qualifier, he was playing on the team Apes, and we said, Apes strong together. Well, apparently not, because they got rid of him.
Well, he's the gorilla of the bunch. The rest of the chimpanzees, he's just come out pounding his chest.
Yeah, and so he just gets picked up and instantly makes an impact in a top 8 team. It just shows how, some of those decisions, we don't know the full story. There were probably other reasons why that change happened, but if you're Malicious, you're happy about it because it's working out pretty damn well.
Exactly. When we talked to Shrekman, he was telling us about that, the fact that he was like, oh my God, this guy's been fragging up a storm in matchmaking. I need him on my team. And he got him done. And now they're sitting here in a pretty good spot. But they're going up against a Disruptor fan team now who is feeling kind of hot to trot. They've taken out some big names here, Hoots. And I think it's nice for us to see a team like this that has been, had to kind of grind to get to a position now where they're taking big scalps and they're really starting to solidify themselves as a top 4.
Yeah, and as we can see here, they're one of the few teams that have the mouse and keyboard player on their team, and that's Rice. We were calling him Reese before, but he messaged and said, no, it's Rice, so we'll make sure we keep calling him that. They've popped up every now and then, and they've impressed us, and I think this is sort of, again, the one where they're really making their mark in this tournament. They've taken some pretty big scalps out, and now they get a chance to really come up against the other up-and-coming team. I think it's sort of the freshman of Australia and New Zealand Halo is these two teams, and we get to see them battle it out right now, which is great.
Yeah, we get to see them throw some hands, and the player that I'd like to highlight here as well is going to have to be Rice, and I think he has been one of those players, obviously very close to my heart, lads, being a mouse and keyboard player, being able to fly the flag for everybody out there, having to use their entirety of their hands. I mean, to be fair, controller players have to use whatever. That little argument went completely out the window, guys. Sorry, I tried to make a little bit of a funny one, but it's, the mouse and keyboard brain in me. I think he has kind of shown that, at a high level of competitive esports, being able to move around a whole lot of these FPSs. He might not be one of the biggest fraggers that we've got in the server, but I think him consistently being able to use the advantages of mouse and keyboard, being able to check angles consistently, flag running is so much easier for keyboard and mouse players. Being able to use all these different kind of power-ups and stuff like that and having that readily available to you, I think goes to show that he is a pretty key part for this Disruptor fan squad, Justin, because he can do some extra things that maybe some of these other squads have to rely on a little bit more communique and, different kinds of information to get across.
Yeah, listen, I've been keeping my eye on the chat, and they're going at it as we speak. The mouse and keyboard guys against the controller, and it's always good for happens. Yeah, just it's always good seeing a healthy debate. And I'm just going to throw some logs on the fire to fuel that. I mean, if you're blaming losing fights on what input that you're using for a game, you've got other big issues. Don't make excuses. Just get better. There is always something that you can get better at, and Rice is proving that he can keep up with all of these other controller players that have got quote-unquote aimbot. I mean, what's stopping the other guys? Just jump in and get it done, boys.
Just get good. Just
get good.
It's as simple as that. As a lot of people have told me in the past, just get better. Stop complaining, just get better. But lads, we got some maps here. We don't complain about the maps because the maps are always fun for us to enjoy. We get to see some more live fire coming in. This is an oddball version though today for us, Hoots, so I'm excited for us to see how how these teams do play on Li-Fi. You know, teams like Malicious and Deathruptor fans, about whether or not they, you know, value things like the tower, or whether or not they want to play towards A, you know, the A little window, or whether or not, you know, they like to rotate and move around the map, because we've seen a few different oddball strategies coming out today. So I'm interested to see how these teams play, how they play across the entire series as well. But lads, enough chitter chatter from us. It's time for us to look at some competitive Halo. We've got Malicious as well as Deathruptor fans vying for a shot at the Chiefs.
Yeah, you said it perfectly, Luke, and you mentioned just that little window in the garage there on A. There's nothing more frustrating than solo queuing in ranked and trying to constantly push that cubby there with no real communication from your teammates if no one's on voice comms. It's a real lesson in patience, but we are starting off here with Braddles pushing through for the snipe, and we see this all the time, Justin, but it is really just Shrekman manages to just grab that and get out of there straight away. He is dropped, unfortunately, with the snipe, so the snipe will sit down bottom middle where the ball is, and we do have 3 down for Malicious right now, so a strong start here from Deathruptor fans. All 4 dead, time to pick up that ball, you'd think, and let's see where they move it.
Yeah, and we're talking about it before, the mouse and keyboard. Now he's got that sniper rifle. He's opting to actually use the scope, which is pretty uncharacteristic. Managing to find one head, easy kill for him. Only a few more bullets to play with. Slaps in that fresh mag, doesn't connect on the body shot, does go down. Now on board with Apollo, flashing shields, trying to hold the players at bay. Gets a nice connection on the grenade, but Zave just comes in and gets a cleanup anyway. And Cluzy, a lot of pressure there. Raider taking him down. Jordan getting an easy cleanup. Look at that, it's just cleanup after cleanup, Hoots.
Yeah, it's a frantic amount of deaths at the start here. It's you know, it's every team's sort of been 3 or 2 down for the entirety of what we've had so far. Finally getting a bit of a reset here, and it looks like Malicious is starting to set up in this garage. So that's where Deathruptor fans took it. They were able to get a little bit of time on the board, but Malicious is saying, no, we'll be happy to hold it here as well if you want. And we do see these pillars become so handy here when holding the ball, as we have Zave here. And we did see him play objective pretty heavily in our first series of tonight, Justin, where he was also getting the kills but was happy to hold the ball. And I really like this rotation here, moving over to B, using the cover here, and he's in a position where if he needs to, he can play ball it, but has a few teammates supporting. Unfortunately, he's dropped, loses that snipe as well. It's going to stay on the map, it doesn't fall off. So Deathruptor fans now taking control of the ball, but they only have 2 alive, so it's 2 alive for each team. And this ball's just doing a bit of a tour of the map right now. It started off bottom mid, it's been through to garage, it's heading to B, and now it's thinking I might head over to C and have a look there as well.
Yeah, and Shrekman with that, we've seen him do it a few times now. He gets a couple of shots with the Mauler and then just does the weapon drop to keep people out of his swamp and take them down as quickly as possible. And it seems to work out really well for him. And I like this. A lot of kills, teammates going down in the kill feed. So he's just opting to be patient and value his life, calling out the players and get them off to the respawn. He's trying to sniff out the player, can't quite seem to find him. And there's Braddles with that Mangler and the camo, getting a nice little assist there, looking for the next victim. Plenty of ammo to play with, and scoreline's pretty even at the moment, Hoots. Each team just going back and forth. Braddles utilizing that camouflage perfectly and just valuing his life, going for those easy kills and easy assists for his team. And Reese is just Rice, sorry, in a little bit of trouble there. Shrekman able to get the cleanup, and Braddles just playing good fundamental Halo there, using his angles, using that camo to full effect. Great stuff from him.
Yeah, and most importantly, Malicious is starting to put a fair bit of time on the board. So we did see that, you know, Malicious initially, I think it was, Deathruptor fans took it to B with the intent to hold it there, and you'd assume play ball it if they weren't able to get control. They weren't able to do that. The ball then moved over to the tower at C, and they were looking to play ball it there as well, but couldn't do it. So this ball's managed to stay alive for quite a bit of time. I do say that now and see it has spawned back down the middle, so it must have been play ball whilst I was talking, but there was a big chunk of time there by Malicious being able to put that together while Braddles had that camo and was just patrolling that brood area really well, putting shots in and just keeping the Deathruptor fans from being able to make any kind of push on the ball with any kind of decent shields.
Yeah, absolutely. And Braddles, he'd been a bit of a caster's curse there. He'd been alive for so long. And Shrekman here with that fresh sniper rifle, 5 bullets for him to have playtime with, 5 minutes of playtime, and he's rolling through. I love that he's utilizing that ping too. Yeah. And he's just calling that out for his teammates, and he doesn't need to clog up the comms, and he can just give them exact coordinates. Hits the body shot, double body shots to put him down, and it looked like he might have hit the 3rd one as well. Another player there, and Shrekman grabs that ball as well for a little bit of a rotation. 2 more bullets to play with, and just doing so much damage for his team, already rotating through, and he gets himself a camo to boot, Hoots.
Yeah, that was, it looked like that was about a 3-man push from Deathruptor fans when Shrekman had that snipe out, and I think he maybe got a 2-for-1, not in terms of kills, but another fantastic kill there on Apollo, but he was just dropping shields everywhere. I think one of the Deathruptor fans had to pull back, but look, 3 dead for them right now. Last alive is Jordan here. He's going to try and just get out of there because Shrekman's just been really going on a tear, and I think he's probably been the standout player from everyone we've seen so far tonight, Justin. He's just been able to go on these runs where he just catches fire and is just putting non-stop damage out on everyone, but more importantly, especially in these objective games, just really stopping players being able to get at their objective players in these oddball games. So look, they're putting in a big chunk of time now. Malicious only need 10 seconds left to be able to take out this round, and perfect use of the play ball. Then he got the call out that the players were coming in, jumps off, manages to stay alive, almost killed himself as well, jumping off, got the clamber, but dropped. But perfect use of the play ball there. Only 9 seconds needed for Malicious now to take this first round.
Yeah, but still, it looks like Deathruptor fans have managed to get some ball time. Here comes Zave coming in for the cleanup. Apollo going in for the challenge. Doesn't matter. Zave takes him down, and look at that. More points on the board for Malicious. They only need a few more to take out this first round. Raider just rotating it through the tunnels. Only 1 more to go. First round going in favor of Malicious, Hoots, but I'd have to say it was pretty back and forth for a good portion there. Deathruptor fans not out just yet.
No, not just yet, but Brattles was really doing a fantastic job there, working with Rated. High slays from both of them coming through, and it just seemed Deathruptor fans couldn't really get the slays on the board. And we're seeing again, you know, a push here to this snipe at the start from Brattles. He's clearly one of the ones who's trying to get that in his hands, along with Shrekman from the first round. But the ball pretty much being ignored right now as players are setting up with 2 down for Deathruptor fans. We might see Malicious start to make another peak, although we do have him dropped as well. So a bit of a stalemate here to begin with, and we might get a look at this camo as attention might turn to that before the ball.
Yeah, and Rated here, he's got that heat wave in his pocket, doesn't opt to grab the ball just yet. Getting some kills first. That camo is up. They can't let that fall in the hands. It's no good getting the ball if you can't hold your setup, because the camo player comes in and takes it from you. Rated versus Jordan, who comes out on top. Jordan with a cheeky little peek, managing to get it. He's flashing shields, desperately trying to stay alive, but he gets double naded by Zave as he comes in, and Rice coming in for the help as well. Finds himself one. Shrekman with a nice duck and weave, taking him down, and now on a board with Apollo, who managed to scoop up that camo there, putting shots into Rated, opting to try and stay alive. Assist comes in. I love that he trusted his teammates would get that that kill and that ball there. It is Nade City down there, Hoots. I'm not sure I'd want to go down there.
Yeah, we've finally got a second on the board now. It seemed the whole focus was just on securing that camo. Everyone was ignoring ball. Ball's finally actually come out of the spawn now, although it's been play ball, so we're straight back down to where it started. So, you know, we've been playing for quite a while in this round so far, and we're only in the single digits for both teams, but it looks like we now have Malicious a little bit set up on the C tower here, or around the C tower, but they are dropped, so the ball is just still hanging around the Brutes, the C tower, and it just seems that there's just a crazy amount of players and everyone's being dropped on both sides. And finally, we have Shrekman, who's able to position on top of the tower here, hold ball, and he'll be in a pretty good position here with some support below him. I think we have Zave down there putting in some slays, as well as some control, looking like they're setting up for camo. So fumbles the play ball a little bit, but good collection there, and you see perfect timing, gets rid of it just as he gets swarmed by 2 players, and the ball's going to go back down. If Deathruptor fans want it, they're going to have to go down and get it, but we do have camo in the hands of Raiden. Look at this. He knows he's just got a mountain of players, and there's not much.
There was another
there,
play
really.
behind him there, Hoots. He had the perfect situation to pick up an easy double kill, and there just happened to be one more player behind them. Just saw him poke up where he's farting out grenades there, unfortunately. Brattles managing to grab the ball. Rotation coming through. Good opportunity for them to get a nice big fat stack of points. Brattles opting to rotate it around the ramp area here, maybe jump up into the tower and see what's going on. And Brattles, 21 seconds of ball time at the moment. Only 1 kill though. It does look like Shrekman and Zave have been taking them all out, and Brattles just doing a bit of dirty work for his team. He does sneak himself one. Does get taken down though. There was a little bit of a misstep on Brattles' part. I mean, he's safely up in the tower. Don't poke your head out for too long, mate.
Yeah, but that was a huge out BR by Zave then, stopping an initial grab from Deathruptor fans. So it looks like they've had a few lucky spawns down in the Brutes, and they've been able to push up and get this ball there, because they were 3 down at one point. So they are setting up around this C, but I really like the route here from Shrekman, coming around here, providing some great support with the plasma pistol, and picks up a double, and he's going to just get it off the map. So yeah, look, dies there, but a perfect move of what he was supposed to. He knew they weren't really in a position to maintain solid control on that that C tower. And so he just gets in, throws the ball off the map. And again, you have to fight down in this really, this pretty messy cave system here. But he goes a sniper, goes for the swipe, doesn't connect, unfortunately. But, at this point, with this kind of lead they've got, and given we have had such a scrap to pick up that ball at the very start, Repulsor down there trying to get the pancake, I think, from above. But, time starts to become a little bit of an issue for Deathruptor fans now, and Raiders really starting to heat up with this snipe.
Yeah, it is. And that was such a tough angle there, looking down the little cubby hole at the ball, trying to connect on Sniper. That's a really hard shot. And here we go, Raided. That's a little bit of an easier shot for him. A lot of players down in the kill feed, and Raided still has a few bullets to play with here. The ball's just still chilling down bottom mid, and good opportunity. Malicious rotating that ball around, and here comes Raided. He's got a couple of bullets to play with. That Sniper finds himself Apollo. Apollo doing well with his cover. Will he be able to take him down? He does. Wow, great stuff from Apollo. He utilized his cover and then pushed the advantage when he saw the reload. Great stuff from him. Now, Jordan, with that camo and the heat wave, it's going to be a good opportunity for Deathruptor fans to push themselves back into this game.
Yeah, and we have seen Rice has been holding this ball for quite a while now, and they're bringing themselves right back, only about a 10-second difference. And he's holding in that little cubby there in the A garage. So they managed to get a fair few slays and Deathruptor fans and set up to get a bit of chunk of time. But look at that, Malicious just comes straight back out, and when Shrekman's got that sniper, you're always going to be in trouble. He comes and single-handedly shuts that hole down, and now they're just set up perfectly in this garage here while they're racking up time with Zave holding ball. Zave can slay and hold objective. I mean, he's far and away the highest objective player, but even in this round alone, 10 kills. So pretty diverse. When you can have someone strong on the objective and the kills as well, it's a pretty big blessing, and he's starting to rotate this through to B now. He is dropped, and we do find Deathruptor fans are pretty well set up around the ball now. Almost a no-scope there from Shrekman. He's taken down, but they're able to get a good set of time there, Malicious, and they're now put about another 30-second gap in front of them and Deathruptor fans with only about a minute and a half to go, Justin, which is just important to mention.
Yeah, and you know what? And just having a peek at the slays here, you're talking about Zave. I mean, what an up-and-comer. And he's, basically top of the leaderboard. He's almost there in kills and objective. What a monstrous player he's proving to be, and making his way all the way to the pointy end of the tournament. Shout out to him. Now we're jumping on board with him. He manages to get one kill and getting some more of that objective stat line. He does get taken out straight away. Brattles with that sniper now. One more bullet to play with and finds the head of Cluesy. Sit down, mate. Enjoy the respawn screen. And Brattles, blood in the water, goes for the ball as well. Instantly goes to rotate it over to an area he can safely hold down and play if he needs it. Heatwave comes in. Brattles does not hesitate to throw that off the map. And now Apollo, he does get those 2 kills to break the setup, but the ball's played, so he's got to get down bottom mid with that Heatwave, bounce it off the walls and try and keep Malicious off it, Hooters.
And Malicious are pretty well set up they were set up pretty well in this cave down here, but I think they've started to shift their focus over to the brute field instead. So they were taking a few of them down, and Deathruptor fans, they really need to start moving. There's 35 seconds left. They're down by 34. We do know that when you hold the ball, the countdown time, it does stop. So if they can get a good chunk of hold time in, they've still got a bit of time, even if they are killed, to come back and get it. But at this point, I think if you're Malicious, do you start to just try and purely hold them off the ball? I think that's what I'd be doing, Justin.
Yeah, he could. There's not much time left on the clock, and look at this. Rice desperately trying to stay alive and get some ball time. They really only have opportunity to get a little bit more points on the board. It's do or die at the moment. 9 seconds on the clock. Not much time to go, boys. Someone's got to get their mitts on that ball, otherwise it's all over. And the timer has stopped. The ball is on the move. Look at this. Deathruptor fan making one last final stand here, Hooters. There's only 4 seconds left on the clock, and Deathruptor have the ball in hand.
Yeah, but we do have a snipe. If Shrekman can just get one pick with this snipe on the ball, then it's game over pretty much. They're set up around C really well, though. They are coming back actually really hard. They're only 5 seconds down.
It's coming quick. Here it comes.
But look at the setup as well. They're in no position to make a move on this tower, really. They're all stuck down at B, and they're going to now take the lead. So at this point, I drop it straight away, and they do. They play bullet. That's going to be game over, I think.
Wow.
Deathruptor fans, incredible turnaround. They were dead to rights on that, and they bring that round back. So, that was a long slog to get to that point, but all credit to them. They just got a fantastic setup on that C tower to be able to do that. And now we go into a game 3. And, this is a reverse of what happened to Malicious in that first series that we saw at the start of our broadcast tonight, where they were coming off the real momentum swing in game 2 after a come from behind win. What do we see Deathruptor fans doing now?
I don't know, but that was not a 200, it was a 2000 IQ play. They really played it well. When, you know what, 4 seconds on the clock, just throw it off the map. They'll never be able to come back. And they managed to keep their tournament lives going. And Cluzy now helping his team put some points on the board very early on. That camo player trying to stay alive. Cluzy doing well to hold down this area of the map, and the other team not able to rotate through. Zave with that camo, ready to break the setup. Only getting a little bit of a burst there, and it's like, you know, didn't give away his position, but he could have. He was a little bit in no man's land there, Hooters, and now rotating through. The ball was played. Perfect grenade down on the player rotating through. Should be an easy cleanup, does find one, and there they go. They get rewarded with the ball, and Malicious, they got their ball time coming in. Look at those grenades trying to flush him out, but doesn't matter. Zave's already on the rotation. He's got plenty of help, plenty of buffers, and Shrekman with the sniper rifle. Let's see if he can take some heads.
Yeah, he's lining them up. It looks like they are coming through that B-side door to the garage here, so he's going to just be hovering around this pillar. It's kind of hard when you've got 3 guys looking at you and you're just trying to no-scope people, but, you know, creates a bit of a distraction there for Raider to start cleaning up. Nice there, Melee. Unfortunately, he's dropped, so all 4 dead for Malicious there. Deathruptor fans holding ball. I think they're starting to move it back towards the C tower. No, they're holding it in A, so that A cubby they're going to go for. You know, C clearly worked for them well last time, but it's probably a bit too much of a risk to try and take it across the entirety of the map to go for that same setup. Camo popping in 10 seconds, and we do have Brattles here looking to make a move into A, but look at the stack in there. 3 of them just sitting in there for Deathruptor fans, putting protection on this ball, and they're skipping out to a really nice lead here, about to hit the 50-second mark. Jordan holding in that cubby really well, putting some melees down with the ball. Unfortunately, I think he's dropped, so Cluzy, the last one alive, and it looks like Malicious have been able to come in and disrupt this setup for a bit of time, which they definitely needed, because we did see Deathruptor fans going on a bit of a run, Justin, so looks like they're going to now have their turn holding the A garage.
Yeah, and we just saw that previous round. Leads are so fragile. The points just rack up so quickly, and you got to make sure that you're not too comfortable, you don't get complacent, and you just keep playing until the round's over. Otherwise, you can see another team clutch it up. And as we say that, Malicious, they do take the lead in this one, Hoots, and crossing that 50-point mark, and it's racking up really quickly. And it doesn't seem like a lot of pressure from Deathruptor fans is coming through to stop this setup. They aren't going in just yet. They may be looking for a next power-up, maybe a power weapon to help break this setup. And that ball is on the ground now. And Zave, he knew that power weapon was ready right for the taking, and goes in, scoops it up, doesn't manage to connect on that 3rd shot for the kill. He goes down now on board with Brattles, finding a kill. Brattles just going, did that sticky get on me or not? And he turns around, doesn't. Double kill for him. Triple kills there if he wants, but no, the heat wave sending him back to the respawn screen, disintegrating him instantly. Zave smells blood, going after the player. The ball's there just sitting on the ground, but Zave's like, I want the kill first. Doesn't manage to get it. He's still alive? What is going on? There he is.
Out of nowhere. It's just, yeah, I think the repulsor then almost blocked the melee somehow. But yeah, this game has all of a sudden gone really close as well. The pace has lifted considerably from the last round, where we ended up going all the way. Look, we're over halfway for both teams, and we've still got 3 minutes on the clock. So this game, it looks like we're going to probably get to a 100-point result at some point. The ball's reset because it has just sat there for quite a while. No one picking it up. But I love the snipe coming through there from Shrekman. He's been the one holding this snipe down the whole time here, and he's going to look to put a bit of protection over this camo as we see Rated going for it. And that's perfect rotation of the map there, Justin, rolling around, providing cover for Rated to get that camo. He'll pop that in now, and they're going to maybe be able to try and get in on this Deathruptor fans ball hold, as we see Deathruptor fans not really in a huge position here to make a move to see. They're just going to throw nades. Jordan somehow staying alive for a little bit longer than we thought. Nice no-scope connection there. Can't finish up, unfortunately, but geez, if you've got a sniper on the map, get it in the hands of Shrekman, Justin.
Yeah, he does seem to connect on a nice shot when it counts. Does get that cleaner onto Rice as well. Shrekman turning up for his team. Scoreline may as well be completely even. Anybody's game at this point. Heatwave going into Shrekman's back pocket. He's really utilizing all of those power weapons, Hoots, and doing well with every single one of them. And now we have Apollo putting points onto the board. Just opts for a rotation. Look at this, going around over to the tower, senses that the pressure is coming in, and he can scrap so much ball time just by running in in the opposite direction. Look at this. He's under a lot of pressure, desperately trying to stay alive. Will he be able to make it up into the tower hoots? And he does. He just scampers up there with a sliver of health. And that nade just comes in, the God nade. Just coming down and taking him out.
Comes out of nowhere. He managed to get across most of that brood field completely untouched, which I didn't think he'd be able to do. And it was only a really perfectly placed nade that finally took him out. But that ball's sitting there at that C tower. And this is where Deathruptor fans were able to do that last-minute charge and really put the game away. And hey, they've only got 10 seconds left, and they're holding ball to be able to put this one out of reach. And this C tower is where they want to hold it. You can see here perfectly set up. They're not going to be able to get the play ball straight away, but perfect use there. Dropping down and staying alive there is Jordan. Just 4 seconds needed left, and it looks like they might be in a position to pick up these final few points with Rice. Unfortunately, he's taken down, so a lot of chaos around the ball, but look at the team swarm in Deathruptor fans. This is going to be it, Justin. They're going to move up 1-0 in this series.
Well, Deathruptor fans, they clutched it out in that first game, that previous round. Hoots, it was, Malicious, they had that in the bag. They had the setup, but no. Deathruptor fans, they clutched it up, got it over the line, and then a nice deciding victory in that to take game one. Amazing stuff to them. And what does that do to your momentum and your mentality going forward? Having it back and forth, you clutch it up to keep yourselves alive and then end up taking in the game. These guys are hot.
Yeah, it's like we were saying, it's the complete opposite of when Malicious were playing on recharge in Oddball. They've just had that momentum taken away from them, and Deathruptor fans were able to move through. Look, really strong performance across the board there from Deathruptor fans. I mean, look at those 2 10,000s coming out of Raided and Brattles in terms of damage, and we saw Rice there putting in for Deathruptor fans really strongly with 9,000. But you can do all the damage you want. It's all about the Oddball points, unfortunately, and so Deathruptor fans being able to really capitalize on those certain instances there where they had ball control. And I think the tail of the tape really was in that second round, just that last push on the C and having about 40 seconds of straight ball time with no time on the clock. And then I think it was Rice just perfectly, once they got that lead, they just chucked the ball off, knowing that it takes a bit of time to respawn. There was no one in position to pick it up straight away for Malicious, and they take that round in round 2, and then they just use that momentum through to round 3.
Yeah, they played it perfectly all the way through and managed to take the first map here. And looking through the highlights, but you know what? Like, Deathruptor fans, they clutched it up and made the right plays at the right time, but Malicious, they were right with them the entire time and just couldn't get it over the line, Hoots. So I wouldn't count them out just yet. I think we've got a bit of a series on our hand, and I'm looking forward to game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, can a Malicious experienced enough now, I guess, to be able to turn away and say, hey, that's happened, let's move on. Brattles is someone who's been around for a long, long time, so you'd think he'd have a bit of that experience to be able to be mentally tough and shake this loss off. But, you've got a few new guys on the team. How is it for them? This sniping here that we had from Shrekman was doing his best to try and keep them in it. Unfortunately, just couldn't get it done. And this was the God tier nade as well that just chucked it out of Apollo's hands. But, they had the setup there, and Apollo was able to get back on the respawn and get those last few seconds. So really impressive win to be able to turn that around for Deathruptor fans. And look, I don't think we thought that it would be potentially like that. I came into this thinking Malicious was so impressive at the start when we first saw them on stream that they'd probably get the win here. But I think we've been nothing but surprised this whole time. Justin, coming through all these rounds that we've watched, it's been a ball of surprises.
Yeah, well, whoever Deathruptor is, I'm sure he's a nice fella, but he must be happy that his fans are performing so well for him. Shout out to Brad. But Malicious, I mean, could you say that everyone was kind of backing them and Deathruptor fans was kind of the underdog still? But they're really proving, they're earning the respect, Hoots. They're performing really well and taking series that people are not expecting them to take, and they're really cementing themselves as a top squad in ANZ.
Yeah, and we heard with John, we said before after their last series that, some teams aren't wanting to scrim with them. And so, what's the best way to try and get that respect back? I guess it's to do well in tournaments, and they're doing just that. So, hopefully for their sake as well, that these kind of performances make other teams stand up and recognize that, these guys are worth scrimming and paying attention to. I think we want a really healthy ecosystem here, and we don't really want certain teams, I guess, gatekeeping scrims from other teams and refusing to scrim people. The more people that are scrimming each other, the better. You know, we're trying to grow the scene here as much as we can. So these kind of performances will only help them with that. And they've just got a really fantastic squad. They're doing a lot of interesting things. And I think Rice is a really great just role player across the board from what we've seen so far. I've seen him make some fantastic objective plays. Similar to Zave, though, on the other side, I saw once or twice some of the play ball calls he was making for a junior player to be able to come through and know when to hold position and hold ball and when to just get it off the map. You know, you have to make those decisions really quickly, and his ability to do that, and I saw Rice do it as well several times, was really impressive. So, you know, they've got a lot to show here, and we're just really lucky to be able to watch it.
Yeah, and it is really nice to see some new, fresh faces within the scene making a bit of a name for themselves. But we are jumping into this next game, which I'm looking forward to. And it was pretty back and forth in that first game, and Deathruptor fans getting it over the line, but that doesn't mean that Malicious are out just yet. These guys know how to play. We've seen them doing very well so far tonight, and I'd be looking at them to respond to Deathruptor fans and put on the hurt, and I can't wait, Hoots.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we saw Malicious. I think we were playing on this map with them earlier tonight, and they were performing really well. So we're going to see a bit of a push straight away through to this top area. You know, the camo is often something that can take a little bit of time to be picked up at the start on these maps, as teams just try to decide, is it we go under, we go up on the top. So there is a bit of chaos, but we have seen Deathruptor fans come out to a strong lead 3-0 at the start. So they should be in a position to pick up this camo with Cluzy picking up the first 2 kills. So, you know, a bit of chaos at the start, which is what we love in a Slayer, Justin. It can be anywhere, and I'll be interested to see who ends up picking up this heat wave, because we've seen previously on Aquarius that heat wave can be a real difference maker.
It certainly can. Raided trying to get out that player. The Sis Dugs come in to take him out, and look at that. A lot of players fallen. There's a lot of red X's on the blue side, and but still, it's 3-3, completely tied up. But it is very early days so far. Raided checking his angles, trying to rotate through the map, responding to a bit of a call. That does look like he's trying to get himself in there to get some fire down. Hasn't really done a lot, you know, and play-by-play calling it, but he isn't doing a lot. And as soon as he pokes his head out, he just gets double teamed and sent back to the respawn screen. So take 2 next time we see him around. And Cluzy with that heat wave ready to go in his pocket in the vertical orientation. 1 shot and melee takes him down. 3 to the body will take him out also. And look at that, he goes down, doesn't do a lot with that heat wave. Jordan putting shots down across map, grabs himself that thruster, puts in some shots into Zave, takes him down. 1 kill for him, and they're just going trade for trade at the moment. Hoots?
Yeah, but Deathruptor fans are starting to pull out to a nice little lead here with 4 kills, and you know, we haven't really seen any real team pushes coming out yet. It feels like everyone's playing a bit individually. This camo's popping in 15 seconds, but we're going to see some shots on Jordan across top mid there, making sure the play gets pushed down, and then a nice move in through here. Working well with the team. That's a double kill. They do lose 1 on the way through, but you'll take a 2 for 1 any day of the week. So they're padding out that lead a little bit more, but you know, the 4 kill gap hasn't changed a huge amount, and this camo's about to drop. Unfortunately, a little mess up there from Jordan as he drops off from the clamber, so that camo could have been his for the taking there, but he has to drop down. So I think it's still probably going to be up for a little bit of time as we see. I don't know, John, it just feels like the teams are kind of just poking at each other a little bit. We're not really seeing any team pull away in particular, and there doesn't seem to be a huge amount of team cohesion so far, at least from the point of view of concerted pushes.
Yeah, well, maybe they're just giving each other the respect that they deserve. They, you know, Deathruptor fans, they took out that first game, but they're still like, well, we can't run over these boys. We've still got to play smart. And 7 points the difference right now in favor of Deathruptor fans. Are on board with Rice as he's hunting down, flicking through those angles across his mouse pad, finds himself raided, puts in some fire there, not able to secure the kill, does get it over the line, using that thruster to sneak around the corner, getting his shield back. They're flashing, and here comes the cleanup. Brattles desperately trying to get rid of him. Rice is just doing so well to utilize all of that cover and stay alive. Great gameplay from him. Here he comes in, responding to the call out. Zave in trouble a little bit, trying to utilize some angles. Raided, found in no man's land, trying to duck and weave, doesn't matter. And you know, Rice, he's putting in so much damage and outputting damage shoots. He's just everywhere and everything, and look at that. Loses that 1v1 in the end. Zave responding. He needed the shut Rice down there because he was just performing too well. You've got to shut down players when they're hot.
Yeah, Rice was on a real tear. That his movement and shot selection was fantastic. A few times he had, shots on one player instead of chasing. He instantly turned, got the call out, and looked down and was putting shots in another. And Zave, that was huge to shut him down because they were going on a bit of a tear. And this lead has blown out now to 10. A lot of that off the back of Rice's ability to stay alive. And you can see when he playing on that mouse and keyboard, his ability to turn quickly and change directions, which often can take a little bit longer on controller because the sensitivity is not there as much. But that was huge for his team and has really helped them solidify this lead now, jumping up by 12 kills and starting to make a move around that 30 kill mark, which is when we start paying attention, Justin. But Zave, doing well to try and stay alive here. Unfortunately, his drop, but a camo is going to not get picked up yet. I believe it stayed up top, so no, it's fallen down, sorry. So someone did manage to pick that up, and I think it's fallen maybe bottom mid somewhere. So, they're going to need to start getting these camos in their hands, Malicious, because, as we have said, we're in the elimination bracket now. They're down a game. If they do lose this, they are going home packing. So something needs to come out, and, Shrekman is leading the team for Slayers equal with Zave, but, we haven't really seen him much and seen him being able to take off. I'd be interested if we can get a look at him maybe to see how he's going, but great heads-up play there by Rated, shooting the grenade out to stop the damage ticking, because if you sit on those electric grenades for a while, Justin, they can drain your shields and kill you pretty damn quickly.
Yeah, they are so annoying to play against, and really good for aerial denial too. And, it's less about kills, but cutting off angles for your teammates. Now I'm board with Shrekman, and he's putting some damage down across the map, and they are down quite a bit. Deathruptor fans been quite dominant so far, and we are starting to get to that halfway point. We're going to be at the pointy end soon. Malicious, they're in a little bit of trouble. Deathruptor fans are just stomping them right now. 15 points the difference. Now I'm board with Brattles. He's only on 1 kill, and there he goes. He dies again. Double-digit deaths for Brad. Unfortunate. And now back on board with Zave, who's been performing for his squad. He does go down. Apollo getting the better out of him there. Now board with Raider, gets a little cleanup, doesn't get the second. Unfortunately, back with Shrekman, he gets a nice little assist there, but the scoreline really isn't shifting, and Deathruptor fans are slowly running away with this one. Hoots, it might be home time for Malicious.
Yeah, when you have Rice and Apollo putting up numbers like they are now, 12 and 6 and 12 and 5 respectively, they're massive positive numbers that makes it just really hard for you to pull back from. And like you said, Brattle's just really struggling on 1 kill and 11 deaths, right? 12 deaths, I should say, sorry. So that's going to be very challenging for them to come back from. Only 10 kills needed for Deathruptor fans, and it looks like they're really starting to get into their groove here. And I'm really loving from Cluzy as well. We're seeing 8 assists come out of him and only going -1. So he's not getting a huge amount of kills, but he's staying alive and just putting shots in across the map, and that's all you really want. It's going to be interesting to see his damage given statistics at the end of this game to see if they are relatively high, because it looks like with these kind of stats he is. But Shrekman with the camo here, moving in here on Jordan. Nice little pick up there. 14 kill gap. It looks like they are starting to eke back just a little bit, but I think it might be too little too late, Justin.
Yeah, a little bit too little too late. Exactly what you said. We've seen some score lines come back before, but when you have the momentum on your side, it's pretty hard to come back. Shrekman doing everything that he can, does manage to find that 1 kill, 11 points the difference. And having a look at the Slays department right now, we have Rice and Polar and Jordan all in triple-digit kills, just monster numbers across that entire squad. Shrekman desperately trying to stay alive. He's doing well to utilize it as much as possible, but runs straight into Apollo. Now on board with Rice, putting in huge numbers for his squad, sliding around the map and just flicking around. I'm loving this mouse and keyboard gameplay. Finds one play, does run into another 2. Unfortunate for him, no help there to keep him alive. Now on board with Jordan, throwing those nades across map, responding to those call-outs, and he cops a grenade to the face there. Didn't even get the pop around the corner, Hoots, and he cops one. But Jordan, 13 and 10 right now, pos 3 and in the double-digit range. Look at that nice little nade placement up there. Doesn't manage to get the kill. Zave goes down, and Apollo now putting shots onto Brattles across map. He's a little bit vulnerable just sitting down bottom mid like that. But I mean, with only 3 kills to go, I'd say Deathruptor fans has this one in the bag.
Yeah, the blood's in the water. They can smell it. They're moving in here as a team. It looks like pushing it onto the flag, and we are going to see Brattles here cop a bit of fire as well as Zave. Zave's done really well so far in this game with 14 kills, but unfortunately just hasn't had the help there from his teammates. Only 2 kills left for Deathruptor fans now, and this is when you pretty much just start to charge, because to quote Walsh, you charge because we can't lose. There's no way they can really lose this one. At just 1 kill remaining, and it looks like at this point Rice is just going to be running around like a chicken with his head cut off, just hunting for that last kill. He's obviously wanting to make sure he finishes as the top slayer, and he does there with 16. So Deathruptor fans 2-0ing Malicious. You know, disappointing for Malicious to end that way, Justin. We saw a really good performance from them at the opening of our broadcast tonight. Unfortunately, just Deathruptor fans too good on the day. Rice was really running riot for a lot of that game, just everywhere. The aggression he has with his mouse and keyboard, Luke, is something to behold, because it just looks so different to what we typically see on a controller player.
Yeah, you can really see that he's been able to utilize the advantages of mouse and keyboard to try and get himself, you know, in these advantageous positions where he can start to challenge a lot of these controller players, because, you know, a lot of these controller players, they are very, very good in and of their own right. And a lot of these 1v1s, you will be going down, but, you know, Rice has really been putting himself in those good positions, giving a lot of information to his team, being able to put himself in really high positions and try and utilize that movement a little bit more than what he can against his controller counterparts. So right now, I think this is a pretty big stamp for a lot of those people in the chat right now that keyboard players can hang with the best. And right now, Rice is really starting to make his stamp. And the fact that Deathruptor fans, boys, have taken a 2-0 here up against Malicious. They have a date now with the Chiefs, and I think today is a bit of a Cinderella story for them here in the Pro Series. The fact that they've been able to make this crazy elimination bracket run, and now they have a date with the Chiefs, Justin. And I mean, at this point, I'm not quite sure if they're going to be able to get it done, but heck, I'd love to see it.
You know what? It's hard to bet against the Chiefs. I get it. They're the hot favourite. They're only paying $1.10 at bookies. So it's going to be a tough slog for Deathruptor fans. But the thing is, Deathruptor fans have been playing really well, and they've got the momentum to boot. They've had such a good tournament tonight that Chiefs, they need to watch out. They've been sitting on the sidelines, probably chilling a little bit. But no, Deathruptor fans, they've been fighting in the trenches and playing really good Halo. So Chiefs, they better watch out when these boys meet them up.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be a pretty crazy series for us to see about whether or not Deathruptor fans can just ride this hype wave all the way towards the grand final and see if they can have a date with Divine Minds, because right now they are having a rematch with the Chiefs after this, and the way that they've been playing right now, they're playing very confident, they're playing well together, they're being able to get these objectives done, and now they're starting to frag out on the Slayers as well. And Deathruptor fans getting themselves a bare minimum top 3 finish here, Hoots, is just amazing for them, and I'm sure this is a whole lot of wind in their sails, not just for today, but even moving forward into the rest of these HCS competitions.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure I saw Rice on Twitter was saying how stoked he was to have a go at Chiefs at the start of the tournament, and unfortunately they got 2-0'd, but you know, they get another crack at it. Hopefully they're still super ramped up. I'm sure they would be coming off this series, and you know, especially that oddball game that we saw on Live Fire, which was one that, you know, can really get the adrenaline going. I'm sure the belief is sky high right now, and you know, why not? Why not them? Why can't they be the ones to knock the Chiefs out and say, nope, sorry, you guys aren't making the final this time?
Exactly. Why not us today? And I think, you know, I was looking back at I caught a little bit of that series that they had against the Chiefs. Some of those matches weren't all too big of a blowout either. So I think that maybe the fact that the Chiefs have had to sit back and wait for a little bit longer to get into their series here for these elimination finals. Deathruptor fans, they've got a whole boatload of practice right now. They're warm, they're amped, they're ready, and I'm sure they are super hyped right now, Justin. And going into the Chiefs, I think that they have to be prepared to withstand an onslaught, because I think Deathruptor fans are really going to come into this with not a real care in the world. They're going to come in with confidence, and they're going to be challenging the Chiefs here.
I think so too. And the thing is that if you're getting picks and you're utilizing those opportunities, it doesn't matter who you're playing. It does not matter. If 2 players are dead, you can run flags. If you got 2 players dead, you can rotate that oddball. And if you make the right decision and utilize those opportunities, you can take games from anyone. And Deathruptor fans, they're proving that they've been able to do that. And those opportunities are not going to come easy from the Chiefs. They're going to put up a much bigger fight than Malicious did. So Deathruptor fans, they need to be ready and just ride that momentum. They need to go in as hot as possible. No cooling off. Stay at your station, keep the headset on, keep the thumbs nice and warm, and just launch straight into this next series, because the Chiefs, they're going to be ready for you.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be something for us to start to look at in this series, is about whether or not the Chiefs are going to be able to challenge, much like we've seen throughout today, or whether or not Disruptor fans are going to come in a little bit too hot and fast. And I think even though, Hoots, if they do go down here to the Chiefs, this is an amazing appearance for the Disruptor fans. And even looking towards Pro Series number 2, we're going to be looking at these guys to start taking some big names as well, seeing if they can take down the Direwolves once again, whether or not this Mindfreak series was something a bit of a fluke, or whether or not Malicious was another one of those teams that might not have been able to challenge them. And I think today has been a really good day for Disruptor fans.
Yeah, and a good day for mouse and keyboard fans as well. Yep. We've got a mouse and keyboard player in the top 3. So I'm sure you're loving that, Luke. But it's it's just something that it's completely new to Halo, and we always knew it was going to maybe take a bit of time for mouse and keyboard players to get in. But is this a taste of things to come as time goes on? Are we going to see more of them? Rice is a bit of a trailblazer, so good on him. Yeah, it's really impressive.
Yeah, I think it might be a little bit of a start of a trend here in HCS, ladies and gentlemen. Who knows? Maybe mouse and keyboard players might be running rampant in the next couple of tournaments. But it is time for us to go to a break here. We've only got a few more series left to go before we do get to crown our champion of Pro Series number 1. So make sure you join us on the other side of this for more HCS.
We went to that pit. Yeah, that was a very nice place.
We went out to a barbecue place, which was like over the top amount of food. Had ribs.
I think when we went to like that barbecue place that Dylan said, like it was like mashed like sweet potato. It had like sugar and like cinnamon in it. It's just a very weird like flavor. I don't know, maybe in Australia we just have very bland food.
We went to Macca's last night, and the food was just oversized and ridiculous. Like the chips were massive. Like it filled up my whole entire packaging for my burger.
So we started off with Chipotle. Honestly, I don't rate it. I think we've got better Mexican in Australia, and I'll probably get like hunted down and killed for saying that, but
had ribs, had the biggest piece of chicken I think I've ever seen. Like I don't know what they're pumping into chicken over here, like, but this thing was like this big and it was like a chicken wing.
That bar was actually really cool. We got to run around and like got to play some air hockey against some of the boys and get out of that friendly competition.
Yeah, I got spooked by Reese in air hockey. I was pretty good at the basketball game.
The guy sitting behind us, after when we were getting up to leave, was like, "Oh, you guys are Australian Halo players," and I was like, "Yeah, like how did you know?" And he's like, "Oh, I heard you guys talking. Like I could tell from the accent, and I saw like you had like Halo shirts on." And he was just talking about like how you used to play back in the day, and I don't know, it was just nice to. You never get that in Australia.
Welcome back, everybody. Here, HCS Pro Series #1 is getting very, very close to its penultimate conclusion here. We do have Divine Mind, who's waiting in the grand finals after the victor here of the Chiefs taking on the Deathruptor fans. Hoots, it has been a long road so far for the Deathruptor fans, but they have taken down some big names. There is one massive name that is standing in front of them in the Chiefs. Can they do it?
Yeah, I mean, why not? Like we said before, why not them? Why not now? Why not against the Chiefs? It's, you know, they were super impressive in that last series. I've seen in the Twitch chat that Rice is just hyped up and he's ready to go. So, yeah, I can't wait to see this. I reckon, you know, there could be something interesting here. You said yourself, Luke, when you were watching Barcode stream, when they played their initial series at the start of this tournament, that it was closer than what a 2-0 would typically show. So, who knows?
Yeah, who really knows? Especially after, you know, the tale that we've had. Deathruptor fans, they've been on this big little charge here. And the Chiefs, they've had to sit back and kind of calm down a little bit. I was tuning into Barcode stream and he was basically just watching our stream here. So hello to Barcode if you're still out there, mate. It has been, you know, a little bit of a wait for the boys on the Chiefs here. And it's really hard to try and keep that momentum and keep warm here because you're going up against a Deathruptor fans team who's come in with a hot streak, albeit you are the Chiefs at the end of the day here, Justin. And they have such a legacy so far in Halo Infinite, if you want to call it that, and they're coming in now, backs against the wall, elimination bracket final, up against a red hot upstarts. I don't know, this might be a little spooky if you're a Chiefs fan.
Yeah, and it's a good time to be a Deathruptors fans, and you know what, the Chiefs, they've been sitting on the sidelines and just chilling, not really keeping all that warmed up, and as you say, Deathruptor fans are coming out hot, but the thing is that you still have these players. I mean, look at the lineup. Prady, Barcode, Pips, Flex Reigns. You've still got to come up against these monstrous players. And Barcode, he could have a broken arm and both his legs cut off, and it'd still be the best player in the region. He is just an absolute monster, just cracked out of his mind. The clutch plays all the time and just dominating every 1v1 fight that you see him in. So he really is the player that you got to watch out for, and he's a little bit under the weather. So if you're a Death Raptors fan, it's 4-stack Barcode, take him out of the game. That's your key to victory right there, I reckon.
Yeah, I mean, it really does feel like that Barcode can put the team on his back, but I think it takes nothing away from the rest of those players as well, right? Like, it's not every single game that Barcode's having to drop 30 bombs in every single map just so the Chiefs can get over the line. The rest of these boys have fragging power as well. We talked about Pips just being an absolute monster with the Bulldog on streets. We've just seen so much from all these players. Flex Reigns had an absolutely insane go on Divide Mine as well, and now coming in. And Hoots, on the other side of the pitch, we've still got some really good names coming in from Death Raptor fans. Some OGs and Rice being the new keyboard mouse upstart, but it feels like that from what we've seen with the Death Raptor fans is they've got this little bit of flair, but it seems like their team communication and play as well is also up to snuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw just so many smart, objective plays coming out of that last series we just saw. And in particular, I think it's worth highlighting Jordan, who we just saw make some really critical play balls at particular times. And especially when you go into an oddball game that is 3 rounds, including 1 round in the middle that was just absolutely nuts and insanely close. Those little quick decisions are the difference between winning and losing. And he made all the right ones when watching him then. So, look, I thought he was fantastic. And, we do know he's played Halo 5 quite a bit, as we can see here, but hasn't played probably in a LAN environment for quite a while, and so I'm sure someone like him is just itching to get back into a LAN environment once we finally can. And Melbourne's not too far away. It's only in October, I think it is. No, it's September. So yeah, it's not too far away. So I'm sure people like that like him are just itching to get back.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody is licking their lips, rubbing their hands, doing all the kind of weird stuff that people do before LANs to just get themselves into those boosts and play some Halo and just get
sanitizing as well, obviously.
Sanitizing, yep. Making sure the distancing as well, all that kind of jazz. So, I mean, it's super exciting to see how intense these guys have been with the Disruptor fans about how hungry they are to try and get it done. And right now, we're going to jump into the maps here, Justin, so we can see exactly what their road's going to be to try and take down a team like the Chiefs. Starting out with a CTF is probably not the best place you want to start out here up against the Chiefs. I feel like they have been such a stalwart of CTF teams in so long after every single one of these qualifiers. Even in Raleigh, they were a team that will be able to take down these big international squads on CTF maps. And if you're a Death Raptor fan, I'm not quite sure if you're going to be able to go all 3 maps here, but maybe if you can get upset on CTF, it sets you up for a good little Slayer map too.
Yeah, one thing about CTF, or any objective game really, is that you don't necessarily need to be the team that's slaying out. You've just got to slay out at the right time and get the flag moving. So maybe this is the opportunity for Death Raptor fans to make their flag runs count. Be patient, wait for your picks, and get map control and get those flags across the map as quickly as possible when you have those opportunities, because Chiefs, they're not going to let opportunities slip through their fingers. They're going to be jumping on them as soon as they come. So I think a little bit of patience from Death Raptor fans, but they need to keep the pressure on, and then wait for those opportunities to come. That would be key for victory if you're a Death Raptors fan.
That's an interesting one. The Death Raptor fans, and then you might have Death Raptors fans, and we can go all the way until the cows come home to see how many different fans we can get going. But enough of that, lads. It is time for us to jump into Bazaar here. The real question is Barcode going to be put in a cage by the Disruptor fans, or will they be able to fall to the Chiefs? Let's jump into Bazaar and find out, lads.
Yeah, thanks, Luke. Really looking forward to getting into this one. We have seen, Justin, so far, these Bazaar CTFs have been pretty low scoring. It's just teams trying to establish some form of map dominance and usually just eking out a cap in those last couple of minutes. But when you do have a team like Chiefs who are so strong and objectively sound, are we going to see a much different and faster scoring setup here? We do jump on board with Apollo to start off, starting to make a move for that grapple, and we see Barcode taking it there. I think Barcode almost always heads for that grapple at the very start, and he can then take his pick Does he head up to Rockets or does he try and grapple that overshield to himself? He is unfortunately taken down though, so we are seeing Flex Rains moving on this overshield while Rice just keeps an eye on it. So overshield is now in the hand of the Chiefs, as we see Rockets as well. A nice dodging there by Rice, making sure he avoids that, but he does have an overshield pushing in on him as well as Rockets, and that's always going to be a hard one to get away from there. Justin is taken down.
Yeah, he is now on board with Apollo. Look at that. He's so many grenades thrown in with Barcode there, managing to secure the kill. And look at that. Chiefs have already got a flag on the move. Prady's managing to get it past that really danger zone there. And Rice desperately trying to put some pressure down, but no, Flex Rain comes in and applies the cover so that they can get the flag moving. Cluzy desperately trying to get that recover. Nice double kill from him. And look at this. Gets the double kill and instantly takes some map control here. This is exactly what you want to see if you're a Death Raptors fan.
Yeah, just keep going with that one. It still works, but they managed to actually get all 4 down for Chiefs at that point. So really putting a stop to that flag big time. And then you're right, pushing in really hard. And we are seeing a triple there in the hands of from Cluzy. So that is 4 down again for the Chiefs. Overkill. No way. So that is good. If you're going to get a cap, Justin, that's how you do it. You get the overkill. But we do see here Chiefs get that spawn down the Rockets, and they immediately, the first thing they do is they start to head across. So he's going to have Jordan on the left here. The Chiefs fans pushing in on him, and that's a very easy way to stop that flag. So it's just a matter of how much can they reverse this, the Chiefs. We do have a double from Rice. He's dropped, so that's 4 down for Death Raptor fans, unfortunately. So Chiefs get that lucky spawn, manage to head under through the river there, under Rockets, and put a stop, and we're going to look like we're going to see a counter cap potentially here, Justin. So that overkill may have gone to waste effectively, not able to put that flag in, and it looks like they're starting to run this right down bottom middle, and they're getting pretty far along with an overshield.
Yeah, look at that. And Rice, he grabs that overshield and they're just beating the living crap out of each other bottom mid. And Brady's now hiding in the double doors here, waiting for his victim to skulk past. And look at this. He's trying to rotate through and checking his angles here. Can't really seem to find much going on. It's got a little bit quiet, but as I say that, a flag is on the move. Look at this. Brady's, he finds one, second one's there. Apollo gets the nice clean up there. Barcode going in. Andrew Garfield, web shooter in hand, launching that flag all the way across. He's running bottom mid without any kills. He's so confident in getting it across, utilizing that grapple to get himself a little bit closer over. And there's not much pressure being put on Barcode right now. And there comes the return. Not checking your angles. Barcode was still there. He copped a smack in the back into the respawn screen, and then Pips is there. Nice cleanup for him, and flags on the move.
Yeah, it looks like this is going to put in Pips just absolutely punting Cluzy out of the map, it looked like. They should be in a position to capture this. They're all just holding around the flag, and it looks like Flex Rains is going to make a move for this. Unfortunately, he's dropped. He can't put it in. That is 2 down for the Chiefs right now. Death Raptor fans all 4 up, so they are pushing it through the Rocket side here. 2 of them coming in. 4 dead for Chiefs, so it looks like Death Raptor fans are going to get a last line return here. That's fantastic work, Justin. I thought that was in for sure, and I think maybe a bit of miscommunication among the Chiefs as who was going to run it. There was a bit of time where the flag just sat out the front of their base, no one wanting to take it, and those 1 or 2 second delays in running a flag can really come back and bite you. But we're seeing very different CTF game compared to the other CTF Bazaar games we've seen, where a lot of flag pulls are actually getting a pretty far distance. So that just is quite different to what we've seen in some of the previous series we've had.
Yeah, and look at this, but Prady's, he's had a free run all the way across the map. Does cop a grenade to the bum there, but not enough to send him off to the naughty corner. It does look like he's going to smack that one in. It's 1 up for the Chiefs, and it was very scrappy. The back whack comes in on the overshield player. Double kill, triple kills there if he wants it. Does get the trade with the help of his teammate there. Now on board with Jordan going in for the cleaner. The thruster, he's completely lost. He has no idea where he is. Doesn't matter, manages to get the clean up there. Throws out a grenade, cutting off those angles, and here comes the player coming in for the cleanup. Needs a fresh mag in his BR. He's in big trouble here, doing his best to stay alive, Hoots, but he does go down. Now on board with Barcode, throwing up that shock nade there. Area denial up onto the cubby there, and now he's moving into the flag. Just trying if he can get one moving, finds himself Jordan, puts him down pretty easily there, and now rotating into the base. We're going to see another flag on the move. Both flags are out, I think, Hoots.
This is the most chaotic game of Bazaar CTF I think we've seen so far. It's just, I was actually finding some of the other games a bit pretty slow paced, but we're just seeing absolutely insane slaying coming out from both teams and flag pulls from both teams. And, if to only be up 1-0 with the amount of flag pulls that we've seen from both teams is just insane. Barcode's just been patrolling bottom mid here for a while, putting in some great shots there on Rice, taking him down. They should be able to make a push potentially to get this flag through the double doors now. Although we do have Jordan trying to put in a fight. Barcode manages to slide in, just get a touch and keep it alive. It will sit out the front of double doors. So they're going to have to be pretty exposed to Death Rup defense if they want to return this. But it looks like they're in a position to do it, Justin. They're going to send this one back.
They are, and it's very critical that they did. They just double body hopped it and got that flag back in the base as soon as possible. Does look like that overshield is about to pop. That's going to be key for Death Raptor fans to utilize that. The Spanker coming up at the same time, and where do you put your resources? Do you commit to the overshield and get that, or do you use the rockets to get the overshield? It's a tough one to say, but it does look like Praties is getting ready to grab that Spanker. It does get a little bit of pressure applied, but no, rotates straight away. Plenty of shields to deal with. Overshield does look like it's burned, and it looks like Chiefs overshield's burnt, and they get the rockets. They're in a good position here to get another flag moving.
Yeah, Praty's moving in now through the bar, getting that height advantage. He'll be able to drop Apollo there. Very easily picks up the double actually with the rockets. Can he find a triple? Unfortunately, no. It looks like the other two Death Raptor fans have moved through to the tree, so he's actually going to head that way, and that's what you can do with those rockets. You can feel so confident that you can run the flag straight towards enemies when you typically wouldn't, because you've got those rockets in your back pocket and you've got an instant kill sitting there. So they did get 3 down for quite a while there, the Chiefs, but they are managing to move this flag now through the bottom middle. This seems to be the route they're taking most of the time, Justin. It's straight under that little tunnel there and then through the double doors here. I'm liking this from Praties. He's taking a bit of his time. He knew someone was in his base. That's Rice. Rice is now going to get taken down, so should have a pretty clear run, I think, at putting this flag in to go up 2-0.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a fumbly run. He didn't do it with much haste, but he got it there in the end and used those rockets perfectly. He got 3 kills and then just solo ran it across the map. So amazing stuff from him. Apollo with some tasty shots to put that player back in the respawn screen. Spots himself, flex range, backing him off, and it does look like Death Raptor fans, they've got a flag on the move. Is it comeback time, Hooters? I'm not sure, but Apollo already got that flag close to the halfway mark, launching it across, and he's going to expose himself top mid. Oh, you haven't got time to mess around there, mate. The market's closed. No fruit for you. And look at that. He only just narrowly not making it through those double doors. And if he hadn't have fumbled, he maybe have made it. And here comes the return. Are they going to be able to stop that from going back in? 2 bodies on that flag. Quick return. And look at this. A counter cap maybe, Hoots?
Yeah, potentially. There's a fair few deaths coming through. I did like the idea of the Death Raptor fans trying to run it across to the bar side to try and stop those spawns under rockets, because they have been getting hurt by them a few attempts at flag pulls so far, where the Chiefs have just been able to run straight under, untouched into their base to stop the flag coming back. But we do see now Flex running it this exact same route. So this is clearly the Chiefs route. If you are watching this and you're competing against the Chiefs, if they're running flag, this is where they're going to be taking it. And we can see it looks like he's going to get through these double doors as well, taking a few shots, but they've got enough teammates there up. We've also got Pips with the overshield. He can almost just put that on and just start tanking shots as he can get it almost up that ledge. But this might not be in, although with only 1 alive for Death Raptor fans, I think it's pretty safe to say it will be. So 3 flags up now for Chiefs. This is a much higher scoring, a bizarre CTF game than we've seen in previous series, Justin, and this is also a bit of a statement from them, I think.
Yeah, and you know what? Like, I know the Chiefs have got a 3-0 lead right now, but Death Raptor fans, they've been putting up a pretty good fight, and they've gotten flags out, and they've just narrowly missed out a couple of times, and they had the flag all the way over on their side of the map and just couldn't get them in, unfortunately. Cluzy doing his best there, not able to connect on that kill, so he's in the respawn screen. Now on board with Pips. Fresh Spanker's there if he wants it, slams that in, looking around for players, opting to be a little bit lower on the map, does grab himself some thrusters in his back pocket, looking for a player, connects on one more rocket to play with, and he can just take his time and wait for the players to push out. And 2 minutes 30 on the clock. It is doable for Death Raptor fans to bring things back, but it is going to be a hard-fought battle with Chiefs playing the way they are. Pips with a nice clean up there. Shields are flashing. He does get called out and cleaned up though, Hoots.
Yeah, look, you said there is time, Justin. You're not wrong, but things have to go pretty damn perfectly for Death Raptor fans now to get at least 3 caps to tie it up in 2 minutes. It's, it's certainly going to be a challenge. We should mention, this is one of the Chiefs' strongest maps. In fact, they actually took this off the Pioneers at Raleigh on CTF Bazaar, winning 4-1. So, you know, certainly they're no strangers to this map and game type. So, you know, I guess if you're Deathruptor fans, do you take that away as we move into that next Slayer? They're most likely going to go in down a game. But, you know, just understand that this is Chiefs' best map by, you know, a considerable margin, and so they do have a chance to rebound off that. But, you know, with a minute 45 left, it's going to be very hard for them to turn this around.
It is going to be tough, but, you know, got to stay objective. With things are looking their way. Rice with the double kill there, starting to move that flag out. They do have an opportunity here. He didn't hesitate to get that flag moving after a couple of kills, doing really well to run this flag. Nice. Not a lot of fumbles. This might be the cleanest run. Well, as I say, Caster's curse. He fumbles it, the butterfingers come in, and he drops it, sliding down onto the floor. Oh, man, I'm sorry about that, Rice. I shouldn't have said that you're running it really well. Caster's curse.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate there. You know, even just to get a bit of respect on the scoreboard and not get 3-0'd or whatever it ends up being, just to at least get a cap would be a positive. But, you know, it really can crush you when you think you're home and then all of a sudden it's you fumble the flag slightly, and then before you know it, you've got several Chiefs players on you, and it's just not happening. So, look, they're going to get this flag return here, Deathruptor fans. Only 45 seconds to go, so I think we can put a line through this game, Justin. But this has been a pretty strong performance from the Chiefs, and particularly, let's look at Barcode there. 28 kills, 10 assists, 17 deaths. We were saying going in that, you know, he's been feeling a bit under the weather lately, and perhaps, you know, is that going to affect his performance? But, you know, putting up these kind of numbers, just, you know, so much more than the rest of his team, I think he's doing just fine.
Yeah, and, you know, Barcode just doing what Barcode does, which is just dominate everyone that he sees on the map. But we do see Jordan and Cluzy on the 20 bombs, respectively, on their side. So you take out Barcode for a minute, and the slays are pretty damn even. So Deathruptor fans doing their best to keep things respectable, but this game's over. There's 3-kill lead, and there's only a few seconds left. So 3-0 in favor of the Chiefs in game one.
Yeah, so, you know, there we go. As you said, it's you know, it's put that one in the past, I think, and we move on to the next game. We move on to a Slayer where they don't have to worry about the objective so much. And, you know, we had, you know, pretty solid slays coming out of most of the Deathruptor fans there. So no one really holding back and getting in the pretty, like, you know, low teens or anything like that. So they can take that as a positive as we move into this next game. You know, far different map as well. Bazaar is a tricky one. You have to slay out quite a bit to be able to make caps on that map. And so knowing and having that communication of how many are down constantly, how many times have we slayed them, you know, where are they spawning this time, where should we be running it? There's just a lot of things that sometimes teams who have only been together for a little bit amount of time can't get together. So, you know, when we move into a Slayer, it's purely really about call-outs and pushes. So, you know, they can take that, but just look at that Barcode, 7,836 damage, far and away the highest for his team. And just the amount of stuff he was doing there. We saw, you know, dropping, assassinating OS players and things like that. Just a lot of bare knuckle brawling, as you said, Justin. He was putting in a lot of damage there and stopping a lot of those pushes.
Yeah, just being a star player on the map, but Barcode doing what Barcode does. But, you know, one thing, you know, Cluzy had that overkill, and the fact that didn't really translate into a cap. Yeah. Those opportunities, they've got to come your way. And, you know, he clutched up, he got those 4 kills, and he tried to get the flag running, but his teammates should have been there to help him out so that he could get that flag across. And if you're getting 4 kills and not capitalizing on that as an opportunity, then you need to go back and assess your gameplay a little bit there. You know, a bit of tough love. They've been performing really well, but if you're getting 4 kills, wow. As I think I said, that's when they were beating the living crap out of each other there, Hooters, and just a brawl at times, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Bare knuckle brawling, just a lot of just punching dudes in the face, and but it was super chaotic, and it felt like the chaos was almost suiting Deathruptor fans at the start because they were just constantly pulling flags whenever Chiefs were, but it just seemed that after a while Chiefs got into the swing of things, and Deathruptor fans were maybe starting to panic a little bit. You know, when you've been holding your own for a while and then that first cap goes in for the other team, the panic can set in a bit. You might start doing things you weren't previously doing, going against that formula that was working in some sense of the word. So that's when it did start to turn around, and once that initial chaos was done, it just seemed like the Chiefs were able to run amok pretty much. We saw Barcode just hanging around bottom middle, just doing whatever he wanted, and when you're doing that and have that kind of freedom, it's just really hard for the opposition team to arrest any momentum back and try and swing that back in their favour.
Yeah, and it felt like Brady's, he had a flag out every opportunity. He's just running them all the time. You see it, the flag's moving, getting tossed around, and there's Brady's throwing the flag across the map. And, you know, Chiefs, they were not shy about getting flags moving, and you touched on it before. It is one of their stronger game types, so no real surprise that they managed to take out that map. But Deathruptor fans, they put up a showing and they did everything that they could, and I'm really looking forward to this next game because the Slays was pretty even across the board. When you have one player like Barcode, it's a bit of an outlier, and you need to shut him down in this next game in the live fire Slayer. You got to take out a player like that, take them off the board as often as possible. It doesn't matter how good someone is. If you 2v1 them, you will take them down. So hopefully Deathruptor fans can put things together and double stab Barcode, take him off the map, and then secure themselves a victory.
Yeah, and let's get a snipe in the hand of Rice on his mouse and keyboard and see how he goes with it as well. You know, a lot of us have found that sniping in Infinite's a little bit more clunky than it has been in typical games, and so it might lend itself a little bit better to a mouse and keyboard player. So see what he can do with that. You know, the setups are going to be interesting in this map that we've seen. It seems some players, the emphasis on the sniper seems to have moved a little bit away from holding holding sort of around the B side and the ramp. It's moving now across to holding around the C tower, looking over that camo and OS, and using that as a real power weapon to try and just stop the other team from grabbing those power-ups, because the power-ups can make such a crucial difference in terms of breaking setups and being able to just sort of hard-nose your way into setups and start just causing a disruption. So Deathruptor fans, I'll be interested to see how much sniper they can control on this map and how they actually implement using it. But you know, we're straight into it, Justin. Deathruptor fans, top 3 is guaranteed for them so far. They've at least finished that, but if they can somehow manage to win this one against Chiefs and then move on to Slayer Oddball, they're facing a Divine Mind in the final. So this is huge for them, and you know, I really am keen to watch Rice on this and how he goes with the snipe in his hands.
Yeah, and a lot of even just the BR, he's a lot of long sight lines on this map. It does get tight at times, but it's all about your positioning. If you put yourself in a position that's going to lead to your strengths, then you can utilize that as much as possible. And Flex Rain's there using that AR to take out Cluzy. Already one on the board, nabs that sniper rifle, hits the ankle. You know, Achilles, watch out. I probably would have one-shot him. But Flex Rain opting to rotate that sniper away, really not being too aggressive with it, hits a nice body shot on Cluzy, gets the cleanup. I'm loving what I'm seeing so far. Just intelligent play with Flex Rains, making sure that he's utilizing the sniper ammo as much as possible and checking angles and just rotating around the map, not wanting to give it up, Hooters.
Yeah, so keeping an eye on the B here and looking to move into the nest. That being said, Jordan's there, but these no scopes he's hitting it just fantastic. Tossing a nade in there as well. Jordan's gonna have to back down. His little ankle showing out as well. It doesn't manage to get hit, and so smart by Flex Rains to back out a little bit. He knows his team's setting up in A. He's got that sniper in his hands. There's no point trying to lose it and go for the Hollywood shot. So let's just push through with the teammates while they distract. He can look to maybe line up some headshots straight down the middle here. But he's just poking away, and they're sitting there tempting him. But he's causing a distraction there, as we can see, while Barcode just runs in and picks up the kills. Rice completely unawares there. He's caught, and so a nice lead being built by Chiefs here, doubling the score right now, 13-6 even they've jumped out to. So Deathruptor fans caught a bit unawares at the start.
Oh, and Pips, a little bit of pressure there, wasting that last snipe bullet there, which is nice. And well, I'm not sure what's going on there. A little bit of player collision though, just inside of each other. And Brady's getting a nice clean up there, and he's got that heat wave too. And you know what? The Chiefs, they utilize those power weapons so well, already picking up 1 kill. Seconds there if he wants it. Doesn't connect with any of the shots, but doesn't matter. You know, only his fists matter for that double kill there. Who's connecting on that nice reload onto the heat wave now, that overshield. So the camo, is it? Yeah, it's a camo on this map, I'm pretty sure. Excuse me. And Needle is there too if you want. I want to see some Needler action, Hoots. I don't know if you're a Pink Mist fan.
I love it, yeah, and it's actually been beefed picked up a fair bit in Infinite, so it's worth picking up. But look, Chiefs are making a real statement here, right? They want to move straight through. They want another crack at Divine Mind after getting 2-0. They're not used to being down in this elimination bracket, probably feel that it's not where they belong. And so they're really coming out strong here. A 12 kill gap already. And look at that, just Barcode running around like a maniac. Rice running straight in front of him, completely unaware, but a nice trade there for Rice actually being able to get that back. So Barcode's dropped, but you know, we need more than that in terms of when you're down at a level like this in a Slayer. You need to be pulling these back and getting 2 or 3 kills per death. But the momentum for Chiefs right now is just super strong. They're rolling through, and like I said, they're keen to get back to that final and have another crack at Divine Mind.
They are, and we're talking about the Needler before, and Pips with it. He does go down, unfortunately for him. Scoreline is still within margin. Deathruptor fans can bring it back if they want to, but, you know, betting man would favour Chiefs at this point. They have the momentum from the previous game. They have the Slayer lead, and look at this. Barcode desperately trying to rotate that sniper away, and look at that. He manages to slink away with that fresh sniper. So much pressure. They're really sniffing him out. They must have heard me in the commentary. Just take out Barcode at all costs, and they'll swamped him, taking him out. And players just dropping left and right, Hooters. And the scoreline right now kind of starting to bloat out a little bit. Apollo doing his best to take out the player from the BR tower there. He does go down himself. Barcode, the wrecking ball, comes in, throwing all those grenades through, puts in a couple of little shots down the long hole area there, and just utilizing his life here. He's so confident in challenging people, but he knows when he shouldn't be challenging people too brashly and just giving up his life. Easy double kill for him. Power up about to pop, and he grabs it, smacking that camo onto him. And no heat wave to utilize with it, but it doesn't matter. And is he grabbing the ammo? We're going to wait for it to spawn, Hoots. There we go. Fresh ammo.
He's got the heat wave on respawn timer. Why not? And it's look, one thing I find about Barcode is his use of the crouch in particular is just at the level above so many others. You know, he just knows where the cover is perfectly and is happy to crouch around and wait. You know, a lot of players just try and run away from fights, whereas he'd prefer just to crouch down and stand completely still. When the nades come in, he can start to make his move then, but why push himself out and take unnecessary shots? And look at that, just perfectly waiting there for Cluzy, and catches him unawares, and there's the trade going through. And we are seeing now this kill lead blow out a little bit more to 13. So Chiefs are starting to run away with this one here. Deathruptor fans just not really able to get anything going. It doesn't look like they've had much control of the snipe at all, or the power up with the camo. And we just see here, like, you know, Rice going up against 4 players, doing really well to stay alive there, but picking up just 1 kill and not really having the teammates to come in and help him until just now. But it's a little bit too little too late. He did have a few players there lined up that he could have taken out. Unfortunately, just wasn't able to really capitalize and only pick up the 1 kill. So yeah, it's a 10 kill gap now. Deathruptor fans bringing it in a little bit, but geez, they're going to have to be really conservative with their lives now.
Yeah, they'll need to play perfect Halo from this point, Hoots. It's a pretty dangerous situation. It is best of 3, so Deathruptor fans, their backs are up against the wall right now, and Rice trying to do his best. Will he win this 1v1 versus Barcode? No, he won't. He does drop down to try and rotate away, but he gets taken out. Jordan with that heat wave, will he be able to stay alive? He does. Shields, look how weak he is. I mean, bloody hell, he could stub his toe on a rock and he probably would have died there, Hooters. But now on board with Apollo, and just hiding out in the little hallway here. He's got some sticky nades there. Maybe he'll go for a tasty little trade. He tries to throw one out. Doesn't connect, unfortunately, Hooters. But Deathruptor fans, I'd say, sorry to say, Barco getting the connection there might be all she wrote for them. Only 6 kills to go for the Chiefs to put this one in the bag.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty much just run around, run and gun if you can for Chiefs. I think they'll back themselves in one-on-one against a lot of the Deathruptor fans players and look to put this game to bed pretty quickly. Divine Mind sitting there waiting for them, obviously, and you know, at this point, can you blame them for their minds maybe starting to shift to that next matchup that they're going to have to try and come back from the losers bracket to win this one, which will be something different for them. Quite a story, but only 2 kills left now for the Chiefs, as we do see here Barcode. He's not leading the kills this time, but he's putting in a massive amount of assists with 11 assists, and just 1 kill needed now for Chiefs. And who's going to be the one to take this out? It's going to be Flex Range with the snipe. 15 kills for him. A really strong performance pretty much across the board for Chiefs. That's 2-0 Deathruptor fans. Unfortunately, their run in this tournament ends. Top 3 for them though, Justin. That's nothing to sneeze about.
Absolutely not. They had quite a run, and getting knocked out of the tournament by the best team in the region, arguably, pretty respectable if you ask me. So Deathruptor fans, hang your heads high. You did fantastically today. We'll see you next time. But Chiefs, it's time for a rematch with Divine Mind.
Yeah, I'm super excited for us to see this grand final. I'm excited for us to jump into a best of 5 with Divine Mind and the Chiefs going head to head, seeing who's really going to come out on top, whether or not the Chiefs have shored up some of their issues or whether or not we're going to have an absolute banger. But obviously with this, the Deathruptor fans do bow out of the Pro Series here. But I mean, a top 3. What a good performance here from the Deathruptor fans, being able to get themselves all the way up to a top 3 right now, secure themselves series number 2, and now they get to look forward to the future where they can only build upon this. And as you said, Justin, going down to a team like the Chiefs, that's nothing to scoff at. So, most teams in ANZ have done that as well. So, a little unfortunate for them. They ran into them in the lower bracket. But, Justin, we get to see Chiefs and Divine Mind for potentially 2 best of 5s in a row.
Yeah, and you know what? If any team can do it, it's going to be them, and I'm all for it. I want to see two game 5s this time around, Hoots. I hope you've got the energy for it, because I'm hyped up for it, and I want 2 back-to-back game 5s. My heart might give out, but we'll give it a shot.
Oh, mate, the coffee machine's on and it's starting to boil, so I'm ready if we need to go this time. Still on holidays, so let's keep it going late if we need to. I'm more than ready.
Yeah, it sounds like it's going to be an absolute barn burner if we do get that bracket reset. And that is something for the Chiefs that I have to look forward to right now, is going out in Pro Series number 1. If they get the dub here, they're going to have to win the first best of 5, reset on Divine Mind, then win that next best of 5. And I think this was a pretty good warm-up for the Chiefs to be able to come into it. Obviously, they're looking still so dominant on those CTF maps that I think it's going to be a pretty big pain point for a lot of these teams who's having to go up against the Chiefs when CTF is going to be in the map pool if we continue these best of 3s.
Yeah, absolutely. It's there's a lot to go under the bridge, and I reckon this is going to go the pretty far distance. I think, Luke. I hope you're ready for it. I know Justin is as well. But yeah, it's there's a lot to happen here. And Divine Mind, just how warm are they now to get back into it? That's one of the big questions as well. They're probably not used to getting to a point where they can just sit back and relax for 2 or 3 hours. They've got to now get back into it. So that's something different for them.
Yeah, that's true. Usually on the other side of the coin, we see the Divine Mind lads who are the ones who are dropping down in that elimination bracket, and they have to make their run through the finals. So maybe this might be a different change of pace for both these teams. The Chiefs now, they get to have the 2 series back-to-back, have to try and get the bracket reset to at least get themselves a dub here, Justin. And I'm excited to see if they've learnt much from their series belohand, or whether or not how much they learnt from that upper bracket match against Divine Mind, and whether or not we're going to have a very tight series like we did in that upper bracket, or whether or not maybe Divine Mind might be able to blow us out of the water.
Yeah, who knows? And I don't want to make any predictions at this point, because Divine Mind, they proved us all wrong and took out Chiefs 2-0. So we know that they have it in them, and yes, they've been waiting on the sidelines, and the Chiefs have managed to get a little bit of game time in to get themselves warm, but they also need to win back-to-back series. Yeah. So even if the Divine Mind lose that first series, that's warm-up time done, and then they'll be ready for them. So it's going to be a long, hard-fought battle, and I hope these boys are ready. And you know what? We've talked about it before. Barcode's a little bit unwell. He should be at home getting his rest and healing up. But here he is playing Halo late. Maybe, a bit of Halo action's the best medicine that he could ask for. But I mean, fatigue starts wearing in. They've been playing for a good few hours now. We're into the night time, and I'm feeling a little bit of it, and I can't imagine what the players are feeling with such intense games on today. Maybe the fatigue factor starts setting in for these guys.
Yeah, maybe it does. Maybe it might play a little bit of a factor in the grand final, but we might be able to get a bit of the insight here, because we do have Pips here on the line, have a yarn to us ahead of the series in the grand final against Divine Mind. Pips, welcome back here to HCS. It is good to have you guys back here on the stage. Good that we actually get to talk to you guys this time around as well. So I want to touch on something a little bit outside of Raleigh, because I'm sure these guys are going to be having conversations about that. I want to talk about the fact that obviously you guys went down to Divine Mind right now. You guys are in the elimination bracket. You've had to fight your way back up. Does that weigh on your minds, considering the fact that you guys have been kind of dominant for the entirety of the 2021 season, and now coming into 2022, losing your first series here might be a little bit of a wobble in the road for you guys?
It was a bit of a wake-up call, because we weren't playing our best, but it's not the first time I've had to try and do 2 best of 5s before. I've done it before, so nothing really too new for me. But yeah, it's definitely a wake-up call, just that we need to start playing a bit better, start focusing up.
Pips, what was the Raleigh experience overall like in terms of the experience you guys gained in game? I mean, you know, it's only a tournament that runs over a couple of days, but being up on the main stage, playing these teams that, you know, you probably looked up to for so long, what kind of stuff did you take away from that in terms of your own gameplay? And would you say that, you know, you come back a team significantly stronger, or are the things you learnt just little minimal things that you think can make minor tweaks to your game overall?
I think individually, like, we stacked up pretty well against most of the Americans in terms of what we had to do. It was more team aspect and a lot of how we played the maps. Like, for example, on Aquarius, we like played it a certain way and we won 5-0, 5-0, 5-0 every time here. And when we went overseas and played it, we got smashed. Like, we got 5-0'd and we're like, okay, well, we're playing it wrong, even though we're winning 5-0. When it comes to like that international level, we were just playing it wrong. It was definitely not as much individual, but a lot more about how we need to play the maps as a team and stuff.
And maybe I'll just follow up on that. How do you adjust your practice to match the meta that's developing up overseas? I mean, if we're lagging behind in that aspect, how do you practice and be disciplined in playing in the way that is necessary to win series overseas when apparently we're not doing the right things here?
Kind of like you said, it's like discipline. It's like there's a lot of things here that we can get away with, especially like Barcode, for example. He can just do whatever he wants and he'll kill 10 people. But like over there, it may not work as well. So it is just being disciplined, and even if it works, like talking as a team and saying to each other, like, that's still not the right play, even though it worked. And just pretty much keep focusing on that and just pretty much work on ourselves rather than what our opponents are doing.
Yeah, and I think that's a good way to think about it. I've got one last question for you, Pip, here as we go through. Obviously, you guys did just touch on the fact that there's a certain kind of meta that you guys are playing. Do you feel like that's just going to eventually in the future be able to bring ANZ to that current meta of playing these certain maps? If you guys, being the big top dogs in ANZ, are playing a certain way on these certain maps, and then eventually that's the kind of practice that you get?
Yeah, hopefully. It'll be interesting to see what happens, because I'm not too sure what's happening with the rest of the community in terms of team changes. So hopefully in the next week or so there'll be some proper teams formed, and then we can actually get some good scrims in, and then I guess we'll see what happens.
Yeah, fingers crossed that we get a little bit of this roster mania to calm down a little bit here as we get into the rest of these Pro Series. So Pip, mate, it's always good to hear you guys' insights, and good luck for the grand final here against Divine Mind.
Thank you. Justin, you suck.
Cheers, mate.
Bye, Pip.
I love he gave it to you on the way out. He didn't give you that little inkling at all, and there's no way you could even say it back to him. So Pip knows he got you good on this one.
No, that's all right. Everyone knows that Pips is actually a platinum player and he's getting carried by his teammates, so it's okay. Listen, it's all good. We're good friends. Love you, Pip.
I mean, I think I would have to say 1-0 right now to Pip. It really does feel like
a little bit. I'll get him next time.
Yeah,
Mission
maybe.
failed.
We'll figure it out. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to go to a quick break here. I know Justin needs to pick his ego up off the floor so we can get into this grand final. We've got Divine Mind and the Chiefs going head-to-head here. Are we going to get a bracket reset? You guys have to wait and find out.
Yeah, I think like for the tournament, like it was literally just being able to play Americans on an even playing field and actually beat them as well.
Oh my God! I'm getting shot from fridge.
This event, man, I honestly had no jitters. I had nothing. I just had confidence in the boys, honestly, going into every single series, you know.
Barcode with the triple kill.
I think we performed really well. Open bracket is so deep in this tournament because, you know, it's a new game, anything can happen.
So trash!
All these different personalities and people from all over the world. Yeah, it's really cool to just, talk to people, and we're all here for the common love of Halo.
You learn a lot and you bring that to your own region and you help them grow.
See Rain and the rest of Divine Mind get some slays on the board.
What we learn and what we take back, and all the 3 Australian teams get better as a community, really, and just keep pushing each other so that when we come back overseas, we can perform even better.
Hello everyone, welcome back here. We're in the HCS Pro Series for ANZ. It is the first one to kick off the ranks here for everybody, and we are getting ourselves ready for our best of 5 grand final. We have our 2 juggernauts of the region, Divine Mind and the Chiefs, going head to head here. So I feel like there's a little bit of context that everyone needs to get here. The Chiefs obviously coming off a hot streak, and Raleigh finishing 17th, came into this Pro Series really hoping to make a stamp once again, and Divine Minds, they thought, hey, maybe we should make some roster changes here. We'll come into this series, we'll start to bop some heads. Let's try and take that #1 mantle. They've done it here. They've put themselves into the grand final, and the Chiefs need to get the bracket reset here, Hoots, and that's going to be a whole lot of Halo for the Chiefs to get through for them to get this crown back from Divine Mind.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not just the reset, it's that, even if Divine Mind win 1 or 2 games in each series, they're going to have to do it the really hard way. We could be looking at up to 10 additional games that they have to get through just if they want to win this. So it's a monumental task, and Divine Mind showed us in the bracket that they played in earlier when they came up against each other that they had their number twice. They 2-0'd them in 2 very close games, mind you, but they by no means looked out of their depth. So they can definitely hang, and it's just going to be how motivated are the Chiefs to come back after that loss and look to inflict a bit of damage. They seemed very strong in that last series we just watched against Death Raptor fans, but Divine Mind's a bit of a different beast.
Yeah, exactly, and especially with how intense the Slayer was in that previous series. I think this grand final is going to be an absolute banger between both these teams. And Justin, I'm just excited for us to dive into this because we've told the tale of these two squads for, an infinite amount of times across all the broadcasts that we've done so far for Halo Infinite. And obviously the Chiefs, they got Flex Reigns who's standing in today for Madzi, who is unable to play for this Pro Series. So Flex Reigns coming in from the Divine Mind squad, coming in playing for the Chiefs right now. And they've been looking pretty good, but it's still feels like the Divine Mind might have that little bit of extra edge going in this grand final.
In hand is certainly an edge that I'd like to have a little bit of a get out of jail free card in a way, and the Chiefs have got a bit of a mountain to climb back-to-back best of fives, and they're going to have to play good Halo all the way through because the Divine Mind, they've already proved that they'll send them down into the losers bracket if given the opportunity, and Chiefs, they've got to give them the respect that they deserve. And Pips touched on that a little bit. They didn't take it quite seriously enough, and then Divine Mind just came out and took games off them. So hopefully Chiefs will give them the respect they deserve this time around and put up more of a fight.
Yeah, it seems like it was a little kick in the bum for them, as Pips did say. But one of the players that I wanted to touch on a little bit here, Justin, is Flex Reigns. Obviously, he comes in from the Divine Mind squad that went to Raleigh. He is filling in here, but he seems to be able to work into this squad so quickly. And I think that's a sign of a good squad for the Chiefs, being able to bring in these players and really make them shine.
Yeah, and Flex, he's subbed for a lot of different teams over the years, and just a nice guy with no ego on him. He just gets in and plays the role that he needs to play and just understands what needs to be done. And it has been translating for them to be taking maps off plenty of teams. So Flex Reigns is a substitute for Madzi, but no downgrade in any respect. He's a fantastic player in his own right.
Yeah, I think a lot of the players that we're seeing in the upper echelon are able to chop and change these positions and really be very one-to-one kind of replacements for each other. But Divine Mind on the other side of things, Hoots, they're the ones that have made a little bit more of these roster changes coming into this Pro Series. They've still got Berserk and Slayers that are floating around, but Dante, the super sub, comes in, and the man that seems to be popping off today is going to be Beastin', and I think him sliding into this roster has been insane for Divine Mind.
Yeah, we said before, coming off the back of a fair bit of success in COD, and he's translated in straight away. And we did hear earlier that we were chatting about how players from COD have transitioned in really well to Halo. So he's one of them, and he's probably the one who we've taken most notice of. We saw him in the Raleigh qualifier a couple of weeks back and how well he was doing there on his Vanguard Escapee squad, and now he's made a move into a much higher rated team, and he's fitting in absolutely perfectly. But Berserk's probably the one to look at in particular. We saw in the winners finals up against Chiefs not that long ago, the amount of damage he was putting out, just insane amounts. I think he topped both games for damage actually. As you can see there, actually, backs that up. So just putting a heap of shots in, really setting up for his team, high assists, high kills. He's the one who was able to really just run amok and do as much work as he wanted to. So he's the one who Chiefs are going to have to look to shut down. So I think Berserk and Barcode are probably the two ones that we're going to keep our eye on, but keep your eye on Beastin' as well, because he's been popping off the few times we've seen him so far tonight.
Yeah, I think it's crazy the fact that every single time we get into these series when these names are floating around, Justin, it's like, oh, you got to keep an eye on this guy because he drops like 7,000 damage every single map. But you got to also keep an eye on this guy because he has the most objective time, but also still the most amount of assists and kills in the game. It's just crazy that we've got so many different crazy players across these two teams that we get to see them compete against each other at the highest level. I'm just excited for us to jump into these maps right now, Justin, and just talk about the fact that we have 8 insane Halo players ahead of us, and we've got a best of 5, potentially all the way up until 10 maps for us to see what these guys have got.
Yeah, and you know what? I want that bracket reset. I'm sure the chat wants it too. We want that bracket reset. Let's go all 10 games, people, back-to-back nail biters. But the first game up is going to be CTF Aquarius. And you know what? Pips was talking about it in particular during the interview, that this is a map and game type that they think that they've been playing wrong. So therefore, if they've been trying to reinvent how they need to play this map, is that going to mean they're not going to be as coordinated as they usually would be on this map? And isn't it an opportunity for Divine Mind to take a map off them in the correct way or the wrong way? A W is a W.
Exactly, and I think the fact that they've been so dominant over their CTF so far, coming into this grand final, this is really where you need to start to tighten those screws and really get into a position where you can make sure that Divine Mind know that you're here to play. And if you can start off your first best of 5 here with a big dub on CTF, that sets you up good for the bracket reset. If they can make this as clean and fast as they possibly can, the Chiefs, then they're setting themselves up for a big Cinderella story. But ladies and gentlemen, I want to see some hype in the chat. The grand final is about to begin. The Chiefs and the Divine Minds going head-to-head in a best of 5.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right in your lead in there, Luke. You know, that we have seen the Chiefs come out super strong on this map before, 5-0. They said a lot of the time when they play Aussie teams, but Justin, you raised the question as well, have they tried to change things and they're not super ready for them yet? They need to come out strong, and this is the absolute map to do it in. They're really jumping at the bit to get in front of this Divine Mind squad, make a statement and let them know that that first series was a fluke. And so we are jumping on board with Berserk, the guy we spoke about before, who has had the most damage in the last series by a considerable amount. So he's just putting shots across the map into the enemy flag, while we see Beaston just run across there and pick up the camo and putting that reversal in on Pips as well, cross map. That's a great way to start, Justin, with that camo, as well as putting in cross map kills.
Yeah, I always love that first little exchange across map on Aquarius, and you know, you see all the players run out, but there's always a couple of guys shooting it out on the spawns there, and we do see Pips rotating into the base here, managing to find one, looking for another one. He has got the thruster now to utilize like it's Halo 5. Another one, a heat wave as well, sniffing out those players, manages to pick up a kill. Couldn't keep his teammate alive, unfortunately, but it does look like the push is going to be coming through. Grenade, give him a little tap on the bum there, but Pips moving forward anyway. Something to know, no more grenade hit markers, so that player, they threw that grenade there, but it gave him no information, so no player has been chasing down Pips here, and he's just kind of freely moving around the map currently. He's not really experiencing much pressure, Hoots.
Yeah, holding in these tight quarters where that heat wave can be ultra effective. So he's going to move in on Beaston, and Beaston's going to have a bit of trouble as he thrusts in there with, I shouldn't have, that sounded a bit off, but thrusting in there with that heat wave and putting in the damage, and we are going to see a flag starting to run now from Divine Mind. It was Pips was the only one alive at that point. He only had that heat wave to work with as well, but managed to drop him. They'll get the return here. It looks like, it just, you do see how effective that heat wave can be at close quarters, although this flag manages to stay alive for Divine Mind. So Berserk's running it. He's going to be very damaged from that grenade he just took before. He'll get dropped, so I think he's going to be able to eat that forward a little bit, but it looks like we might have the Chiefs in a position to get this return, and perhaps Divine Mind say, look guys, this one might be a bit tricky, maybe time for us to back off.
Potentially, and look at this, Barcode utilizing those electric grenades, the best ability to get arrow denial, but it didn't matter. Dante was waiting for him with the back whack, taking him out and stopping his reign of terror. Now on board with Beaston himself, putting some nice shots onto Barcode. Flag is on the move. He does get called out and gets taken down. Berserk falls as well. Dante picking himself a nice grenade cleanup kill, trying to apply some pressure, but he gets backed off and cleaned up, and Berserk trying to stop this flag from going through. Right there on the podium, Hoots isn't going to be able to go in. Then there's going to be a desperate little rush to get this flag in. And look at that strafe. Wow-wee. He'd had a couple of energy drinks. He was very hot on his feet there, Hoots.
Yeah, the flag does go in for Chiefs, though, so they were really able to scramble and put that in. The question is now, have they overextended, though, and are Divine Mind able to push in and start to look for a counter cap? Barcode, you can see, very smart here, playing defense, knowing that they are sort of on their back heels a little bit. So let's just wait for the team to get back in and get position while we hold this flag off, hold Divine Mind out of our base, slay a few times and push him out. And now you'll see that's exactly what he's doing, and he's 2 really solid kills there, picking up slaves there for the double. Moving in for the triple, and Beaston can't get it. Beaston drops him out, and so we have 2 members now from Divine Mind in the Chiefs base. Only Barcode dropped those, so it's going to be interesting which route they try and take this. Not really too sure where they're spawning from, and it does look like Beaston's going to be met with a wall of Chiefs players, as is Dante here dropped, and so that's a really good solid defense there from Chiefs, and they're going to look for a counter cap now as they start to run.
Yeah, flag is on the move for the Chiefs once again. They do already have one on the board. Divine Mind maybe a little bit not so hot out of the gate after having a rest, and Chiefs, they've just come off the back of that other series. And you know what? Death Rupture fans, looks like they've warmed up the Chiefs very nicely, gave them a nice hard fight. Pip winning that battle there. Flag really close to the podium, straight in there, and it's 2-0 up in favor of Chiefs.
Yeah, really smart there. People might look and say, why wasn't he running directly at the flag? Why was he taking the long way around? Well, he was using the lines of sight there with those pillars on the flag to make sure that he had enough cover to get close enough where he could then maybe, you know, confuse the opponent that was shooting at him a little bit and then run in and put that flag in with the slide. So really smart move there to get that in. You know, we have seen several times you have those last stands on the flag where, you know, you might almost have it in, you get dropped, and then the scramble begins, you lose your setup, and the team capitalizes that and gets a counter cap on you. But very smart there to put that in that way. So 2-0 up for the Chiefs. And yeah, it looks like Divine Mind just haven't really been able to get moving, because one of the problems is you have Barcode, who we're watching now, and Pips both slaying out really hard on 11 and 13 kills respectively, Justin.
Yeah, doing really well for their squad. Barcode using that heat wave. He does fall. There's a big brawl going down on the flag right there. Flex Rain's falling as well. Prady's coming in for the cleanup, thrusting back top mid, and now rotating through after finding himself one player. Gets the call out on Slays, doesn't get the final kill onto there. Beeson sorting him out, putting that player back into the respawn screen. And look at this, Beeson, he gets that kill and he's instantly getting some map control here, trying to gain as much ground as possible, helping out Berserk. Grenade comes in to try and take out Pips, does manage to connect, and rotating backwards. Barcode coming in, responding to that call out and getting a nice easy cleanup onto that player there. And Slays just hanging around in the back of the base waiting for someone to push in, and Barcode using that thrust and staying alive. And Slays went, you know what, I'm not challenging that, I'm going to wait for help. And it has paid off. Flex Rain's going in a little bit too eager and gets 2v1 taken out. Slays versus Pips, and Pips managed to get the trade there. Very good stuff from him.
Yeah, that was unfortunate there. He should have probably just secured that kill by himself without having to be traded. But, you know, that's sort of the way it goes. If you can get a shot or two in and then get that melee off you, a lot of the time end up getting that trade. So a lot of aggression there from Berserk, moving in with the thruster. Unfortunately, he's dropped. So this camo is coming up in about 5 seconds. We're going to see, I think it's going to be the Chiefs who are probably going to be in best position to grab this one, as we have 3 down for Divine Mind temporarily. And there we do see, I think it's Flex Rains who's run across and picked that up and put that camo in. So Flex Rains is now going to be able to just run around at will, really, as he tries to move in and secure another potential flag run. But it seems like the heat's been taken out a little bit, Justin, in the last minute or so. It doesn't really seem like the Chiefs have been able to establish any real kind of map dominance and get in a position to start moving in on this flag, as we do see there were 3 down temporarily for them then.
Yeah, and you know what? It might just be Divine Minds are starting to warm up a little bit now after their extended break while they waited for the bracket to play out. Slay's utilizing that thrust to stay up top mid and alive. And, you know, there's still 5 minutes to go in the game, and it's 2 flags. It's certainly within their reach to bring this one back. He falls down. Berserk trying to get this clean up here. The grenade going out. Doesn't manage to get the kill. Pips comes in with a backwack to take him out. Now on board with Dante, finding himself 1 second there if he wants it. Help comes in to take out Barcode. That's a couple of picks. Good opportunity for them to push up and get some map control here, Hooters.
Yeah, but it just unfortunately seems like every time they do get those little inroads and get a couple down, they start to push in. It's just they're a little bit too slow to make any meaningful push onto the base. And by the time they do get there, all the respawns are up. You're seeing now Chiefs are back to 4 up. They're starting to spread out again now and put shots in all over. And Divine Mind just aren't really able to get in a position to affect any real dominance on the map quick enough, really. So we are seeing, you know, another 2 down here, but Dante's taking shots. He has to push back. They're just never really able to get in with any kind of force. And that's just been a real problem for them. No real pulls on the flag that have been able to be done with any real inkling that they're going to be able to put in a decent run.
No, and look at this. Dante's doing his best right now. He's on 16 kills, and so +3 at the moment, doesn't snag another one. If he got that kill, it could have been a flag run potential, and they are still down 0-2. Berserk picking himself up 1, trying to get away, but he does get called out and cleaned up. Now on board with Prady's. That camo is up. That's key to victory for Divine Mind. They cannot let the Chiefs get their hands on that camouflage, because, you know, they can come back at this point, Hooters, but the thing is that they can't allow any more caps to go over in the hands of Chief. They've got to make sure that they're utilizing those power-ups when they come up.
No, 1 more cap and it is pretty much over for them. You almost look and say, I guess maybe a cap a minute is the most that you'll be able to pull out, because you're hoping that you can run them pretty flawlessly, and you have to consider at some point you're going to get dropped as well. So at this point, you know, they've got about 1.5 minutes to start making a move before things get really, really tough on them. But, you know, right now they just haven't really had the ability to do that. And you just have to look at the slays with Barcode and Pips, 22 and 20. Only Dante's really matching them in that respect. Everyone else is sort of struggling a little bit. And if you're not getting those slays, you're not able to establish any real map control. And so unfortunately for Divine Mind, it looks like we are seeing another flag start to be pulled here by Chiefs. And they're running it the same way every single time, Justin. It's what we saw in Raleigh being favoured on this left-hand side here.
Well, who knows? They might still be in practice mode. They might be practicing a particular route and going, listen, boys, we're going to run it this way until we are absolute monsters at running it this part way on the map. And it does look like it might be translating. Brady's in a little bit of trouble. He's flashing shields. Will he get it in? He tries to slide at the bottom there. He ends up just crouching a little bit awkwardly over the flag podium. Does smack it in, though. So 3-0 in favor of the Chiefs right now. 2 minutes 30 on the clock. I mean, Divine Minds, they've got to do something, and they've got to do something now. Slay's desperately trying to 1v1 Barcode there. He does fall when the help comes in. Dante rotating through now. Tried to very aggressively challenge Barcode there. Does fall. Beeson, shields flash, and he goes down as well. And it does look like pace of falling left and right. It's a full-on brawl.
Death everywhere. As soon as we flick over, it's just people dropping left, right, and center. And we are trying to see a flag run here again from the Chiefs. So they're looking to put in their fourth and potentially even see if they can close it out in the 5 minute, in this last 2 minute mark of the game. But you know, the defense here happening very strong from the Chiefs as they're just holding out, keeping the Divine Mind guys from pushing in. And this flag's going to go in, and we're seeing Pips dropping a little bit of tea there as they put this fourth flag in. I just love the run that we had there, the flag being run up the side, and meanwhile you just had the whole Chiefs squad sitting back at their flag, just not allowing Divine Mind to get any kind of angle on the flag runner there. It was just the ushering in of that flag was pretty impressive to watch.
Yeah, and now Pips, I mean, if you're 4-0 up at the moment and you got fresh camo, does look pretty good if you're a Chiefs fan right now. It does opt to pull the flag with camo, and he has the help there if he wants it. I'm surprised he didn't just hand that over to his teammate. But look at the confidence. I mean, they've got a minute left. All he needs to do is just get the flag away, apply that pressure, and I think the game is won, Hooters.
Yeah, it seems like it. I think, you know, they've come out on a very strong tear here, the Chiefs. You know, they knew that they were probably caught a bit unawares in that first series when they played Divine Mind, and so they're here to make a statement. And look, they've done it really well. It looks like, you know, this is going to be a sweep, potentially even a 5-0 if they can make a run on a final flag here. But yeah, you know, if you're Divine Mind, I think you just brush it off. You know that this was going to be one of their strongest maps going in, as we did hear Pip saying in our post-game interview just before. But, you know, just brush it off. We move on to a Slayer next where, you know, they were able to win that absolute nail-biter. And, geez, we'd love to see another one similar to that Streets game that we had in the previous series.
Yeah, a little bit, and you know what? Divine Minds are a little bit out at the moment. There's only 20 seconds left. Nice little double kill from Pips to run things over, and I think Barcode really wants to get this last flag in. He's like, boys, I don't want to wait the extra 10 seconds. Let's just get this game over and done with. But it doesn't look like that's going to happen, and Chiefs will take game number 1, 4-0.
Yeah, so very impressive effort there by the Chiefs, and you know, that's exactly what they needed to do. Come out and make a statement, trying to wrest some of that momentum that Divine Mind still might have been taking into this series after the last one. And you know, they would have been feeling pretty good about themselves going in, but that's a pretty big reality check for them, Justin, I think, to be 4-0'd like that.
Yeah, and you know what? Don't count them out just yet. They have been waiting on the sidelines, and Chiefs, they said, listen, we weren't ready for them. We didn't take it seriously enough, and Divine Mind put them into their place, and they've just responded, and they've gone in hot and just played as good Halo as they possibly could, and it's translated into a 4-0 victory in this first game. But Divine Mind, they have it in them, Hoots, so we'll just have to see how they respond after this first game.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Pips and Barcode there putting out the kind of damage that we've come to expect from them now, really. You know, on the other side, it wasn't really too much to write home about, but you know, that's a map that it can be really hard to get that team shot going when you've got constantly on respawn and those delayed respawns when we are playing objectives. So you do find a lot of those one-on-one battles, they just really can struggle to when you're going up against those main slayers like Pips and Barcode. Can be hard to win those individual battles. So when they're able to get on a tear and start running like that, it's pretty impressive, and I'm sure they'll be getting very hyped on their team comms right now heading into that, because you know, Barcode doesn't like to lose, and I saw him in the Twitch chat earlier just, you know, saying I'm mad now, I'm angry, I want to get out and start playing. So they've come out with something to prove, and you know, by God, they've done it at the very start here.
Yeah, 5 double kills from him, dropping 27 and 10, and then 13 assists to boot. So responding pretty firmly in this first game, and we'll have to see if they can maintain that momentum into the next game. And you know what? Like, this is just the old Chiefs that are coming back, and they're going, hey boys, don't forget, we're the best, we're here to play, and this tournament is ours.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, we move on now to game 2. We move to a Slayer. And, you know, this is a chance for Divine Mind to turn it around a little bit. You know, it's going to be interesting to see as well the fatigue factor that might set in. You know, these guys have been playing for a fair while now. It's getting late for those of you watching internationally. You know, we're getting to about 20 past 11 at night here on the east coast of Australia. And so, you know, the longer you play, the more fatigue you get. And we have seen, you know, some of the other Halo tournaments that have gone late into the night play start talking about the fatigue, and you know, your decision making is not as good as it typically might be. So you know, teams that can control that as much, you know, gamers are used to staying up pretty late and working through those kind of things, but there's no doubt it can have an effect on you. So I think, you know, you mentioned before a few Monster Energy drinks might be on the list for things to pick up, Justin, if they can get someone to do a run for them down to the 7-Eleven. But yeah, they should be at least ready to go for the next couple. And yeah, hopefully we can see Divine Mind maybe bring this back and make this series a little bit more even, because as much as we want to see a reverse sweep, we want to see each series actually be an even contest as well.
Hey, listen, Vegemite sandwich and a glass of milk and you're good to go, boys. Get on it. And watching some of the highlights here, Barcode just doing Barcode things. And Brady's, we're going to see this awkward little crouch. There we go. He just pops it in. It was like he was planting a plant into the ground, you know, getting his tomatoes into the veggie patch there, just planting it in. And Chiefs, pretty convincing win in the first map, but it is a best of 5. Plenty of opportunities for Divine Mind to bring it back.
How about that little statement from Pips there as well? The little sort of did the semi kind of ninja and then the back whack, just to let them know that, you know, maybe last series was a bit of a fluke, and you know, grand finals is where we're typically doing our best work. So get ready for a little bit more.
Yeah, Pips is a master at the old body disrespect, so hopefully
and disrespect to you as well, as we saw earlier in the interview.
And he's on the list. I've got a list, and right now he's at the top in permanent black ink, all caps, Pips. You're
exactly.
On the list.
And before we move into Slayer on Bazaar, it's worth talking about, you know, the Raleigh journey. Oh, well, we might just jump in straight away. We can chat about that a little bit later. But the Raleigh journey that these two teams have had, just briefly, you know, it was quite different, and most of the talk was around the Chiefs squad. But, you know, Divine Mind, they held their own as well over there. So the experience they've brought back from that tournament is probably holding them in really good stead, as we're seeing here, as their ability to make these finals and come there, you know, in an advantageous position, given they sent Chiefs to the losers bracket. We are jumping on board with Pips, the disrespectful guy that we were talking about before. He's blown up around the fruit stacks. Justin, and Barcode, as we've also said as well, always picking up that grapple hook, somehow gets there before everyone else every time. And, you know, that's something maybe teams should start to take a look for. But the rockets are in the hands of Dante. He's got 2 kills to start with, using those rockets effectively to pick up the first one. And so, you know, this is a very good start here from Divine Mind, breaking off the shackles a little bit and starting to really bust out here, moving into the bar. 2 kills for Dante, gets a trade on that second one, but that's not a bad start for him.
No, and I loved how he used that grapple. He really got so deep into the bar. You know, good old drunk, probably his favorite stool in there, setting up for a cocktail. And he did get that kill, but look at that, Barcode coming in with a double kill. And he's got that Bulldog in hand as well. Scoreline is basically even at this point. But Barcode, how does he manage to just run around bottom mid so freely and have no pressure applied to him? He just seems to do whatever the hell he wants and then rocks up to the kills he wants, and he just picks up Berserk easy. Double kill there, and he just goes out and full ego Charles for the triple. He really just wants those multi-kills.
But even with the dynamo grenades there, just chucking them up to that bar area, just getting a few little ticks on players, knowing that when he goes in there, he's weakened them somewhat to tip that fight in his favor. You know, those dynamo grenades, they have such massive splash damage, and when you can just throw a couple of them up there, you know, I think we're seeing players more and more go out of their way to pick them up as they're becoming more and more crucial in both area denial and just general range of damage. But jumping back on, we do see 3 dead for the Chiefs at that point, so still holding a 2-kill lead here, Divine Mind. They're definitely holding their own. Barcode, you did mention before, Justin, though, his ability to run around like a madman in the bottom of the map and not get hit, and I don't know, for a player like me and maybe yourself as well, it's just frustrating, because whenever we try that, we're dropped in about 2 seconds from 3 different BRs.
Yeah, absolutely. And now on board with Dante, 11-11 the scoreline. Trying to sniff out Flex Reigns and doesn't go for the cleanup. but just making sure that he doesn't get called out. Barcode above him whiffs the first melee, does connect on the second, can't get that second kill. Oh, and look at that overshield on Flex Reigns, does manage to get the kill onto Berserk, utilizing that assault rifle and getting that kill in the bag. And look at this, Chiefs with a fragile 3-kill lead at the moment, Hoots, and no, nothing to write home about, but it is a lead nonetheless. Slay's blocking off that angle with a couple of nades, responding to a call out, throws out a burst, and he's just hanging out a little bit at the moment, Hoots. He's just chilling out in the bar, seeing what's going on and responding to a call out. Nice little perfect there from Slays, and he does drop straight away, unfortunately.
Yeah, Chiefs have taken the lead, but it's sort of the speed at which they did it was kind of blink and you miss it, and they're up by 3 kills after being down by 2 or so for most of the match. So, you know, a real quick chain of kills coming together to get them that lead, and you know, now they're out to 5. So we have rockets in the hands of Dante again, where he's the one who's been holding them for most of the time. Unfortunately, can't connect on that first one, but it's the exact same strat as last time, where he grapples back into the top bar there. Unfortunately, it's another trade though, and that second rocket is just going to be sitting there empty. So someone's going to make a move to try and grab that at some point, and at least he's got the comms to let his team know that that's where they're sitting. But look, it seems like right now we actually are having the Chiefs pull out a little bit of a lead, 8 now. So starting to run away with it again. Divine Mind, we thought were coming, were starting off strong, but they've managed to irk this back a fair bit, the Chiefs, and you know, Divine Mind needs to start making a move soon.
They certainly do. Prady's desperately trying to stay alive. He does get taken out though. Now on board with Barcode, and look at this, couple of players put some damage on, you know, Dante. Nice little strafe there to take him out. And now Pip, he's got that PP in his back pocket there, utilizing it to drop down the shields very quickly on the players. And he's being very patient here, Hoots. He's just kind of hanging out, waiting for his opportunity. The game is slowed down considerably. It was very scrappy so far, but it's slowed right down, Hoots.
Yeah, he was waiting for his teammates to start to shift in, and you can see there you do have Pips and Barcode sitting up around that rocket area, so he knew they were heading there to be able to put some shots down on bottom mid. So rather than just charge out and potentially give away a free kill, he was waiting for those team shots to be able to get into a position. But we have seen Divine Mind start to bring this back a little bit now, actually, so just a 4-kill gap. Prady's is the one leading the kills for Chiefs. Meanwhile, it's a bit more of an even spread across Divine Mind, although Beaston and Slays probably struggling to get into it a little bit. So Prady's definitely carrying Chiefs right now and helping them hold this lead. But you know, I was really liking seeing that coordination there before. Sometimes it just doesn't make sense to run and gun. You're better off just sitting still, almost trying to hide while your other teammates get in position.
Yeah, you certainly don't want to be caught out on your own. You really do need help. Best case scenario, you get a trade before you get collapsed on, and that's why it's so important to be coordinated with your team. And here we go. Pips, 2v1 situation. He almost got that first kill, but the bait and switch came in, and he got cleaned up easily. And here we go. Prady's and Barcode working together. Barcode getting out of the way, using the cover. That grapple hook coming in, swinging through like Spider-Man, trying to find that player. Easy assist there. You know, Prady's and Barcode just working so well together, but here comes Slays, the cleanup crew, to take him out, and Pip's hiding in the naughty corner over there and managing to stay alive, so he's not going to be in timeout for much longer.
No, unfortunately, yeah, the early release has come and gone. But yeah, that was fantastic work then by Pips and Barcode. We've seen them. They seem to be the two who stick together a lot of the time when rolling around the map. And just the bait and switch, as you said, Barcode no shields, so Pips runs in front, and then Barcode, even then when still no shields, feels like he's comfortable enough to push in, knowing that Pips is going to have his back for most of that. So that bait and switch is just one of the most crucial aspects of Halo. The Chiefs are just so perfect at executing that. And we are seeing a bit of a fight here for this rocket control, because rockets are popping relatively soon. In fact, they've just popped up now along with overshield. So right now we're just using, you're seeing Beaston actually almost use it as a bit of a distraction while Barcode made the move for rockets. Beaston let him go and was able to take him down. But unfortunately, there's backup there for the Chiefs, and they're going to grab rockets here and be set up over there. Holding height, drops them down actually to a teammate I'm guessing is below him. I couldn't see, yeah it is. So there's Prady's now with the rockets. So he'll just be able to hold around here, lots of cover, and wait for his shields to come back. And then Justin, we can probably expect him to team up with a teammate and start to push out and use these rockets to pick up a few quick kills. They only need 10 more. Meanwhile, Divine Mind 18. It's starting to get out of their hands a little bit.
Yeah, they've got all the time in the world. When you've got a nice little lead like that and you've got the power weapons, you can just wait for people to come to you. Look at this, bit of an ambitious rocket across the map there by Prady's. The second he does connect on that one, but not sure what he was doing with the last one. Probably responding to a call out or something like that. We don't know what the comms are going. Dante trying to find a kill, manages to grab Flex reins, and look at that, the scoreline is really starting to even up. Divine Minds, they're making a run for it. They don't want to lose 2 games in a row, Hoots. They're making a run, and it's only 5 kills the difference now. Oh, hang on, it's already adjusted to 6, but that is only really 1 round of slays, let's be honest, and they're right back into this.
Yeah, just one quick round, but at the same time, you can't really be giving up ones like that for Dante. Berserk's dropped as well, so you'll take a couple of those trades even if you are the Chiefs, just to be able to get closer and closer to that 50, out to a 7 kill gap now. So it's starting to move a little bit away, and I don't know, we're seeing the pace drop out a little bit as we see some of the Divine Minds guys holding around tree. But where's the push going to come from? Because they have to be conscious that we are going to have Overshield popping in about 20 seconds, and if that Overshield gets in the hands of Chiefs, then I think it's pretty safe to be game over. But we might not even see it get to that point, as we now have the Chiefs only 3 kills off the lead, Justin, so Overshield could almost be completely void.
Yeah, that Overshield does get burnt pretty quickly in Halo Infinite, and 48 kills in favor of Chiefs. They only need 2 more. Divine Mind, they need 8. Only 1 more for the Chiefs. It does look like they're going to be able to take this one out. And Prades, I love that little angle there. He's just hiding. It's like the bat ledge from the rig on Halo 5. It's just such a sneaky spot. Not sure what he was trying to grapple then. Just doing a bit of a Scorpion impression from Mortal Kombat. Get over here. And only 1 more kill to go, but it's taken a bit of a fight. Pips has got that Needler out. He wants a disrespect kill for the final one. And Flex Rain's in a bit of trouble here. He does manage to secure that last kill anyway, and 50-45 in favor of the Chiefs.
Yeah, they brought it back a little bit, Divine Mind, there towards the end, but it was, when you only have 1 death to play with, everything has to go completely right, and we just don't normally see that happen, unfortunately. So another strong win there from Chiefs. They're continuing their statement here in the first round here of our grand final. As we said before, this is a best of 5 series, so they go up 2-0 in this series. If they do win this 3rd game, or win 3 games in this series, we then go to a bracket reset and we run another best of 5, given that Divine Mind did win our first match up between these 2 teams a little earlier in our broadcast. So, Chiefs are keen to keep this run going and keep the broadcast going late into the night, which we love because we want to see more games played. It's been a while since we've been able to have a few broadcasts, given that Raleigh was in the middle and we took a bit of a step back. But they've done a great job here of bringing this back. And, for Divine Mind now, it probably starts thinking in your head, have we lost a bit of our momentum? What's going on here? I think they need that one game, Justin, that we've seen a few times in the broadcast tonight, where they win a close game and can really start to get fired up and get the comms going.
Yeah, and they brought things back. There was about a 10 kill difference, and they only lost by 5 kills in the end. And given the way that Chiefs was playing through that, I think it was pretty respectable showing from Divine Mind. It's certainly a lot closer than 4-0 in that CTF game. So they have it in them. We keep saying they have it in them to take games off the Chiefs, and they already proved that by sending them down into the elimination bracket. And Divine Minds, they just need to get things going and shut down the Chiefs and respond to their pressure with pressure of their own. And if you're Divine Mind, you got to play your game. Don't play the Chiefs game. You got to try and set the pace of each map to your play style. And they're not out just yet. They've still got the bracket reset, and it's still a best of 5. They're only down 0-2.
Yeah, absolutely. So, we move to the next game. We're heading back to objectives with Recharge Oddball, which is, Recharge is a map that I love watching Barcode play on. Any map where there's a grapple hook, I love watching Barcode play on, but I just love the way he uses it there. Even with the repulsor as well, we saw him a little earlier today doing some pretty impressive things with that repulsor down around blue area. So we'll get to see some of that as we do move to this next game on Oddball. But, it's a game type where similar to those stronghold games where you're never out of it until the very end. And they're those kind of games where you can really get your team amped up. So this is a prime chance for Divine Mind to be able to use a game type like this to start to turn the tide a bit mentally and say, hey guys, we beat them the first time around. Yeah, we're down 2-0, but get one of those really clutch wins in one of the rounds of Oddball and just see if you can spark something to flip it around. Otherwise, if we do have the Chiefs winning this one, that's a bracket reset and we go to another best of 5 and they're pretty much starting from scratch.
Yeah, and you know what? I'd be looking at Berserk to be that person to amp up his squad. He's a very passionate, hot-blooded kind of guy, and he talks up his teammates. If you've ever been in a listen-in with him, if someone's doing something crazy, he gasses them hard, and that's what they need. They need to get into each other's ears and be like, bro, that was sick, like good play and good stuff, keep up the pressure, nice kill, all that kind of stuff. That kind of positive reinforcement of and that confidence that it gives your teammates. I'm looking to see a little bit more of that from Divine Minds, because that's what you need. You need full confidence when you're playing against players like the Chiefs to take them down.
Yeah, absolutely. I've just had in my head, but we are just getting a bit of a restart going on with our some of our players here. Just had a few little technical issues, but Justin, I got to ask, you probably saw a lot of the video content coming out of Raleigh. Any particular favourites that stood out in terms of the coverage the Australian players were getting? I mean, I might go first, and it has to be for me that footage of Barcode responding to questions about Halo lore, where you had Snipe Down saying if any pro player is able to answer any of these questions, then God help us all. And Barcode's knowledge of the Halo campaign lore just being second to none.
Yeah, and you know what, I was a little bit, it was absolutely awesome that Barcode just went in and bodied the lot of them. But it's kind of disappointing as a Halo fan. It's like the pros haven't like played through the campaigns. I mean, that's kind of where my love of Halo started, was playing through the campaigns with my siblings, and then you discover Xbox Live was a thing, and you're holding LAN parties and all that kind of stuff. And but Barcode, it's good to see that he's a student of the entire game. He absorbs the entire package, and maybe that's why he's so creative, because he's just mucking around in campaign and having a lot of fun, and then he goes, I'm going to try this wacky thing that I used to ruffle stomp some brute in the Infinite campaign, and then he tries it out on the Divine Mind boys, and it seems to be panning out for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, maybe we can get a few more chats with him later on in the broadcast, potentially, if we do have the Chiefs winning. And we can chat to him about some of his love of campaign. But in the meantime, we are jumping into this game 3 here. It is recharge oddball, starting off with Pips here, and we typically do see a bit of a stalemate here before anyone really looks to establish any kind of oddball control. But this jumps straight down to blue here. It looks like a push for the sword area to try and maintain some control, because we have seen Chiefs do love holding it around there, Justin. They love the coverage and they love the ability to toss it off the map if they get in trouble, because on recharge it is the only place you can properly play ball.
Yeah, it is, and you know what, we are seeing a little bit of the pseudo play balls where they just throw it down bottom mid and kind of bait it out a little bit, but it's still not a full-on play ball. And that back blue turbine area is a really nice hold, and you can just throw the ball out, and then those players that are there pushing you, they're at the complete opposite end of the map to be able to grab the ball when it comes onto spawn. And as he predicted, neither team going in and picking that one up just yet. Berserk, with a nice little double kill there, and his teammate utilizing those 2 kills to try and get some ball time. And it is, it's just chilling on the ground.
They're just running it. They're not looking to hold it yet.
They just rotated it out.
It was an attempt at running it off the respawn. I think they were looking maybe to head to blue, actually, the way it's going, but unfortunately just weren't able to get it there. So that ball's just going to sit around and no time picked up yet. It is just so tricky, and it's about that communication with your teammates of when you say, all right, we've got 2 or 3 down now, we can make that push for the ball. Barcode just holding up in the attic there, but it looks like Divine Mind now is going to try and make a play, but the ball is really struggling to make much of a movement right now. Almost anyone that touches it comes into a lot of trouble, and it's just sitting on those gold stairs. No time really racked up by any team, but really great kill there from Barcode, just clipping the head at the top of that top gold there, and he's just going to hang around the generator here with the sword and make a push on Beeston, but Beeston says no thank you, drops him, takes the sword off, and will try and escape at least. And if he can get into that gold with that sword, if the Chiefs still do try and hold it there, then he can cause a fair bit of damage, and he is still alive, so he's got the sword there. You see him just rips through flex range, slice and dice, and now we do have Divine Mind with control of the ball, though Barcode does pick up a nice double, Justin.
Very nice double kill for him, and scoreline just completely even at the moment. They're just feeling each other out, trying to get that setup. Berserk with that shock rifle, not able to connect on anything. Easy kills for Barcode, and he's starting to rotate that ball around, just as you touched on before, back to that blue turbine area. And Prady's with that camo as well. Beasted managing to sniff him out and take him out. He does fall himself, though. Slays with a nice, easy cleanup there. Another player on the turbine, desperately trying to stay alive. Flex range goes down, and look at this. Now Divine Minds is set up on the blue turbine area, set up to get some points onto the board.
Yeah, so they're happy to hold it there if they need to. That plasma just wigging out a little bit before being thrown. I don't know what was going on there, but yeah, Divine Mind's saying, look, we're happy to play it anywhere, and you need that versatility in oddball really to be able to say, it might not be our preferred hold, but if it's there, it's better to try and hold here, grab a bit of time rather than try and rotate it through. Ball does reset though after being play balled, and we can have Pips right on there looking to grab it and start to make a move at least. He gets dropped straight away. but Barcode just pushing in incredibly aggressively, which we'd expect him to do, and you just have to look at that, Justin. 11 kills off the bat already, and we're only a couple of minutes in, really, so he's clearly far and away the #1 Slayer. But meanwhile, we move over to, if we look at the Divine Mind kill list, Slay's only with the 1, and we did see him in their initial series against Chiefs really putting in a lot of damage and being that main Slayer, so a bit of a role reversal there, and we'd be looking for Slays maybe to pick up the kills a little bit.
Yeah, sometimes that's just what happens. You have other players that pop off in one game and other players that pop off on the next, and Barcode, he's just a monster on his own. He just does what Barcode does and just goes off every single game. And now board with Slays, he's only got 4 kills to his name and no objective time just yet, but we haven't seen either team go on a big objective run just yet. It's always been very scrappy, and as we say, this Slays putting in some much needed pressure, and that ball scooped up by Berserk. Good opportunity for them to get some ball time. He's in a bit of a vulnerable spot, and look at that, no pressure. He's able to just jump top gold there and get some ball time. Does get the call out. The Pips is lurking below. The ball rolls over the edge, unfortunately not able to scoop that back up to get some ball time there. Hoots is just chilling down the bottom of the stairs, and he does get naded out.
Yeah, you got to be careful, because that ball can move pretty easily when a few grenades go off around it, and can just shoot it out, and you all of a sudden think it should be at your feet, and you're looking, nope, it's sitting down in the bottom middle of the map almost. So nice double there coming out of Pips as he sits in his top gold. But look at the time, Justin. We've only got about a minute left, and no team has really managed to carve out a significant lead or any real significant imprint on this 100-point limit that we're trying to hit to win this first round. So this could be one of those rounds where we look at and we find it ends simply because the timer on the map actually runs out. It's all going to be really sort of revolve around whether or not a team can get a solid amount of time in. There's a nice stick to the
nice
head there. But meanwhile, Pips just sits there watching it, holding the ball, just an observer.
Yeah, he's just like, oh, that was a pretty nice stick. I'm just going to keep holding onto this ball. Thank you very much. And that scoreline, that fragile little lead that Divine Mind has just completely dissolved at this point, and the Chiefs have managed to take the lead with only a minute left. I mean, it's anybody's game at this point. It's just kind of like you got to value your life so much at this point. With only 50 seconds left on the clock, if you go around a Slays and give them the opportunity to hold one setup, then that's going to be, big trouble for the other team. And look at this Chiefs. They really were patient and just rotated around the map slowly, keeping themselves alive. And now Pips is just chilling out, bottom blue Turbine, racking up some points. Played that ball pretty early. He wasn't under a lot of pressure there.
Yeah, no, I think they're looking at the fact that they've got a lead, and now is it just a case of there's 30 seconds to go, let's just hold them off. Like, it's a bit of a risky gamble, because if you get outslayed at some point and they get a run at picking up that ball, they only need to hold it for 15 seconds and they've got the lead. But right now I think it's just a case of let's run amok and let's just run and gun and try and stop them from getting a real good turnaround by Beast. And then so this is where they really need to start going Divine Mind. They need to get their hands on this ball. There's only 10 seconds left, and if they don't pick it up anytime soon, they're going to really not be able to afford themselves any deaths. And we can just see here Pips is just hanging around. There's no point for him to touch it. 5 seconds left. It's just a matter of keeping Divine Mind off the ball, and they're not going to be able to get in a position to grab it. So they take that first round. I really like that play, Justin. It's very ballsy just to play ball, like we said, with half a minute to go, but it worked out perfectly for them. They just went full defense mode and kept Divine Mind off the ball.
They did, and you predicted it. That was what they were doing, and the communication had panned out well for them, taking that first round. Now with Praties throwing out every grenade that he can find to put in some pressure, does find himself Beast, and is he going to kill himself here? He does. Unfortunate. Those grenades can hurt you as well, mate. Just a pro tip from an old player like me. And Dante trying to get some ball time, doesn't manage to get the ball away. Slays looking for the angles here, responding to call-outs, checking the stairs. It's so important to check those stairs, because every single time someone's going to be lurking on those stairs, and the one time that you don't, they're going to be coming up behind you for the back whack. That ball just poised there, and just as the start of every oddball game, it just kind of sits there at the bottom until enough Slays can get by that you can cleanly pick that one up, Hooters.
Yeah, great moves by Beaston here using that slide. His movement is just very COD-esque. COD players obviously love to slide around, and Beaston just has that down pat really well, and it's probably from the point of view of playing COD so often, and with those paddle controllers now just having the jump and the slide and the grapple and everything working to perfection. So loving his movement into this A hold here for Pips, drops him, and then assists on the kill on Fleckran's double kill. That's a nice kill there. So now he just needs to look at holding this ball, and I think the A setup's probably going to be where it's going to happen for them, given I think he has one player below him and Slay's holding those orange pipes. So he's got a fair bit of protection there, and also has Berserker, who's trying to stop any people coming through this blue area. So they're actually getting a nice little run of time here, Justin. Look, we can see that across the way there, the Chiefs starting to push across top mid, and at this point, really, Berserk's just purely giving comms, right? And he can run in and try and get a few back smacks here.
Yeah, I like that little setup, but you saw the Chiefs, they were patient and like, if we're going to make a push, we're going to make it together. And FlexRains just kind of kept his head down in enemy territory until his teammates could come help him out here. Dante with a repulsor sending him back and getting the cleanup on him. And now Berserk getting some score on the board for his team. And they've just taken the lead, Hoots. And here he goes, nice ego challenge across there. He does throw the ball bottom mid. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not. That camo is up as well. That's going to be a key for victory for them. Slay's putting in some nice shots. He's a little bit vulnerable here, hanging out on the box, but he jumps down. He does get the clean up though. Beaston with that quick double shot, and then dropping that his second weapon there to make a quick switch. Grabs the ball and putting some points onto the board for himself as well. And look at that. Didn't get a lot of pressure put on him. Getting up those stairs is tough, Hooters. Like, you probably know yourself from playing this game online, is as soon as you're on those stairs, you're a bullet magnet.
Yeah,
and
stairs on this map are absolute death. But I'm loving seeing for those who might not be super familiar with it, that quick change where you see Beaston using the Mangler and then dropping it instead of just switching to his BR. He drops it, and people do that because it saves you just like a small fraction of a second of pulling out your next weapon, so you can go for that headshot rather than waiting, half a second longer for the animation to complete. So there's just those little things like that competitive players do that make all the difference. And we've seen Beaston do it quite a bit in our broadcast tonight, but I'm liking this fight back from Divine Mind here. Actually, it's that they've been able to get a strong amount of time here, and they're having another run at it again as well. So they're bottom mid here, moving it back to A. So it looks like that's where they're preferring to hold it, Justin. They've had some luck with it so far, and why not keep going with a good thing?
Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And Prady's putting some damage down onto Beaston, puts him back into the respawn screen with plenty of shields left to be able to push up and help FlexRains here. Mangler now in his back pocket like it's his wallet. FlexRains there, double man push going in for the ball, and Prady's grabbing it and opting to rotate it straight away. He's juggling it to move into cover as quickly as possible, and now he can start racking up some points. And Divine Minds have got a little bit of a lead here, and there's still 2 minutes 30 on the board, but when you've got a 40-point or so buffer, you got to be feeling comfortable. Barcode slapping on that camo. He does get burned, so that's going to be out of contention at the moment. Pip's desperately trying to win this fight, and it does look like the help came in and cleaned up that player for him.
Yeah, no assist there registered. I'm not sure why that was. Maybe his melee didn't register or something like that as well, but we do have Divine Mind has managed to break this setup again of Chiefs and is holding it and rack up a little bit more time in A. So this is a nice lead for them, about 50 seconds almost now, for them to be able to take this. So we have seen Beaston, just look at that scoreboard, 12 kills going off. We're getting a nice third person there of him jumping around, just whacking the ball, which is it's nice to see, obviously.
You get double points by doing that, Hoots.
Yeah, that's what I keep hearing. Yeah, fantastic. But I'm loving this as well. He's got the call out that maybe it's time to drop it, so he's starting to run around and look for kills, but his teammate, he's got Slays below him putting in a fair bit of work, and so he can keep holding it. They could almost hit the 100 points here, so a vast difference from what we saw in the previous round.
Yeah, and really there's only time for one more push, and Chiefs, it does look like they're starting to push in, but no, it's going to be too little too late, and that's going to be 100 to 20 odd in favor of Divine Mind. 1-1 in this oddball game, and we're going to a game 3. Well, round three. Round three.
Absolutely.
So confusing.
Yeah, and so for Divine Mind, it's do or die here. If they want to avoid a reset here of the bracket, they need to win this round. Otherwise, they're going to have to start another best of 5. And I love the nade at the start from Barcode, just picking that up. I'm surprised he didn't get the Hail Mary kill, really. It was had a fair distance to it, but he's got that camo now. And of course, as we expect, as always, that grapple hook and just nicking a nice gun off the rack here, and we'll see what he can do with it. He's invisible and he's pretty nice and open up here, but no one can see him, so he's got freedom to just put down whatever shots he wants.
Yeah, he does, and he did that like that's what he's been practicing, matchmaking. Nice shot on the shock rifle there. Dante's there if he wants a double kill for Barcode, utilizing the power weapons and the power-ups. Now rotating the ball through, does get cleaned up, unfortunately, and 1 millisecond longer, he would have been able to get the ball around that corner and start racking up some points. But Barcode turning up for his squad as usual, doing Barcode things, and just chaos. Flex Reigns desperately trying to stay alive, putting in a lot of pressure, goes in, gets the trade on board with Beast, and he's in the respawn screen as well. And I think that ball just got grappled, Hoots. It just launched across the map.
It was, and it ended up in Barcode's hands. You can only assume that's what happened. The repulsor Pips just sent off and doesn't get the kill there, but it at least gets the sorry, he was trying to clean up with the BR, I think, for the style points, but I mean, you'll still take the repulsor kill as well. But Dante now holding the ball up in this top gold area, getting a slight lead here for Divine Mind, but are they going to head back to A? Probably not a wise move, because we can see there that some of the Chiefs squad are over there. So unfortunately for Dante, just running into a fair bit of trouble there, and it looks like maybe Chiefs will say, we'll take it to A if you're not going to, and that's where so much of the points were racked up for Divine Mind. So it's funny watching these teams start to copy each other when they see like a big chunk of time come through. It's, well, if it works for them, why can't it work for us?
Yeah, a little bit. And when you're getting this late in the night, sometimes you just fall back on those easy strategies that, well, not easy, just, you know, the bread and butter of going, hey, we just hold the elevator and we milk when we can, or we hold blue turbine and we play the ball when we need to. And sometimes you just can lean back on those fundamental setups, and it does seem to be working pretty well for Divine Minds at the moment, able to bring back that last game and putting points on the board here as well. Flex Reigns with that camo on the mango, he gets a grenade, is like, nope, I'm not taking that angle, and he's gonna change positions completely. Berserk there, no shield, so easy clean up for Flex Reigns, and he's stalking around trying to find that play, gets it back like it does go across the map, off the map, unfortunately. But Flex Reigns really utilizing all of that camo, not able to create many opportunities, but denying the Chiefs from getting Divine Mind from getting too many points.
Yeah, I like the use of the play ball both times there from Divine Mind, though. Before that, they were up in top A and they realized they were getting pushed, so they just chose to duck out from the A catwalk and drop it down into the bottom middle of the map. And then we also saw that play ball a little bit later on, chucking it off into the water and getting that ball reset. So they're doing that really well, just not letting the Chiefs set up and get some easy time instantly. It's, you know, if you want the ball, you're gonna have to fight for it in bottom mid, same as us. Love that kill assist there as well from Dante. I thought it was actually a headshot at the start, but unfortunately didn't register, but picks up another one on Flex Range. So they're in a position to grab this ball now, you'd think, if he wants to make a run for it, but Barcode is the one just sitting there stopping that from happening. So Dante just going to step back a little bit and maybe not make a push just yet. All four up for both teams, so let's just wait a little bit of time, but he'll call Pips out running across there, because we do see his team, I think, are starting to move it down the long haul.
They are. Good rotation from them. They're able to get so much time off it too. And look at this. The collapse comes in. Prady's trying to stop that from getting out there. Dante taken down instantly. That ball just sitting there on the ground. Look at all those grenades going out. How is anyone left alive? And of course it's Barcode. Last man standing, picking up the ball and getting some points on the board for his squad. And the shock rifle as well in hand, ready to challenge anyone that would take the ball from his mitts, rotating through the vent here. Maybe back up to the back elevator set up there to hold down and get some more points for his squad.
Yeah. So Barcode, we don't normally see him run objective, but it's, you know, it's good to see every now and then. Dante with this camera, though, he can do some good stuff here if he can get in and kill Barcode and take him out. But Barcode, it's that crouch that I was talking about earlier, Justin. He's just so good at knowing when to duck, when to use cover, when to duck behind cover, and taking out Dante then, who had the camera. That was going to be a real crucial play there for Dante to be able to break that setup and look to pick up a bit of ball time. But instead, on the flip side, we've got Chiefs and Barcode himself still holding the ball, picking up time and starting to get away, and we've only got about a minute 45 left on the clock. So Barcode now pushing it completely away from A, and they're just denying Divine Mind any chance to really move in. Nice there from Barcode as well. So he's slaying his no scope for the double. So if Slays is taken down here, it's 4 dead, and this is a time for Barcode to pick up a little bit more, and then, you know, potentially do they make the decision to drop ball at some point soon and start to just try and play a bit of area denial?
A little bit, and you could see the decision making that Barcode was making, a little bit of hesitation. He was looking back and forth. It's like, do I hold or do I rotate towards Praties? In the end, opting for the rotation. It does look like that was the better decision, but here comes the Divine Mind roster rotating through to try and make one last final stand before this game goes in favor of the Chiefs. Pips putting shots across map onto Beeson. Grenade goes out, doesn't get the cleanup, and there we go. Barcode with that shock rifle coming across your screen there and taking out that player, and the camo's going to be popping in 10 seconds. I'd wager it might be the last camo of the game. Barcode dropping down that ball, gets a nice little perfect headshot onto Berserk there, checking all the angles, and it does look like the Chiefs might be putting this one in the bag, Hoots.
Yeah, this has been a really big turn of momentum in the last minute or two of this game, and it's really stemmed from Barcode just going on a tear and chucking a repulsor in as well. We just saw before he was dropped, but look, it's looked like we've got the sweep happening, Justin, as we thought might happen. So we move back into another series as we have the Chiefs completely flipping the script on Divine Mind from the first series. We now have them winning 3-0 in this first series of our grand final. We're going to reset the bracket and move Luke to another best of 5, which is what we were kind of talking about we thought would happen. We maybe thought Divine Mind would pinch a game or two in this series, but everything resets now for Divine Mind. Everything resets for the Chiefs. We're back at square one for another best of 5.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing for both these teams is the fact that it was relatively fast for the Chiefs to get this 3-0 here to get the bracket reset. So now we go back to original, square one here. Justin, Divine Mind, they really need to try and pull things back up, and if they want to try and get this, this Pro Series victory. But I mean, just looking across this, Barcode was saying to us in the Twitch chat before, he said, Hoots, the fact that he's angry. And now this is angry gaming. 11,000 damage. Slay's dropped 10k damage as well. And there's 43 kills here on the board for Barcode. Like, this man has been absolutely fragging out, and he did so much work across that oddball that, I mean, Justin, it's just looking like right now that the Chiefs have kind of bring back to the old form that we were expecting them at the start of the Pro Series.
Yeah, and they, Pips, as we've mentioned before, he gave the Divine Mind the respect that they deserve, but in the end of the day, the Chiefs want to win, so they're going to go in hard, and that's something I talked about before, is that, if they want to be the best and take games off NA teams, they need to be going hard in every single series. They cannot be taking things casually and, oh yeah, we'll probably win this one, boys, play it pretty casually. They need to go hard in every single game and play like they would against the best teams in the world, and it does seem like the Chiefs are starting to respond in that respect.
Yeah, it really does seem like that they've certainly turned one on here in the grand final, and even what we got from that interview from Pips as well, the fact that he said that it was a little bit of a kick up the arse for these Chiefs boys, a little bit of a wake-up call for them, because they were like, it needs to get to a point here where we are taking these games seriously and not really kind of dropping the ball against a team like Divine Minds, who have really shown us so far that these guys can tango with the Chiefs relatively easily. And now getting into this grand final, Hoots, this is where it all goes back to square one. And my question is, do Divine Mind have what it requires in the tank now to reset from this bracket reset they just got and try and take this one down in 3 maps?
I mean, how deflating is it as well that Barcode not only put up those kills again, if you're Divine Mind, the Barcode not only put up those amount of kills, but he also topped his team in objective time as well, I just noticed. So like that's just pretty ridiculous. I mean, I saw 11,000 damage and I was like, yeah, that's pretty incredible. But he was holding the ball for over a minute. So imagine what that figure would have been if he'd maybe dropped the ball for 30 seconds and let one of his other teammates hold it. It's just crazy that you can do that level of damage and objective and just be dominating a game. I mean, like, we should get 343 on the phone or something and see if they can put out a patch to like nerf Barcode or something, because he's just, it's just ridiculous. You shouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah, it's pretty nutty, the fact that, obviously throughout today and throughout a lot of these tournaments we talk about Barcode, but now he's really started to step up here in the grand final, and that's what you want from your star players, right, Justin? You want them to start to perform in those moments where it does count. And a full bracket reset so far, that's exactly where you wanted the man to pop off, and he has done it so far. And even as he said, a little bit of angry gaming, and maybe it's now time for Barcode. He's like, oh yeah, we may have dropped our first series of Halo Infinite ever, but we're never going to drop a tournament. We might lose a series or a map here or there, but we're never going to drop a tournament, lads.
Yeah, there is a little bit of pride on the line for him, I'm absolutely sure. And you know what? Barcode couldn't do the things that he does without his teammates either. They open up the map for him and just apply pressure and cut off angles and allow him to run rampant. We talked about it before. It's like, how is Barcode in this area of the map without any pressure getting put on him? And it's not that the other players are doing a bad job. It's that the Chiefs teammates are doing so well to maintain that support for someone like Barcode to run rampant on the map. And that's the thing. You've got to be able to shut those guys down. But if you've got to get through the other 3 Chiefs players that are monsters in their own right, then how do you get to Barcode when you've got to get to 3 other guys first?
Yeah, and I think that's what we touched on before we got into this grand final, right, Hoots? The fact that even all 8 of these players are monsters in their own right, and it gets to a point where if you start to shut down one of them, there's always going to be another player on that team that's going to be able to pick up the slack. And I think right now, the fact that we're singing the praises of Barcode, you look back at a lot of the other stats that these lads have been doing, and the amount of pressure that they put across the map, the amount of space that they give Barcode as well, just being able to give him all these power-ups that he needs and giving him these sight lines so we can clean up the kills, just goes to show that both these teams and the Chiefs specifically have really done a good job to allow a player like Barcode to shine.
Yeah, I mean, Pips has been popping off in a lot of the games we've watched as well, just almost as well as Barcode in a lot of them. So that was a real standout, that performance just then. We haven't really seen one like that tonight from Barcode or anyone really to dominate that well. But yeah, you're absolutely right. The rest of his team have been doing really well, and even Flex Rain's coming in as the sub. There's been games where he's been actually slaying just as much as Barcode. So for him to be able to just slot in pretty seamlessly while Madsy's not playing in this tournament, it was very, very impressive.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, it has been a scenario that we've seen so far that they've been able to unlock Barcode here into this grand final and unlock a bracket reset as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a very, very short break here so we can get everybody prepped and ready for this final best of 5. Divine Minds and the Chiefs are going to go head-to-head just after this. See, they don't call me a liar. I told you it was a very quick break here. We are back ready and raring to go here in this bracket reset, ladies and gentlemen. Divine Mind and the Chiefs going head-to-head here in a final best of 5. Winner of this series, lads, gets all the cheese, so they get to be able to come out on top of this Pro Series with the title of #1. So let's go and have a look at the maps that we've got here, Hoots, for this bracket reset. We did just go through 3 maps, and the Chiefs were able to get it done relatively fast. And now we're starting to look around these different scenarios where, again, we've got a CTF Bazaar, we have Slayer on Recharge, but this time we've got Oddball on Livefire for the bracket reset.
Yeah, I mean, to see CTF Bazaar, we've the Chiefs dominate pretty heavily against, I think it was Deathruptor fans earlier on. I think they put what they won at 4-0 or almost 5-0. And so, we said as well at Raleigh, they performed really strongly in that map as well. So you expect them to come out strong in that one against Divine Mind. Slayer Recharge, though, and Oddball Live Fire, from that point on, it's a real guessing game, honestly. So I think, I'm pretty confident Chiefs will take this first map, but after that, it's honestly anyone's game, and I wouldn't be surprised if we head to a game 5.
Yeah, I think that might be a pretty fair shout here, Justin, seeing the maps and the map types that we've seen from both these teams so far. You could probably say that CTF is a pretty confident map coming in for the Chiefs, and then on the rest of it, Divine Mind, they've shown us Slayer prowess throughout today. These oddballs have been going 50-50 between both these teams, and even the Strongholds, who knows what we're going to get here. It might be the Wild Wild West, it might be bizarre, but either way, we're going to be jumping into our final best of 5 of tonight. Divine Minds and the Chiefs going head-to-head here in our first Pro Series Grand Final.
You know what? It has just been one hell of a tournament, and we saw Chiefs, a little bit of an upset, knocked down into the lower bracket. They've got the grand final bracket reset and going into the final series of the night, getting ready to launch into this one. Hoots, got any predictions?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident we'll see Chiefs do pretty well on this one. And let's just watch Barcode, see if he goes for this grapple hook again. I reckon he might. I reckon that's going to be a pretty... we've actually had a disconnect, sorry. So that was disappointing. I was really expecting him to go for that grapple shot and prove me right. That's shattering. But look, we'll have to start this one again, unfortunately. It's one of the things, for everyone watching at home, in case you're not aware, we are playing on LAN, online, sorry, not on LAN. So these network issues, they can pop up every now and then, and particularly given we're in Australia and our internet isn't as great as many other parts of the world, it's something we tend to have to deal with quite a bit, Justin.
Yeah, our internet is just like USB sticks put into the pouches of kangaroos, and they just ferry them around for the data. So we do apologize for any technical delays in that respect, but we'll get that player back into the lobby and launch into it as soon as possible, because I'm sure the players are just as keen to get this thing wrapped up. But we're talking about predictions just going in there, and let's talk hardline predictions of how many games, who's going to be taking it out.
Put me on the spot. I'm going to say a 3-2 for the Chiefs, I reckon. I reckon we are going to go to a game 5, but I reckon the Chiefs will just pivot. I think they've got that momentum, and Barcode in that last game was scary. If he's doing stuff like that and can replicate anything close to that in the other games, it's going to be a scary prospect if you're a Divine Mind player.
Yeah, listen, I was standing Divine Mind pretty hard earlier on, but after seeing them, how they're performing in that first best of 5, I'm thinking it's going to be a 4-1, but I think they're all going to be pretty close. Like, I think that it could be one of those situations where games could go either way, but in the end, it's getting clutched out by the Chiefs. But we'll just have to see how things play out. The first map being one of Chiefs' absolute favorite game types in terms of their win-loss record. It doesn't look too good for a Divine Mind straight out of the gate on this map. But the thing is that just because the Chiefs has strength in that map doesn't mean that you can just let them have it. You can't go, oh, this is their best map, we'll never beat them in that. Nah, it's a good opportunity to push yourself and challenge those guys as much as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, I think we're having a couple more just little technical difficulties with some of the players, so we might bring Luke back in as well just for a little bit of a chat. But Luke, we were talking before about the internet issues we have here in Australia, and Justin mentioned his internet's powered by kangaroos hopping around with USB sticks. Mine's actually just 2 kangaroos tied to a clothesline that spin around, and that the friction powers my internet. But it's something we have to deal with these online tournaments, and it wouldn't be a past midnight tournament without a couple of small technical hitches as well.
Exactly. Usually, I've got my Wombat who's running on the spin wheel right now to keep my internet going. So he's actually doing a pretty good job. I might have to give him a bit of water during this series. But, obviously Australian internet has been pretty dog bowl for a long time. So, obviously coming into these online tournaments, we've been pretty blessed today, lads. I think that's a pretty good shout for us. A lot of these, servers and a lot of the lobbies and stuff have been pretty good to us today. So obviously it is always the way that it goes on the final hurdle. You do have a little bit of these hiccups. So I'm just going to have to wait and see for these players to get back in the lobby, and I'm sure all of them are chomping at the bit right now, and being able to have all the players being able to compete at the highest level is exactly what we need. But I think just coming into this bracket reset, I think the big question for us here, Justin, is how do you kind of mentally reset yourself as Divine Mind? Like, you're playing up against somebody like Barcode, who has been putting up some huge numbers. Like, how do you rest the nerves and try and cage somebody like Barcode to see if you can get this best of 5 under your belt?
I think the most important thing would just be keeping those nerves back, right? Like, you can't let the doubt creep into your head. You can't go, oh my God, they're coming back. Oh, they just, reset the bracket. Oh no, we're gonna, lose this series. We're gonna choke it. As soon as you let that into your head, it's over. You've got to maintain that confidence and as much of that positive mindset as possible. Otherwise, you're stuffed. The Chiefs, they're coming back. They've reset. They're feeling good. So Divine Mind, they're just going to make sure that they're positive, they're loosey-goosey, and they're ready for them, because as soon as the doubt creeps in, it's over.
Yeah, just trying to kind of channel the same kind of energy that they had in that upper bracket final when they were able to take down the Chiefs. And I think Hoots, it's getting to the point now, it's 5 past midnight for me here on the eastern coast of Australia, where it's getting very, very late. I know these players and a lot of these players are getting very, very tired as well. So they need to try and hype themselves up and try and get themselves into a position where they can really just focus in and hone in onto the Halo right now. And I'm not quite sure how you're supposed to do it as these competitive teams, because I know some people are in the kind of camp where you don't want to overhype everybody. You don't want to get them, too overconfident, but you still need to make sure the energy levels are there.
Yeah, exactly. It is that really tricky balance. If you get too hyped and then you go into a game and start losing straight away, does that just deflate you even more? I'm not too sure. But look, it looks like we've finally got things sorted out and we're going to get stuck back into this. And Justin, I did say just before with Barcode in particular, he always heads for that grapple hook at the very start of Bazaar. Are we going to see it again? And if so, I've got a follow-up question. If he does get it, why do teams not know this is going to happen, and why can't they put a stop to him?
Hey, listen, if I was on the opposite team, I'd be like, everyone throw your 2 grenades at the grapple hook, and 8 grenades would meet Barcode. And that might be the only time that I kill him, but I'd, put that in my montage as a highlight, taking down Barcode. But no, he's not going for it. He's not going for it. Unfortunate for you, Hoots. He does get a nice little double kill, though, so it's not all too bad. Not good enough.
Nah, it's just, he's done it literally every game, and I just expected him to do it this time. No. Unfortunately, not the case, but Brady's picking up that overshield there. You've got to love that, picking it off another player, not letting them use it. It's a change we've had in Halo Infinite coming through with this edition of the game, is that power-ups don't come into effect straight away. You get to choose when to use it, and so often we do find just because you pick it up doesn't mean it's pop right into your suit. You do have to press that button and slam it in there. So we have here a pretty even start overall, although the Chiefs are a few down, and we are going to see Divine Mind start to move into the tree right above Barcode here, and we can see they're starting to push around. But Barcode, he gets the call out clearly and wraps it around. I really love that, Justin. The call out comes through and he's going to push around the bar, and they're probably not going to expect him to come up behind.
No, and it's a little bit quiet with that hyper-aggressive challenge from Slays there. I don't think Barcode was expecting that, but sits him down anyway. Dante with a flag on the move. Not a lot of kills in the kill feed. It's going to be an ambitious run, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't manage to get it out, and Slays desperately trying to stay alive. His shields are so weak. You shoot him in the pinky toe and he would go down, I think, and Slays does manage to get those shields coming back. That classic whoom sound as he's full health once again, goes in for the cleanup. Assist comes in, that flag right there ready for the return, and Slays desperately trying to stop those players from getting the return onto that flag. And it does look like the touch came through, Hoots.
No, it got returned. I think that there was the grapple hook sitting right at Slays' feet, and he had the thruster equipped, so I'm not sure he realized that if he picked that up, he had sort of an option to be able to grapple the flag to him without putting himself out into the open. But he just, there was so much stuff going on, he just didn't pick up on it, and that could have been the ability for them to get it through. But we've spoken about this before, CTF on Bazaar, the amount of times you almost need to slay a team before you can make that flag pull. One set of slays of somewhat disjointed slays, by the time you start to run that flag, there's someone almost in your base ready to just start shooting at you and pull your own flag. So you really need to have a group of teammates in the enemy base with you, but also some back at your own base protecting your own flag. It's something that's, I think players are still sort of struggling to get their heads around.
Yeah, and where you're running those flags and the spawns and how you block them and apply pressure to the spawners that are overextending to try and stop your run is very, very key. So I hope players at home are taking notes of how these big boys are doing it. Now with Prady's putting some shots into Berserk, he slides around the corner. That spanker is about to pop in a couple of seconds. It does look like that might be one of Prady's main job, is to make sure that he's timing all of those power weapons and power ups and goes for it. And look at this, he isn't dropping down for the challenge because he knows that those spankers are coming up, and he's waiting.
Not going for them either.
No, he's baiting them. He's baiting them a little bit, which is a good thing to see. But he does manage to pick them up, and now he's going to find himself a player cutting off that angle at the double doors, and he's just holding down this point. He just doesn't want to leave. This is his home. He feels comfortable.
Yeah, I mean they've had 3 dead for a while there. That's 3 dead again now that he gets that kill on Dante with the rockets. So that's a bit of a chance for their team to start pushing in. I think we're going to see it, as we can see here. Pips with that shotty, and just why use the rocket when you can just punch someone straight in the head? So they're getting them on a bit of a respawn cycle here, Chiefs against Divine Mind. And so with these rockets as well, we can have a pretty quick push in to start to get a couple down. We'll see that's a quick double there. Looking for the triple. Unfortunately, he's punched in the head, or assassinated almost from the front, it looked like. And so he can't actually work with his team for this flag pull. But the good thing is they are spawning back at the base. And it's what we spoke about before, Justin. Having some teammates back at the base to protect. And I like this from Pips as well. He tosses the flag out the middle, but knows that the real issue here is this spawn underneath the rocket. So if he can make the move in with this shotty and take out a few players there, they have a really good chance of getting this run. And I think we might see a cap here if Dante can get down.
Oh, another double kill for Pips there in the killing spree. And the patience, triple kills there. Fourth is just around the corner. I don't think he'll find it, but it does look like the first flag is on the board for the Chiefs. And Pips, he's being a nuisance in the enemy base too. He's poised to pull another one if they can get the Slays. And speaking of Slays, we're looking over at Barcode, already on double digits, 10 kills to his name. Pips not far behind on 11. I'm sure he'll get into double digits soon. Barcode just checking the stock on the fridge there in the bar, plenty of cold beers, I'm sure, and then he goes through picking up another player. And I like how he's going, okay, well, I'm checking for the spawners, I'm making sure that my teammate can rotate the flag in this direction. And Prady's, he's the flag running master. He always seems to have that flagpole in his hand.
Yeah, I'm really liking the use of the crouch again by Barcode. We said it before, but just instinctively when he's got low shields and he's in that bar just to crouch, and we saw, I think it was Beeson just ran straight past him, had no idea he was there, and Barcode just pops out and easily cleans him up. But yeah, the flag runs so far from the Chiefs, I've been really impressed by. Just going back to that first one they did put in, the choice to, instead of running straight alongside the flag guy, but to wrap around and go under rockets and clear out those spawns, really big difference maker there that we haven't seen teams doing that often, and that's what helps secure putting that first flag in. But we do have Barcode leading on 13 kills. He is dropped, unfortunately, there with the shotty. Moving on to Prady's, who's just holding out in the cubby here, just trying to cut off a bit of a run here, but knowing that these rockets are coming up soon. I love this high position, Justin, stopping players from making a clean run at these rockets, putting shots in, hoping they get cleaned up by his teammates. But that being said, that is 2 down for Chiefs, and I don't know if they're going to be able to grab these rockets, given Pips was taken down there as well. So rockets are really open for anyone that wants them now, and you know, this is what Divine Mind needs to be able to start getting into the base and making a run at this flag pool.
Yeah, nothing like a couple of rockets to get a flag on the move. And Pips, he's just rotating down in the sewers there. That rocket not connecting. He does get the other one quickly. Prady's with the cleanup. That's an unfortunate splash damage with the spanker there, unfortunately for him. But the Bulldog's out, and everyone knows that Australians like to buck. So woof, woof. Here comes Prady's in the base once again, ready to pull a flag, but hasn't got any kills just yet. So he's going to need to be patient, because he can't just whip this flag out. But he went, you know what, SSJ4, I know what the hell I'm doing. I'm going to pull this flag whenever the hell I want, Hoots.
Yeah, he's just trying to stop an instant flag cap coming through from Divine Mind, though, because we can see Dante's already made it back to his own base. So it's an interesting route that he's taken, and it's worked really well. He's been able to get it away. But if they can get a return here, which I think they're looking for, Berserk's sitting there trying to get the return. So they're going to put this flag in with Dante, and that's going to be, if he manages to put it in, there we go, that's 1-1 now. So I love that flag run from Dante. It was the right idea then from, was it Prady's that was in the base before moving that flag? It was the right idea, just get it out of there. Unfortunately, he didn't really have much support from his team and was dropped there. So that's a big one from Divine Mind to be able to pull that back, because it looked like the Chiefs were the ones who were really dominating across the early stages of this game.
Yeah, and you know what? Divine Mind, they did well to run that flag across the map, and then they got that desperation pull and go in for the cleanup in a pretty different area of the map. He got it a fair distance in in an area of the map that's a little bit out of the ways from the podium finish. So they did really well to get that return and slap that flag in to bring it 1-1 in this game. Flex Reigns, he does fall, and now on board with Pip. He's trying to put on some damage onto Slays. Slays smells blood, gets to take him down. Now Berserk with the flag on the move. Hoots, looks like Divine Minds hear the play. They want to take the lead. But as I say that, the Chiefs, they have a flag out on their own. It looks like we have ourselves a game here, Hoots.
Yeah, it's a tale of the tape that we have seen, but we might be seeing here massive double there coming from Dante. So that's huge. He's going to get the return, and I think their flag is still in a position to be run, but it is just getting returned as well. So both teams managing to return there. This is probably one of the more even games we have seen of CTF tonight so far on Bazaar. But I am really liking both teams how they are really trying to position players at both ends of bases when running flags rather than stacking their whole team around the enemy base for a flag pull. It's just, it doesn't really work with the way the spawns work on this map and the way that teams are easily able to get across super quickly. You need to be spread out a little bit more to be able to stop those teams from just randomly running into your own base and pulling your own flag to stop you from getting that quick cap.
Yeah, couldn't be more right with that one, Hoots. And now we have Slays. He's got that bulldog, but the Spanker is about to spawn. Now, I don't know. He got called out pretty hard, and they all just targeted him there. He's sat down straight away. So that Spanker, have to see who managed to scoop that one up. And Prady's checking out the angles here. Dante with 2 rockets to play with here. Easy kill onto Prady's to find himself 1, and time to make a push with the boys. Another Flex Reigns down bottom mid. He hits the corner of the little building there, but gets the kill anyway. The BR gets the job done better than the Spanker. Jumping up to the bar, finds Barcode a little bit unawares, but look at that. They just turn on a pivot 180 and just sat him down. It's like, excuse me, we're shooting other people here, and it sends him back to the respawn screen.
Yeah, along with all of his teammates, 4 down for Divine Mind there briefly. So Chiefs starting to make a bit of a push in here and see if they can get a cap. They do have them held back in the palm side of their base, mostly apart from Slaves, who's pushing around to the bar. So Barcode just peeking around here, Justin. He doesn't want to commit too much. Of course, he'll get a grapple hook if it's sitting there waiting for him. But we do see Barcode just moving around the map really quickly here. Shots on Berserk and just peeking Berserk. He's done actually really well to stay alive there. Barcode's smart move to just back out, wait for your OS teammate to come in and do some damage with you. And so we are going to see a pretty aggressive push in now coming from Chiefs. I like this, Justin. 3 down for Divine Mind. And we can see again Pips getting out of there knowing that a flag could be pulled relatively soon, but they need to clear up some of the Divine Mind players who are making the break for their own base.
Yeah, and Pips, he has that overshield as well. He goes in with the plasma pistol, and the cleanup comes in. He does, I don't know how he got the kill for that, but that flag is on the move, and killing spree for Pips, and he finds himself a second triples there if he wants it. He does get shut down. Critical 1v1 here, and it looks like Prady's wins that one, and the flag is on the move, and it looks like it's going to go into the podium here, Hoots. 2-1 in favor of Chiefs. Only a minute to go. Will Divine Mind be able to bring this one back? It doesn't take long to get a flag running, but Chiefs advantage, I would say, at the moment.
Yeah, and now let's watch Chiefs just try and play defense for this next minute, I think. You know, that was a very clutch one to get at this time when it had been a real stalemate for quite a while at 1-1, but Chiefs taking that lead. And, you know, it's also just the momentum that they can get of going into this series, this new series 1-0. You know, Divine might be going in thinking this is a brand new restart, let's start fresh. But, you know, then they all of a sudden say, well, Chiefs have actually taken 4 in a row against us now. Just look at the aggression from Barcode coming through there. Gets the trade, but sending another player to respawn when we've only got 30 seconds left, you'll take that every day of the week.
Yeah, the amount of pressure that Barcode was able to apply there, it's just one player, sends one to the respawn, and the other one just got a flying Barcode in his face. He did manage to take him down, but he's flashing shields, so he's got to wait for those to recharge, and his teammates to spawn up before they can make a push on their own. And it does look like 10 seconds left on the clock. Not enough time to get a flag going, and, you know, Chiefs, looks like they're going to be taking game 1, Hoots.
Yeah, this is big. You know, it's something that we probably thought we'd see on this map at least. But to do it in that clutch way, Divine Mind pushed them pretty hard towards the end there, Justin. Like they were in that right up until the end, and I did really like the aggression that they were putting in, and their flag runs were actually really solid across the board. They had a couple that didn't work out for them, you know, close towards the end of the last line of defense, but you know, pulling at most of the right times. I think their objective skills have really shot up in the last couple of compared to the last couple of tournaments that we've run.
Yeah, I think so too. And you know what? It's a cream of the crop, both of these two teams. And, you know, the Chiefs, they're getting the job done. But it's been a long, hard-fought battle. And Divine Mind certainly not going down without a fight. And looking at the Slays department, it does look like everyone is putting up big numbers in that department. But, you know, Barcode, 6,900 damage as always. 24, 18, and 9, just doing Barcode things. Is there anything this man cannot do? I don't think there is. He's a competitive master, lore master, and just top scores every single time. And look at this, Pips, 2 double kills, triple kill, 5 double kills, and then a couple of killing sprees to boot. So Pips really showing up for his squad as well. And Divine Minds, they're really putting the hammer on as much as they can onto the Chiefs, but it just looks like Chiefs have managed to utilize those opportunities. And, you know, the couple of flags that the Chiefs managed to get, they were pretty clean. Like, it wasn't too scrappy. It's not like it took them a minute to get them run over. The times that they got the flags in, it was pretty clean across. They got their slays, got the flag moving, and then put them on the board.
Yeah, and that just shows the discipline at which they pull flags. You know, a lot of the time you just think, oh, we might be in a position to run this, let's give it a go. But you're right, Justin, their flag runs were really clean, really quick. So it shows that when they did run them, they knew they were in a position to do it pretty effectively. And it wasn't so much a calculated risk. It was more knowing that, all right, we've outslayed enough, or we've had a few handy kills in certain spots of the map. We know where they're going to spawn, so let's run it, and let's run it this way. It's going to come off, and it did on those 2 flag runs in particular. Like you said, we sort of weren't really noticing how far they were getting until they were pretty much at their base and then had it straight in. So those quick flags, and we're seeing Pips again. He doesn't mind them, does he, Justin? I think he's talked his smack to you, and he's talking smack to some of the players in the series as well.
Yeah, he's certainly getting his squat routine in every single game at every opportunity, and I'm sure he's got monstrous thighs to boot. Now, moving into this next game, Hoots, we're going on Slayer on Recharge. Now, we have seen that Pips and Barcode have been slaying machines, but something I've noticed over on the Divine Mind roster is that they're all getting about the same amount of kills. In the previous series, in that oddball game, pretty sure everyone got over 30 kills on the side of Divine Mind. So, you know, maybe looking to them in this Slayer. We do have the dominant Slayers of Barcode and Pips, but if you have an entire team that's consistently putting up numbers together as a squad, maybe that's a little bit more in their favor for this one, but we'll just have to wait and see. We might just see the Barcode and Pips show once again, and we are launching off with Beeson. We haven't given him much love this game, and he's really showing what he can do. And you know, the guy from the COD community, and I love the difference in the movement too. You can tell he's a COD guy, particularly with those challenges. You know, he'll slide around the corner and then he'll just see him slide back out and bunny hop like he's playing Call of Duty. It's fantastic to see difference in the movement, and it catches so many players off guard. They're full sprinting for the challenge, the chase, and he just comes out and bunny hops around the corner. Now on board with Slays, putting in some damage across, throws out a grenade. He's got a little bit of help there, Hoots, but pretty calm so far. And now Barcode with that shock rifle.
Yeah, I love watching Barcode with the shock rifle, and he's got the grapple in hand as well. It's the 2 things that he always resorts to on this map, and he's so effective with them, as we saw in that oddball game in the last series. But just looking away slightly as Berserk, I think, was poking his head out there, but he's ready to take a few heads here, and he's been so accurate with this gun, and we saw him even taking players out mid-air in that oddball game with no scope. So, you know, he's still amped up clearly, even though we are getting into the early hours of the morning now, and we do know he's a little on the rough side in terms of feeling a bit unwell, but you know, it's not affecting his performance at all here. And a nice lead at the start here, the Chiefs 5-0, but geez, we've definitely slowed down here. It's pretty much dead silent on Recharge right now, not much going on.
No, and it does look like Divine Minds might be starting to feel the heat a little bit. The 5 unanswered kills for the Chiefs, and they're waiting for the opportunities, and they're probably strategizing a little bit. Maybe wait for that camo to come up. Oh, just narrowly missing that. Given a bit of a haircut. I went to the barber today. Maybe I should have just gone to Barcode's house. And Barcode marking another area on the map. They're sniffing them out one by one, not able to connect on anything just yet. And it's really quiet at the moment, but as soon as that first pick goes off, We're going to see this collapse come in. Berserk desperately trying to get that camo, but a little bit premature. Body shot onto Dante, backing him off, and here comes Barcode. Grabs that, slaps it onto his chest, and now he's invisible. No one can see him. He's a little bit vulnerable. Will he be able to get away? He doesn't hurt, so he goes down. That camo's burnt.
No, he tried to take that safe little trick jump there to avoid the ramp of death, or the ramps of death that we've been speaking about a bit earlier, Justin. Didn't work out for him. It's, the ability to spot camos is something that's super important for top tier players. People do find it a little bit easier, or some people at least in Infinite, to be able to spot camo players in this game, but you still need to have a really keen eye and really good work, and then neutralizing Barcode just with that camo. But unfortunately, it hasn't really resulted in a huge change of score. We still have this 5-kill lead for Chiefs, and the pace really has been taken right out of this one. I don't know, Justin, do you think this is just Divine Mind saying, all right, Chiefs have been playing this on their terms, let's peg it back a little bit and try and just play the game on our terms and slow the pace down?
Yeah, if you can set up for the pace of the game, it's a really good way to get your head into the right mindset. And, if Chiefs have been dictating the pace of the games, as you say, so far, then Divine Minds, they've got to do something. They've got to shake it up a little bit, because what they've been doing hasn't been working. It hasn't got them across the line just yet. So it does look like they're using this game as a little bit of a reset, and it's like, boys, we've got to change it up a little bit. Otherwise, this series is lost. Now on board with Pips, and the scoreline, it's only 5 kills the difference currently. Nothing to write home about, and Pips looking for a player, slays down bottom mid there. Easy kill for him. And Pips, yet another killing spree, just racking up the medal count.
Yeah, it hasn't died yet, actually. So holding this sword here, and he's going to have a pretty easy kill there on Berserk as well. So, still happy to play it slow, play it really methodically, and just repulsing his way out of there and picking up the fresh one to get some more ammo. I don't mind that, actually. I haven't seen that too much of just making sure that the other team can't get that for you, against you, especially when you're down in that blue area where we see so many people get repulsed off the map. But it looks like we are seeing Chiefs have a pretty free reign on these power-ups as well as power weapons, with the sword in the hand of Pips. Still hasn't died yet, so he's doing a great job in keeping this lead for his team. And on the other side, we're seeing Beeson and Dante both struggling, Berserk as well, really, with just 2 kills, but struggling to really kind of get any kind of momentum for their team and try and peg some of this lead back.
Yeah, and talking about struggling, Praties at the moment, he does get on the board with the 1 kill, the breadstick, and that Barcode now with that camo going in easy cleanup on Berserk. Oh, and he gets taken down instantly, and Beeston trying to grapple his way to the top of the map. He's going to hang out up high, strength in numbers up high there, but no, not good enough. Now Praties rotating around the map. Now a couple of kills to his name. He was probably letting his teammates do all the dirty work and just applying pressure where it's needed. 24-10 the scoreline at the moment. Divine Mind maybe starting to shake in their boots a little bit, Hoots. It's getting a little bit nerve-wracking.
Yeah, they are starting to pull away with this a little bit, and they can smell the victory. If they win this, there's only one more they need to do the reverse sweep and after resetting the bracket. So that's great shots by Pips there. Dante popping out, probably thought he had the advantage on. I think he might have been a shot up, but Pips just really on fire now. He's 8-0, so he's going for the running riot here, Justin, which I think we've seen 1 or 2 on stream before in previous broadcasts, and I think he actually might have been one. So he's one of those players, I think, that when he gets on a spree and he just really starts to get towards that 7 or 8 kills, it's like, nah, I want this. I'm going to play super conservative. I want it for the stream. I want people to see me go on a tear, and only 2 more kills and he's got it.
Yeah, and look at this. Should be an easy clean-up there. And he has run out of sword, but he just picks up the Mangler. Thanks for that, Beaston. I'll take that. And the camo is about to pop again as well. And I would wager that Pips wants that Killing Frenzy and isn't going to be jumping onto that camo. Killing Frenzy for him. 10 in a row, grabbing that camo, and he tries to get the repulsor as well. I love that. He drops down the repulsor, slaps in the camo, and now he's got all the power-ups. He's got all the goodies. Maybe opting for the grapple shot. No, he's going to leave it there on the board. He's getting a little bit of pressure there. Oh, he tries to get away, unfortunately. His first death. And 32-16, they're doubling the scoreline right now. So poor Divine Mind struggling a little bit, but still, it's early enough in the game that they can bring it back if they want to. But Divine Mind, they just seem a bit laggy at the moment.
And who knows as well now that Pips doesn't have to worry about those spree medals. Is he just going to play super loose now, charge about, and almost go on a bigger tear than he did just before, being 11-1? I think maybe he heard our comments about praising Barcode in the last the last series, and he's wanting a piece of the action as well, and he's certainly doing the right thing. 11 kills, 5 assists, and 2 deaths. Yeah, Dante's going to need to do something with this sword at least to try and peg some of this lead back that the Chiefs have just really started to muster throughout this game. But you know, time's a factor as well, Justin. They need to really start playing aggressively, because 4 minutes 50 seconds and needing another 32 kills, they can come quickly, but they have to be methodical as well about in their movement, trying to get this lead back. So they can't just be running and gunning. They have to move slowly and slowly kind of get kills back, and time starts to become a factor at 4 minutes 30.
Absolutely right, and Dante putting some nice shots across map onto Barcode there, backing him off. Does pull out the sword, getting a nice easy kill onto Brady's. Grenades coming in for the cleanup, and Dante, he's got to stay alive here. You can't be getting trades, so he does manage to get that kill in on the board for his team, trying to help out the bait and switch. He's got full shields. He can chal the player there. He's trying to find out where he is, but where did that player go? I'm not quite sure. Player down below, Pips lurking underneath. Dante with the backsmash to sort him out, and it does look like that camo is going to be popping once again. Dante rotating through and manages to get that for free. No pressure applied there, Hoots. Very interesting. The Chiefs sleeping on that power up a little bit there.
Yeah, I mean, this needs to be used to perfection, really, to be able to get the Divine Mind squad back into the game. You know, the 15 kills down, not a huge amount of time left as well, and unfortunately it gets a trade with flex range there, so that camo is nullified pretty quickly, only able to get 1 kill out of it. So we're back on with Barcode. He's said, Pips, I think I'll maybe take that highest kills back from you, but flex range also actually popping just in front with 14, and he's going to go for the plasma nade to combat evolved. I don't know if it actually managed to travel across there, the energy side. I think he actually just shot it off the map.
No, it's sitting there down on the ground, ready for scooping, and it looks like someone else picked it up. It's like, thanks for that one, mate. I'll take the sword, thank you. And Barcode putting some nice shots there. Picks up a Mangler to use for himself. Slays there, 2 plays there, and they've just, 4-stacked him down there to take out Barcode. And, Praties with the shock rifle now, only need 3 more kills to put this one into the bag. And we'll have to see if he's as effective with it as Barcode is. 3 more kills to go. Hoots, Divine Mind in a little bit of trouble here, to say the least. Whoa, there's one.
Yeah, probably not a great move to stand still there, completely taken down, and just 2 more kills needed now. Look, we've just got Chiefs here, have Divine Mind pretty much dead to rights, just hanging around bottom mid, no shields as well. They're going to move in. That's a stake-tacular, which we don't see too often, especially in finals, Justin. So Chiefs pulling that one out. That was a dominant performance, and that's a pretty ominous message to send going into what is a do-or-die game for Divine Mind now, being up Chiefs up 2-0 in this final series.
Yeah, and what's that, 5 games in a row that they've taken so far? And Divine Mind, that game, it's steak dinner, basically. So they're struggling a little bit, and they've got to bounce back. I know it's late. I know it's been a long night of Halo, but now's the time. You can still bring this one back, boys. You got the opportunity to take out this tournament. You've done it before. Just lift a little bit more, chin up. You can get there, and Pips, Flex Reigns, and Barcode just went beast mode that game, and does look like Chiefs might be putting this one in the bag early with back-to-back best-of-5 victories, but it ain't over just yet.
Looking at Pips, 28% accuracy, unusually low for someone like him.
He used the repulsor quite a lot.
Correct.
Correct. There's a glitch. Yeah, there's a glitch where the repulsor adds to your accuracy count and then doesn't give you any in return. So I would say what that stat is.
I was giving you after he absolutely talked you down on the interview before. I was trying to give you a chance to maybe get one back on him, but you're a good guy, Justin.
You set me up. You set me up.
No, you're a good guy, and very nice not to talk too much mess about him. But look,
where's the time stone when you need it? Just rewind at 30 seconds and let me go again.
Exactly. Look, super strong performance though across the board. Really, that's pretty. Divine Mind have to be worried about that. And it was a pretty rough day at the office for, I think it was Berserk in particular. I was looking at the scoreboard before, and we have spoken before, but fatigue can be a big issue when you are getting to 12:30 in the morning when these guys have been playing for a large part of the day. I mean, we start to feel it a little bit as well, Justin. But we love just watching Halo, so we push on. But for these guys who have to be concentrating so hard, playing the whole way through, it can just be really mentally taxing, and so they might be seeing some of the effects of that Divine Mind.
Yeah, not wrong. And going through a little bit of the highlights here, that game was just so calm and tranquil. It wasn't scrappy, it wasn't intense, it wasn't fast paced. It just kind of, rotation, had a couple of kills. Yeah, we got there in the end. It took a little while to get there, but I'm already looking at this next game. Oddball on live fire, quickly turning into a crowd favorite, I think, this one. And Chiefs, they've got the momentum. Divine Mind, they got slapped around a little bit in that Slay game. Are they going to be able to bounce back? Hoots, it's not looking too good.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge. And we've seen, Barcode, I've seen him go off on this map a lot, in particular with the sniper, and he loves rocking the heat wave as well. But it's a perfect Barcode map. There's so many crates and stuff to be crouching around, and you just often find players, even we can see here, like over near the C stronghold, players just jumping right across that barrier, and Barcode 9 times out of 10 is just crouching behind it, turns around, easy back whack. So he loves going off on this map, and Divine Mind have to put it all out on the table right now to try and stay alive and force at least a game 4 in this series. But the Chiefs' performance the last couple of games has been very ominous, and they're going to be looking to try and shut this out right here and right now. Jumping on board with Barcode to start off with, slightly push for the sniper, but obviously we wait for the grenades to go off at the start, and everyone's usually run out of them by this point, so he can start to make a move, grabs it, and instead almost gets the nose. But then Justin, I thought he was a pixel away from pulling the trigger on that, and
it was lined up. That reticle was on his face, mate. It was going to go down, and milliseconds away from being able to secure that. But you know what? He was going to dive down, and then he kind of decided to come back and ego chow. So Barcode doing Barcode things, Hoots. And here's Praties getting himself a nice little double kill, gets himself the camo for his reward and the sniper rifle as well. He's got all the goodies loaded up. Nice little headshot into Dante. Killing spree already for him. Connects on the body. Doesn't get the double kill there, unfortunately, but certainly performing. Nice little connection on the headshot there. And a Beaston going, you know what? I'm not peeking that one. He's given the respect to Praties that he deserves.
I think the Divine Mind guys were sitting there going, well, where did that shot come from? Because they couldn't see him because he was camoed. They were happy to just leave their heads poking up over those sandbags. But we see there a drop. So dropping the snipe for... Who did he drop that for? I think that was Barcode. A bit of a change up here. And Berserk just popping out unawares. He's taken out as well by Praties. So they're starting off this one pretty strong, Justin. Divine Mind, the first 20 points on the board and counting as they're looking to hold. I think, are they holding around the C tower?
Yeah, but you know what's funny about dropping that sniper rifle down for Barcode? He made sure to use some of the bullets first. He was like, oh, you know what? There's only a couple left, mate. Here, you have this, and I'll have the fully stacked up heat wave to get some more kills. So maybe not the good guy that he's trying to make himself out to be. He's being greedy over those power weapons. But it is translating into a lead here for the Chiefs so far. Now on board with Barcode with that beautiful lime green skin, putting shots across Mac, and another camo. Geez, that came up quick. It feels like the camo just ran out. And Mangler in the hand of Berserk now, trying to hold down this area of the map. It was a little bit quiet. He's probably like, boys, where the hell is everyone? And there he finds a couple. They're spawning up, not connecting on any of those shots there. A little bit of area denial with his frag grenades, and Divine Mind struggling again a little bit. Brady's there, nice little clean up there, but Berserk does go down. Beaston goes down as well. Slay's desperately trying to challenge Barcode, but he wins that 1v1, and there's a lot of red X's on the Divine Mind squad. 3 dead.
Yeah, or 4 dead for a while there as well, actually. So Flex Rance, he's going to be pretty uncontested up on this C tower group. It's starting to move. He's clearly got the call out that Dante and Co are coming in behind him. And really unfortunate there. Barcode just getting right behind them. That's 3 dead again for Divine Mind. And Chiefs are going to be able to start stacking up this time. Divine Mind, look at this, Justin. They just can't get a push on it. It's just, as soon as they start to get a shot or two on the ball, the protection squad just comes in from Chiefs. We can see their Barcode grabbing that sniper and running out. Not really nice shots there, though, from Beaston, but unfortunately, Peekaboo gets caught there, and that's another double there from Pips, and he's thrown a few more smacks into the back on some dead players.
Yeah, well, he's got to make sure that they're dead, right? That's what he's doing. He's being perfectly respectable. And Berserk, nice little jump up there for those playing at home that didn't know that one. And Pips on the move with that ball. And Divine Mind's got about a 50-point lead at the moment. Divine Mind just not able to get a good setup going. But how do you get a setup going when the power weapons and power-ups are going all in the hands of the Chiefs? And Barcode with a tasty headshot of his own. He's got that Nerf bullet charm. It's really pulling my focus now. I'm just watching it flop around. A nice body shot and the clean up, using it like a shotgun. And he's got plenty of ammo to play with as well. That camo is about to pop with only 2 seconds until it goes. It looks like Barcode wants that for himself too. Slams on his chest, and now he's a sneaky little beaver. Hoots.
Oh man, if you wanted a statement from Chiefs, then this is a big statement. Coming back from being 2-0'd earlier in the winners bracket, coming back through the elimination bracket, and just really starting to stomp on Divine Mind here. You know, they're almost just toying. You wonder if they're toying with them a little bit and sort of avoiding ball pickup, because with their dominance that we've had across the board with the Slays, you'd think they've probably been able to amass a bit more time, but it looks like now Barcode's ready to grab it, sit top C, sit pretty for a while. When Beeson's the only one there sitting in nest, he's not going to be able to put any kind of pressure on, even with Berserk spawning as well. Barcode can sit really pretty, and he can just play ball this as soon as the grenades and kills start coming from Divine Mind, but just keep an eye on that scoreboard. The Divine Mind guys are just constantly being slayed out on respawn, and Barcode's just sitting pretty, and he's probably going to, with only 10 seconds to go, he's going to put this first round to bed almost.
Yeah, and poor Dante with the breadstick, only the 1 kill and only a few more seconds and the Chiefs will take out this first round. But there is still time for the Divine Mind boys now. It's, you know, if you got time, slap some water on your face and get into it, boys, because your tournament lives is on the line. This could potentially be the last round of the last map of the series, and Barcode going instantly for that sniper rifle. So aggressive, just going through, finding it one, gets the body shot, doesn't connect with the headshot, but that pressure that he was able to apply, and he has prayed he's going in. It's like, hey, Barcode, thanks for softening those boys up for him. I'm going to come in for the cleanup.
Yeah, I'll just clean them up nice and easy. I don't think he actually managed to clean up either of them though. So, you know, they did a good job at staying alive, but God, Barcode, just that aggression at the start, man. It's so deflating, and you just look, they're just, Dante there, he had all eyes for Flex there, knowing that he was about to put that camo, but Flex ducks around. As soon as he ducks back out to put shots in, you can just see that the Divine Mind guys are all of a sudden distracted by someone else from Chiefs. So they just can't get a run at it right now. And, you know, the team cohesion really starting to show for Chiefs. Flex Reigns has fit in really seamlessly here. Fantastic shot there, hitting with the cleanup on the BR coming in straight after, and now they're just pretty much just playing with them. 30 points almost up now for Chiefs, and a nice double coming in from Flex. He's out of snipe ammo, but he just chuck a shield down for no reason really, and he can just run around and sit pretty while his teammates are rotating this ball, I think, over to the garage side, and he's got himself a heat wave.
Yeah, he's got himself a heat wave. Well, he used up all the sniper rifle ammo, and Flex Reigns looking over. He's only got 4 kills, 4-0 currently for Flex Reigns, and quite a lot of objective time as well. So he seems to be doing everything right on the map so far. Finding one player, Dante, a little bit vulnerable there. Killing spree for Flex Reigns, and there they go. They're set up with that ball. Divine Mind, not a single digit on their side of the scoreboard, unfortunately, Hoots, and it does look like Chiefs is starting to run away with this one. Last round of tonight, potentially. Flex Reigns putting in some damage there, but the help does come in. A lot of red X's for the Chiefs. Divine Minds, the time is now. You got the kills. Time to get some points onto the board. Dante just posting up there, and it's like, boys, I'll handle the ball for a minute. You boys hold them back the best you can. And here he is. He's kind of in no man's land, all on his own.
He doesn't have much support around him. I guess the Divine Mind guys are trying to just stop the Chiefs from being able to get anywhere near him, but he did have 1 or 2 teammates actually get dropped there, I think, and yeah, I mean, you don't want to bunch everyone around the ball, right? Because a grenade or 2 can come in and wipe out 2 or 3 of your teammates, but it seemed like they just needed to form a bit more of a tight formation around him there, and not doing that just meant that he could come in and pick him off quite easy. And you see now Slays he's the one having to fight back and try and keep the Chiefs off the ball. So he's done well there to stop them from getting any real time, but them not being able to put too much time in themselves has really been a bit of an issue here, while the clock's just been ticking down and getting away from them.
Yeah, but I love the patience from Slays there. He made sure to clear out the base first before scooping up that ball. His spidey sense was tingling. He needed to get that player out, and that's translating into them to going on a little bit of a run. So Divine Mind, they haven't given up yet, Hoots. It's their last stand. They've still got some time to take this one away. Barcode with another no-scope with that sniper rifle. They just have such strong control of these power weapons. They always seem to have it into their hands. Berserk there. Big challenge challenge from Barcode. And I love that ragdoll as Berserk sent flying after copping a sniper round to the face. Slays there as well. Easy cleanup for Barcode, and he's launching in. Goes for another no-scope, doesn't manage to connect. Will he ego challenge? Does look like he might, but he has the support of his teammates, so that player goes down now, checking out the angles. Another play there, picks up another headshot. Killing spree for Barcode, just putting on an absolute clinic. And that's the point ticking down. That's games, and Chiefs takes it out, Hoots. They're our champions. Back-to-back best of fives, and doesn't matter, they didn't drop a single map.
That was just a scary flip of what we thought was a real statement from Divine Mind in that winners bracket earlier on, and we thought, oh, here we go, we're going to get a big series. And I think, we were saying potentially this series would go to 5 games, but in the end it was just an absolute domination. And Barcode was angry, man. That was scary. That's why I was saying, get him off. You can't be doing this kind of stuff in a grand final.
It was disgusting how unleashed he became in this grand final. It was like he kind of unlocked like the next gate of Barcode here, and he's just leveling up as he goes through it and just becoming a more and more of a menace. Like, the thing was, in this upper bracket final, Divine Minds, they look like a completely different squad, and now coming into this grand final, as you said, kind of angry gaming, and Barcode just says, there's no way that I'm dropping a tournament. Okay, losing a series was annoying enough. And I imagine, losing maps for these guys is probably pretty annoying at this point too. And now the fact that they're able to come back with such poise, Justin, and come into this full bracket. They did it in 6 maps. A bracket reset in 6 maps. That's pure domination from them in this grand final. And I think they've certainly stamped out all the haters saying that, oh, maybe Divine Mind might be able to get that #1 slot. But the Chiefs, they've secured it from here on out.
Yeah, it really was just dominant throughout those 2 series. That's the only way to describe it. They were angry. They had something to prove, which is good. If you're on top and you haven't got a fire underneath your belly, you're not going to stay on top very long. So those boys managing to light that fire and get things going and just proving why they're the best team in the region.
Yeah, and I think they did it so confidently and so convincingly as well for this entire grand final. And Hoots, I think right now that anybody who had any doubts, coming out of Raleigh about whether or not the Chiefs are still going to be the dominant team, especially with some changes of Divine Mind, I think this is certainly proven that they certainly will be.
Yeah, and this isn't even their regular team as well, keep in mind. So, they've still got Madsy, who wasn't playing in this tournament, and FlexRains did a fantastic job, and he has subbed in for them before, so, there's nothing new about that, But yeah, it just makes you wonder really at full strength, what does that mean? And so the stuff they've learned from Raleigh, they've brought back and they've just become even stronger. But, it was surprising to see them sent down to that losers bracket. So it means the competition in the scene is still more than alive. And we've seen a lot of new players come through in the last couple of tournaments we have run here. And so I think we're going to see more and more of them come through and really disrupt that top 3 or 4 that we thought we'd typically be seeing given the first couple of tournaments we were running in early December.
Yeah, and obviously now as we get further and further into 2022, that's where we get to start to see the rest of the team flourish. And I think for now, this Pro Series #1 has been a good opportunity for these teams to really make their stamp. Obviously, teams like 1620 Kings we haven't really seen all too much of, but being able to consistently make some top 8s. I think Justin, going into that Pro Series #2, we're going to be looking towards these teams. Obviously, Mindfreak, Direwolves, they have to play through those open qualifiers now, and I think it's going to be a little bit of a rough one for them to get through that. They're most likely going to get through it, but coming into that top 8 might leave them with a little bit of something to prove.
Yeah, listen, there's a couple of teams that have some well-established squads with experienced players that should be performing better than they are. And you know what? Nothing gets you more prepared than having to slog it out through the open bracket. So maybe that's exactly what they need, rather than just resting on their laurels and going, hey, you know what? We're this good. We will beat these guys, while the other up-and-coming teams are putting in the hours to prove themselves and getting rewarded. And, Barcode on his stream here, triple kill for him. And Pips, he's been monstrous tonight too. How many games was he putting up huge numbers every single game? And the Chiefs, they really came to play in this last 2 best of 5s. They really had something to prove, as we said.
Yeah, and I think they've done it with confidence and certainly have shown everybody that, albeit it was a little blip on the radar for them to go into that elimination bracket. And as Pip said in the interview as well, it was kind of a little bit of a wake-up call to them to be like, all right, okay, so we actually have to try in this tournament if we want to get get this dub. And they come in, they switch all the thrusters on, they say, Divine Mind, if you want to get this done, you're going to have to go through some of the scariest form that the Chiefs have been in ever, and seeing if you can take us down after we reset you in a bracket. And I think Hoots, unfortunately for Divine Mind, it was probably a little bit too cold for them in that first best of 5. I feel like maybe if they were able to get a few more maps on the board, a little bit of confidence under their belt, they might have been able to cage the Chiefs. But I think right now, Barcode got completely unleashed in this series, and he didn't stop until everybody on Divine Mind was dead.
Yeah, terrifying to watch, and yeah, you just have to wonder. I mean, I would be interested to know what Divine Mind were doing in that period where they weren't playing. And not saying that I feel like they were doing anything wrong, whatever it was that they did, but I'm just keen to know what teams do when they are in a situation like that, because for Divine Mind, it's probably a bit of a newer feeling, having that time off and not having to go through a losers bracket elimination bracket at some point and fight their way through. So yeah, but great learning experience for them. And if they do get in that position again, maybe they might do things a little bit differently. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? And I think it's going to be all the scary for us to see whether or not teams can start to challenge the Chiefs. But we have the man, the myth, the legend on the line, lads. Let's go and talk to Barcode here as he joins us on the desk for HCS. Barcode. I don't even know what to say. That is the most nuts performance I've seen from an individual in almost any esport that I've covered. I think the fact that you were able to put the team in the backpack, all the boys did an insane job here. How was the confidence going into that bracket reset after you guys 3-0'd Divine Mind here?
I'm not gonna lie, the whole series, bro, there was no shadow of a doubt that we were gonna win it, to be honest. And like all we had in our minds was just 2-3 years, to be honest, and like we just honed in on that idea, you know, and we actually started playing our game. We stopped being idiots to ourselves. Like we've been, like that series we lost, man, like don't want to take anything away from them, but we were playing pretty, you know, out of sync and just whack. But yeah, definitely returned to form in that grand finals. You know, the comms were lovely, everyone was getting hyped, especially myself. But yeah, no, just a swift 6-0, which, you know, we're the bosses around here.
Barcode, I love the, I can hear the husky voice. I feel like I'm calling like some adult chat line or something. It's too weird. But, you can tell you're clearly not doing too, doing too well. So for one, you know, how are you feeling? And second, I can pretty much tell not too good. But, does that affect your gameplay at all? I mean, having to stay up late as well, you're clearly under the weather. Are you feeling pretty cooked, or are you feeling all good?
No, I didn't use it as an excuse when we lost. I just knew, dude, it's not like an individual like problem. Like no one else is sick. I'm sick. Like, and the reason we lost wasn't just because, you know, I was up, you know, the bed, but it was because we weren't playing as a team. You know, it's just that simple. And especially like over there, that's so like, that's what happens. You lose as a team, you know. And you know, like we just powered through it, man. We started playing as a team together again. Obviously, I'm pretty sure I've got COVID. I do have it actually. My brother tested positive. I'm gonna go get tested actually tomorrow. But yeah, I didn't let it affect me too much. I got my trusty inhaler actually. Which I've been using between the matches of the series. But nah, seriously, I'm so happy with and proud of the boys, man. Pulling our heads in, actually, you know, getting that 6-0.
Yeah, and you know what? The fact that you're saying no excuses, I'm sick, I've still got to perform, that mentality is just so important for all players out there. So you can't make excuses, otherwise you'll never improve. You just got to show up. But I actually have a question. You just came back from overseas and you got a lot of love. You got, you know, reputation as being the lore guy within the pro scene. A very tasty little clip of you bodying all the other pros around the world with your lore knowledge, which was really cool to see. But you also performed really well. I mean, did you get to talk with a lot of the other teams and anything that any information or tips or anything like that they gave you to bring back home?
Well, I didn't personally get to like talk to like those teams and actually like about that sort of stuff. I was just talking with everyone, man. It was so cool meeting all of these guys. Like, it's been 3 years since I've seen a lot of people since the last LAN that I went to, which was Atlanta. So catching up with all these pros, man, like they were also gassing us up. Like, you know, like everyone was awesome at that event. But as far as like tips and stuff go, we weren't that all ourselves. Like Pip was saying, you know, like when we play these matches and maps, like we realized we're playing half of them wrong, and everything that we were doing in this region just goes out the window. So it wasn't necessarily learned like directly off of getting like a tip or so from like pros, but actually like getting that experience in the actual game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to hear that you guys have had a whole lot of experience and bring a whole lot back from Raleigh as well. So, Barcode, before I let you go, I've got one other question. Obviously, there's been a whole lot of, you know, a roster mania between a whole lot of the teams so far. Obviously, you guys have had to use flex reigns today here because Madzy is unfortunately unable to play for you guys. Has there been any news about, you know, some of these other rosters? You know, where is Seduce been for you guys here at the Chiefs? Is Madzy going to be a mainstay for you guys? Like, what's flex reigns going to be doing for you guys? Can you kind of shed some light on that for us?
Madzy was always on the team. Flex is actually his fill, like for now. Dan, he's doing his own thing, you know. He's just he's doing his thing basically. So not quite sure what he's doing, but I remember after Raleigh, we strictly were like, we're happy with this squad and we're gonna just grind it out no matter what happens. If we lost today, we were still gonna be back next week. Actually stronger and actually doubling down on these efforts. But no, I'm excited to play with my other half, the Shark, Madzy Stone. Can't wait to see him again. I miss the guy. I miss him. He's just so awesome. But no, definitely still happy with this squad, and you know, like pulling this off just reinforced that, you know. We just came back from getting sent out to losers after playing, like we just regained, you know. So you can't really find much of that, you know, the ice.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have proven today that no matter if it's an elimination bracket, whether or not it's a full bracket reset, you guys will be able to get the job done no matter what. So Barcode, it's lovely to hear from you once again. Hopefully all is well for you in the next coming weeks as well, and hopefully you guys are back even stronger for next week as well, Barcode.
Thank you guys. Awesome job by you guys too, staying up at 1 o'clock. You guys, you know, fuck. Sorry. This is a really good test for me not to swear. I'm so sorry.
Cut him.
Good work out there.
It's perfectly fine,
yeah,
Barcode.
Just come in. Go.
Yeah, we'll cut him out. We'll see you later. We'll talk to you later, Barcode. See you next week, mate.
Oh my God.
I mean, I remember my first couple of broadcasts as well. You know, you come in there, you're feeling high. Like, you got to give it the Barcode. The man was hyped up after such a sick series. He only let out 2. That's perfectly fine. I know there has been certain people that would like to, you know, drop a whole lot of expletives, but you know, Barcode just being able to give us that extra bit of energy. You can see it whenever he talks and whenever he smiles about the game of Halo and how excited he was about that series. It really just kind of warms your heart that you have somebody who is such an insanely sick and cracked player being able to come in and just have pure love for the game. And I think, boys, this has been a very heartening kind of tournament for us. And Justin, I'm just excited to see what Barcode can bring, not only in the future, but even next week as well. Like, what's this man going to do? How's he going to level up from here on out?
Listen, you're talking about that passion. I feed off of that stuff, and there's nothing better when you see someone's excited about something and you can just live vicariously through them. And you see Barcode, he's passionate about it, he gets excited about the wins, and they might be the best team in the region, but he's so proud of the fact that they brought things back and, you know, they managed to get the back-to-back series, and he's proud of that, and that fire, that energy, that's going to carry them throughout the next few seasons, and it's amazing to see, and he's just going to keep getting better and better. And if players don't keep up practicing and keep pace with him, he's just going to leave them behind even more, and he's untouchable at the moment. What's it going to be like in a year if the other teams aren't taking it as seriously as him? And if you don't have that same passion and fire that he does, then watch out, because you're just not going to be able to stop him.
Yeah, I think he's an absolute bull in a china shop right now, and he's tearing everybody to pieces. And I think this series just goes to show that as soon as the Chiefs get that little bit of a wake-up call, if they ever do drop down to elimination bracket, they are going to be a scary opponent to go up into. So, lads, let's go and have a recap of today. This has been HCS Pro Series #1 for us here in ANZ, and we've reached its conclusion, Hoots. It took us a long time to get here. As Barcode did say, we're starting to approach the 1 a.m.s here in Australia, and it's starting to get a little bit late late and hot. But, I mean, what a grand final for us to see here. I think the fact that we came into this grand final with, albeit it might be Divine Minds versus the Chiefs again, but there was a different storyline this time around, Hoots, and the Chiefs, they came in with some fire, and Divine Minds unfortunately weren't able to handle the heat.
Yeah, the Chiefs had to put on a different hat this time, you know, the underdog hat, which they haven't worn before, but they did it. They couldn't have been more impressive when they did it, 3-0ing and then 3-0ing again after the reset. And I mean, just even speaking of Barcode then, I mean, the guy's got COVID. He sounds like grim death. It's 1 a.m. He should be absolutely exhausted, but he's hyped up more than anything. Like, he just absolutely loves it. It's just so cool to watch. Like, it's awesome. And man, this tournament we've had tonight has just been the quality of the games. And we said before, like, even though a lot of them are 2-0s, there was just really high quality play across the whole board. There was some great storylines coming out. I think this has just been a fantastic tournament. It's been a really great way to put ANZ on show.
Yeah, and I think it's been a pretty good start for us here for the HCS ANZ Pro Series. The fact that we had such insane series throughout today. The Chiefs did get dropped all the way towards that elimination bracket. They were able to pull it back with a full bracket reset. You know, it would have been nice for us to get all 10 maps, but I think we probably would have been here till 2, 3 a.m. at that point. So it's an insane start for us here. And Justin, before we do close it out and say our goodbyes to everyone here, do you have any final words for HCS Pro Series #1?
All I got to say is, guys, time to get on the grind. Like, the game has just launched. We're in a new year. Christmas is just gone, and we've had our first LAN event. And now this 2022, this is the year of Halo. This is where the new golden age comes about, and you should be forming teams. You should be scrimming. There should be 8s going every night. Like, if an old fart like me can't jump on and go, hey boys, is there room in an 8s game going right now? Then there's something wrong. Boys, just get games going. If matchmaking's getting annoying, then just make 8s lobbies, and it's time to grind. Now is the time. You've been waiting for Halo Infinite. We had Halo 5 for a really long time, and you just got to get in there and put in the hours, because players like Barcode, they've put in the hours and they are dominating. So if you want to dominate, got to do the reps. You got to do the reps.
Yeah, exactly. You got to get in there. You got to perform. You got to have a crack, ladies and gentlemen. And that is the point here of the HCS Pro Series. We're going to be pitting 4 more pro teams up against some people coming in from the open qualifiers, but that is going to happen all next week. So from us here on the desk, thank you for joining us for another wonderful night of Halo. And as always, stay safe, and we'll see you guys for the next one.